Good morning, everybody. I'm Old Man Sugarheart. Today we are going to play Final Fantasy XIV. And specifically, we're going to go find that dragon corpse and kill it again. I'll teach him for being dead. Also, welcome. I think this is volume 6 of the Final Fantasy XIV movies. Which means we're entering hour like 61 here. Forgot how to play the game. Which is the case every week. Like, to keep something in your mind, like, once a week is not enough. Good morning, Jahuzix. Sorry, Josh. How are you doing today? If these were real people, I could probably pull a lot more than this. But I just don't trust them. Great, gearing up for the holidays and enjoying some time off. Nice. Things are a little rougher over here in the Sugarheart household. I was pretty sick earlier, but now my whole family's sick, barfing everywhere. It's been fun. So I'm gonna make soup and lots of toast and making little crafty heating pads out of rice and socks. I look great. Well, I don't feel great, but I don't feel bad. But yeah, it's gonna be a good Christmas. I gotta say, I fell behind a lot more than I thought I would. Because I haven't even put up the Christmas tree yet, and it's a little late. Also, I have to wrap the presents, probably tonight. Alright, some kind of bird thing. Whatcha? I feel like he's got some gimmicks I need to be aware of. Can't remember what they are. Right. Something about a bunch of missiles? Oh, right. Don't hit those. Maybe that was it. Where are we going, guys? You let me know. I thought maybe it was like one of those cases where you had to like slap them away. The good thing about the NPCs is they always know the mechanic. What are you doing? Oh no! It hit me and I felt it. Picaroon's Armalay. Alright. I feel like that got easier. Whew. Hey, it's me, Luigi. Let me in. Just saying, there's not enough Imperials named Luigi. Yeah. Stop it. Whew. Earrings of Slaying. Nice. Yes, Queen. Oh, my face. I don't know how I feel about dungeons, actually. Because I'm thinking about it, and it's kind of like my least and most favorite part of the game. Like, they've got some of the coolest scenes, the coolest music. Like, it's an opportunity to use, like, all of your skills for, like, the first time. But, like, a lot of it still feels like busy work, too. Like, I'm glad I get to finally do these with NPCs, so like I don't have to feel any kind of pressure or anxiety at all. Oh. I won't live there. Just wanted to casually dodge it for a moment. Yeah. Yeah. Alright. You guys always stay to the left of him. I feel like it's like a hint. Maybe you know something I don't. I know, I feel like that one got easier too, which it probably did. As you're gonna explode. maybe you're not. Those AoEs just center on a random party member. I'm just used to the party running all over the place. For those to seem like scattered all over. But it makes sense. Whew. The gunship retreats to the sky. I didn't even see it. It was a gunship. I assumed it was a dragon just lobbing bombs down at me.
Who treadeth now upon my bones, and waketh me from slumber sweet?
Me. Me when the kids come in at 6 a.m.
Thou hast forgotten the face of thy Lord. Remember, mortal, and fear me.
Yeah. Good morning. Roads suck, but you made it to work. Yay. Do I fight these guys? Nope. That was a mistake. Oof. I got on called last night. Like, on top of my kids being sick. And my wife being sick. Like, to wake me up in the middle of the night to do work. And I still gotta work in a little bit. Can we kill these guys a little bit faster? I don't know what Midsummer's Aether is, but it doesn't sound like it'd be great. He's casting Anime Convention. Hello, friends. Wow. Just keeps going. Oh, that doesn't hurt like at all. Neat. Oh, but this will. Hey! Ikarim's Jacket of Maiming. Commentation to the healer this time. Nope, apparently my story armor is cooler than everything I picked up.
By her gifts hast thou earned a moment's reprieve.
Okay.
Speak, mortal, and I shall listen. Guided by a star.
Just told him the story of the three wise men.
My people have heard the song. Ishgard shall burn.
He's talking about Mariah Carey.
Sons must answer for their father's misdeeds. We do not forget. We do not forgive. Seven children did I sire. One now singeth of retribution. I rise to join in the chorus. Thou art powerless to silence us, mortal. Yet thou shalt not live to labor in vain. Thy reprieve is at an end. Trickery is thy shield. This frail, ignoble creature is not gifted, but chosen. Hearken to me, Hydaelyn. I remember, and I consent. Fear not, mortal. I shall not harm thee.
Why are you harming yourself? He says, holding me down and beating me with my own arms. It took me 60 hours to get those.
Mayhap thou thinkest me an oath breaker.
Mayhap.
Thou art mistaken. If thou comest to harm, it shall be by another's hand, not mine. I did but strip thee of thy mistress's feeble blessing. Thou didst profit much by her grace, but no more.
A touch rude of him, right? Like, why though? Don't be jelly.
The covenant binds me to thee. I shall watch, listen, and wait. Fight and struggle, if it be thy will. Man hath ever coveted that which lieth beyond his grasp. I drink of her body, and thence doth mine own find new life. When it hath grown whole, the loyal and penitent shall rejoice. The dragon song heraldeth our beginning and an end.
Is it weird to say he sounds better in Dragon? I wouldn't say that. He probably sounds better in Dragon. He's got that thoom behind his voice. I may summon Midgard Summer by selecting the corresponding entry within the minion guide. I'm going minionless. I don't need him. I was beginning to fear the worst. Were those explosions I saw? But you shouldn't waste time talking with me. Alpha No left a message stating that you were to return to the Rising Stones at once. Huzzah. Alfie, no. I killed a dragon. It was neat. Praise the 12 that you are hale and whole. I came as soon as Minfilia informed me of Sir Amaric's request. You've completed your investigation of the Keeper of the Lake, I take it? Then I would hear your report. It got weird. You conversed with Midgard Sormir? I swear, were anyone else to make such a claim, I would regard it as with considerable skepticism. Are we to understand that the Warm Lord did not perish and has, in sooth, laid dormant these past 15 years? Less a resurrection and more a rejuvenation, for he who dwelleth in eternity, years passing as moments. Though his words were ambiguous at times, one statement left little room for interpretation. My people have heard the song, Ishgard shall burn. Clearly an attack is imminent. We must share this information with Sir Amaric immediately. However, we dare not divulge your conversation with Midgard Sormir in its entirety. To even acknowledge that you heard the voice of a Dravanian is a grave but necessary risk. Lest we forget, men have been executed as heretics for declaring as much. For your own protection and for the sake of our tenuous relations with Ishgard, the truth cannot leave this room. As for how we shall present our revelation to Sir Amaric's emissary, you may leave that to me. Pray remain here for now. Is there something you're not telling us, Old? You seem different somehow. It is almost as if you're missing something important. Well, for Fen, Midgard Sormir stripped you of the blessing of light. Are you alright? How do you feel? Never stressed. Just never blessed either. I see it as a relief to hear you are otherwise unharmed. It beggars belief that any being could possess the power to deprive you of her blessing. Midgard Sormir made mention of a covenant, did he not? One of the ancient myths regarding Silvertear Falls states that when the waters came into existence, so too did the Great Worm. Althik and Nimia, Brother Time and Sister Fate, decreed that Midgard Sormir ever watch over the source from which all water and magic was said to flow. I wonder, what if this was the covenant of which he spoke, and 'twas not with the gods, 'twas not the gods with whom he'd treated, but Heidelin herself? Well, if he is watching over you, as he claimed, mayhap you'll have an opportunity to ask. Let's keep this matter to ourselves. I do not wish to burden our friends. Yeah, let's just keep more secrets, shall we? Stack them up. Call Totoro in here. I want to, like, keep some secrets with her, too. Oh, we could have secrets with him. Art thou a pawn or master of thy fate? I thought that said prawn at first. I was like, oh. Shrimp? What hast thou wrought by thine own hands, mortal? A lot? I mean, it's been 60 hours. I wanted to say I followed your Chef RPG series on YouTube and it was fun. Oh, thank you. I had a good time with Chef RPG.
My friend, I can scarce believe it. You confronted the Worm Lord and lived to tell the tale. I give thanks to Helone for your preservation. It is our sole cause for gladness. Your encounter with the Keeper of the Lake served to confirm our fears. A great worm has roared, and it makes little difference if it was one of the two in Eorzea or any other. The Dravanians are coming.
I am told that Ishgard has magical defenses against Dravanian attack, though I am not privy to their exact nature. Will they be enough to repel a massive force?
Ishgard has weathered countless assaults over centuries. This will be no different. And now that you have confirmed the threat, none can ignore the Lord Commander's calls for the wards to be strengthened. I dare not presume to speak for him, but I expect the Lord Commander would sing your praises. I must away, but we shall meet again soon.
Countless assaults weathered, and this will be no different? Why am I not convinced?
In Chef RPG, regarding the meat you couldn't find for your legendary recipe, you think it was the meat of the pigs that live in the volcano? That would have made things a lot easier, and made me a lot of money. It was... I don't know if it was confirmed, but somebody did say I could get that meat by maximizing my friendship with the butcher. Alfie must have spun quite a tale to avoid the awkward way we learned that info. Maybe he just did like the Warrior of Light thing and just like smiled and nodded. The Ishgardians have warred with the Dravanians for centuries, nay, nearly 1,000 years. In all that time, not once have their enemies breached their defenses and entered the city proper. Yet regardless of how strong their magical wards may be, I nevertheless fear that the Ishgardians are underestimating the gravity of the situation. Though it was not Midgard Summer who roared, a call to arms by one of the first brood cannot be ignored. Until such time as they choose to request our aid, however, we can do naught but observe the situation at a distance and pray that our fears are unfounded. Here I forget, I believe Moenbryda has requested a gathering of the Scions. I assume there's been some progress concerning our efforts to combat the Ascians. Pray inform her that our business with the Ishgardians is concluded for the moment. I shall be along once I've completed my communications with the Crystal Braves. Hey yo. All done with your talk of dragons? Wonderful, because Ascians are next on the menu. Let's hop into the solar, shall we?
Now that everything's calmed down a bit, relatively speaking I mean, I thought it might be a good time to share our progress on the weapon. I believe we're on the verge of a breakthrough.
Well, don't keep us all in suspense.
You really kicked up the voice acting for this, like, section.
Just in case anyone's forgotten, let's start by reviewing what we already know. So, an Ascian is an immortal because its soul doesn't return to the ethereal realm when its host is defeated. Instead, it flees to the place that lies between our world and the void. Therefore, the first step to permanently defeating an Ascian is preventing its soul from making this journey. And if you recall, when we last gathered here, I had verified that white auracite has adequate capacity to entrap the beings, albeit only briefly.
Which left the small matter of their extermination.
Aye. To unmake an Ascian soul, one must needs smite it with a concentrated burst, or blade, of purest ether. However, we wanted for both the data and the means to forge such a weapon.
Short of experimenting on an actual Ascian, you see, there's no way to gauge how much ether its soul is made of. As such, we don't know what etheric density our blade needs to have in order for it to work.
So we'll just have to make the densest blade we can and hope for the best. Though that would require a lot of ether. Hang on a minute! Why didn't we think of this before? White auracite can hold an absolute heap of ether, can't it?
Please tell me you're joking. God's sakes, Ida. I feel as though I'm reliving the same scene over and over with you. How many times do you need to be told that white auracite cannot store ether for long periods? Being intangible matter, ether is given to dispersion. Only in its crystallized form is it a stable source of energy. I will test you later on this, so see to it you do not forget.
Right, yes. It's all coming back to me.
So our hopes rest on good old crystals again, do they? While they are certainly reliable, they leave something to be desired in the area of portability.
Indeed. I am reminded of the quantity of corrupted crystals required to thwart Leviathan, and the extraordinary lengths to which the Lamentsons went to transport them. What if it should prove that a similar quantity was needed to destroy an Ascian's soul? Or still more?
I do not envy the poor sod who has to lug all of that around, on the off chance that an Ascian appears.
That's the very problem we set out to solve. And I reckon we've found the answer. If it isn't practical to lug around the ether we need, we'll just have to draw upon another source. And the only viable source is the land.
If you mean to tap the Great River of Ether, know that it will entail considerable risk. Meddling with the currents may well induce a surge like to the one which despoiled Moenbryda.
Aye, Suna.
Give me a bit more credit, will you? Why would we need to tap the river when there are veritable reservoirs jutting out all over the land? Aye, I speak of corrupted crystals. It might be that their aspect is out of balance, but a crystal's a crystal. It contains ether, and we can help ourselves to it.
While corrupted crystals are indeed abundant, there is no guarantee that they will be in close proximity at a crucial moment.
But what if we don't need them to be? What if we could tap their power from afar? A malm away, say? If we could do that, we'd have ready access to ether aplenty in almost every corner of Eorzea. I've yet to put my theories to the proof, but I've got a good feeling about this. If no one has any objections, I'd like to see where this avenue leads.
If you think it worth your while, you have my blessing. But tell us, what are your theories? I, for one, am most eager to understand the process, however vaguely.
I thought you might say that, but no one wants to listen to boring old theories all day, do they? I know I don't. So with your permission, I'd like to try something a bit more hands-on. I've already built an etheric siphon especially for this purpose, and I've been meaning to try it out. Thing is, the profusion of corrupted crystals in Mordona makes it something of a high-risk testing ground. If anything goes awry with the siphon, it would be better if it didn't happen within spitting distance of quite so much ether. Ideally, I need an isolated specimen. Does anyone know where I can find one?
May I suggest northern Thanalan? There you will find corrupted crystals of middling size, standing a reasonable distance apart. Ideal for your needs, I should have thought. Oh, and if you do elect to visit the place, I should be much obliged if you would assist me in another matter while you are in the area.
Has something happened?
Movement has been observed at Castrum Meridianum. During Operation Archon, the Alliance dealt the stronghold a heavy blow. Its facilities were extensively damaged, and its garrison reduced to a fraction of its former strength. Not long after our forces withdrew, however, their ranks were replenished by reinforcements from Castrum's sentry. They now seek to rebuild, and to this end they have their sights set upon the ceruleum processing plant. Having lost the Empire's support, the 14th Legion lacks the resources to sustain itself. To them, this is a bid for survival, and they will doubtless fight like desperate men. Though I have dispatched the Crystal Braves, I fear their strength alone may not suffice to stay the Imperial assault. I would request the Scion's aid in the defensive effort.
If I didn't know better, I'd say you were trying to inveigle us into fighting your battle with the promise of shiny crystals. Well then, consider me inveigled. I won't lie, the crystals you speak of sound perfect, so the Garleans have to go. Besides, we can't afford to beat about the bush. There's no telling when the Arceans will next appear.
Thine eagerness to hurl thyself into the jaws of danger cometh as little surprise. Exercise due caution, I prithee.
Though you have become a Crystal Brave, you are yet a Scion, Alphino. We could hardly refuse you. Pray, join the Crystal Braves and lend them your support. Thangred and Papalymo shall accompany you.
Okay.
Ida and Y'shtola, in the meantime I would have you assist Moenbryda. Scout out the crystal clusters, that the testing may commence as soon as the Garlean threat has been eliminated.
If it please you, I shall continue mine own experiments on white aurosite.
Thank you, Urianger. Everyone, pray see to your preparations and depart as soon as you are able. Go well, and be safe.
You love her? Moon is great? I agree. Why, hello there. It would seem that events have once more conspired to rob us of rest and recuperation. Though I wish it were otherwise, I must ask you head straight away to the processing plant. The Fourth have already been deployed to the area and await the arrival of the Scions. Wheelred will brief you on the developing situation. Meanwhile, I must rendezvous with Captain Ilberd at the headquarters in Ul'dah. I shall take command of our forces with a lighter heart, knowing that you go to support the front lines. Your duties take you to Northern Thadland, do they not? Yeah? We too must say our farewells to the Rising Stones for a time. Flamen travels to Ul'dah. We shall serve as her escort. At my daughter's behest, I go to contact certain old acquaintances in the Gilded City. We are beset on all sides by civil unrest and imperial machinations, threatened by primals and troubled by dragons. We need all the allies we can muster. Many of my friends hold positions of power, you see, and it is my hope that they can be convinced to aid the Scion's cause. If past events have taught us anything, we know that Eorzea must present a united front, or we shall fall. How extraordinary that my little Acilia is involved in such far-reaching affairs. What's your skincare routine, Cat Grandma? I am proud that I might now stand by her side, not only as a mother, but also as a colleague. A colleague with influential connections, but I fear Ul'dah has become a place of danger even for one so familiar with her streets. Woe betide the blackguard that so much glares in your direction, my lady. I shall be well protected, it seems. Shall we be on our way then? Yo. Alright, we are going to exactly here. Cool. Does the sun straight up never rise here? Anyway. Surprise attack. Commander Levier sent word that you'd be coming. A veteran of your talents is most welcome. Not that I don't think we can handle the situation, mind you. I've learned a trick or two since that disaster with the Amalja. But returning to the task at hand, the Flames reconnaissance scouts have reported Imperial soldiers assembling at Raubon's push. Such a force is likely interested in only one thing, getting their hands on the resources found here at the processing plant. Hi, kitty. The Garleans could begin marching on us at any time. Speak with Lieutenant Edelstein that we might coordinate our counter strategy. In the meantime, I will inform the others that you've arrived. No doubt it will be welcome tidings. You having a good morning, kitty? Private Sugarheart, my soldiers yet tell tales of your deeds during Operation Archon. That would that we could sit a while and reminisce about old times, but I fear more pressing matters require our attention. The civilian draftsmen, you see, have come across several highly suspicious crates within the boundaries of the processing plant. I had my sappers take a closer look, and our worst fears were confirmed. These boxes contained powerful explosive devices. Devices of Imperial design, no less. By my order, the Flames stationed here are conducting a thorough sweep of the compound as we speak. Though it troubles me that we were unable to apprehend the Imperial spy behind this, I have faith that our men will be able to neutralize the threat for now. In the meantime, our scouts bring troubled news on the latest developments of the Imperial Army. I would once again ask for your aid. Okay. We have been keeping a close eye on the Garlean garrison, and 'twould seem the Imperials have finally begun to mobilize. According to the reconnaissance report that just came in, the squads seen leaving the castrum are too few in number to effectively take and hold our position. They will likely mount a swift attack and focus on the acquisition of the resources. I have, of course, also shared this report with the Crystal Braves. They've decided to take to the field and meet this assault head on. I've apprised your fellow scions of the situation, and I am heartened to know that they will be joining the effort. Pray report to Lieutenant Alien, and lend your much welcome strength to the counteroffensive. Alien! Everybody's here. Glad to have you with us, Old. As I'm sure Lieutenant Edelstein has explained, the Garleans have deployed a small force from Castor Meridium. Their main column assembles to the north of Dalamud's Talons, but we've also spied several squads attempting to conceal themselves on the approach from the west. They wish you to rush forth and commit to battle with the main column, leaving the detached force free to raid the plant and pillage supplies. Not much of a strategy, but these are desperate men. Captain Ilberd. Greetings, Scion. I understand that Commander bid you and your fellows welcome. Fellows, come lend a hand to the Braves. With such mighty heroes at its disposal, the Fourth should have little trouble contending with the Garleans might throw at them. But even you cannot be everywhere at once. The Third was getting restless, holed up in Ul'dah, so I marched them out here to fill any holes in the plant's defenses and add their numbers to your counterattack. Reinforcements are welcome. We've enough soldiers now to divide our own forces and safely engage the enemy far beyond the walls. Aye. It would be best to avoid staging a battle anywhere near this much ceruleum. Let's take this fight to the Garleans. A wise course indeed. I shudder to think of the consequences should any of these storage tanks be exposed to fire. If there are no objections, the Scion shall join the Fourth and give battle to this main column. You're with the Third then, Warrior of Light. Your job will be to intercept the squads hiding out in the west and prevent them from reaching the processing plant. When you're ready to proceed, report to Lieutenant Yuyuhase. His scouts should have a rough idea where the Imperials have concealed themselves by now. Oh, he's not that far away. Very short trip. A pleasure to be fighting at your side once more, Scion. Our operations invariably succeed when you're around, and victories are wont to pave the road to a greater coin. Now, this detached force we've been sent to eliminate has split into smaller squads, the better to conceal themselves within the terrain hereabouts. I imagine I butchered that. We'll need to split ourselves up and as well to cover more ground and make sure we root out all these would-be raiders. And seeing as you're an army unto yourself, I assigned you your own areas to scour clean of enemy soldiers. This will be a simple search and destroy. We'll rendezvous back here when the task is done. Happy hunting, Scion. Oh, here's the spot. Cohort Hoplomachus. I want to be a Hoplomachus. I want to be a Hoplomachus for Christmas. Not a signifier or a legatus. Yep. Well, try not to hit the earth sprites. I worry about things that, like, can't possibly go wrong, really. Like, there's no way these guys are taking me down, like, even, like, a third of my health. And if they had help, it really wouldn't make a huge difference. But still. I want to play optimally. You seem grim, Scion. I'll take that to mean a battle that between us, more than a few Garleans won't be making it back to Castrum. These Imperials, though, they certainly made us earn our pay. I'd be a happy man if I never had to tussle with another of those Magitech horrors. It is time that we bid this war-torn land farewell and contact the Fourth, and let Lieutenant Alien know that the West is now clear. I would appreciate it if you would do the same when you report to Lieutenant Edelstein. I'm sure her name's not pronounced Alien, but it's just... how can you resist? Private Sugarheart, any news of the Garleans? Their raiding parties are no more? Excellent. The Amagina engineers will be most relieved to hear that the plan is no longer in any immediate danger. Thank you again for your assistance. Uninvited Asian. How close am I to... oh, what is it? This is the quest for the chrysalis. You know what? I think I got time. My kids are sick, so I don't have to take them to school today. I did start late. You must be anxious for word from your fellows. Lieutenant Alien has reported a sound victory over the main column and informs me that the Scions have already turned their attention to other duties. All but one, that is, a Rogan lady with a large axe. It would appear she has chosen to remain at the site of the battle. I know not what task keeps her from returning to civilization, but northern Thanalan is no place to wander alone, even for a capable sort such as her. I would certainly feel better about things if you would check on her before you continue on your way. Doop, 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 doop. Shoo.
Hold on, I won't be a second. The beast seemed peckish, so I gave it a taste of my axe. I know. As Urianger never tires of reminding me. An axe ill becometh the hand of a scholar. What can I say? I like axes. To hear my mother tell it, I came into this world holding one. And it's not as if it stopped me picking up a quill, is it? I often think of the man who introduced me to the joys of learning. He's one of the reasons I decided to come to Eorzea. Him and my excruciatingly stiff childhood friend. Considering how unalike we are, it's a wonder we ever got on. The world's a strange old place, isn't it? Aye, that ought to do it. So far, so good. At these concentrations, it shouldn't matter too much if something goes awry. Just enough ether to make it interesting. Did you see that? The way the crystal glowed? The siphon works, I'm happy to say. With a few refinements, it should satisfy our appetite for ether, which just leaves the small matter of forging our blade. I'm not sure how to go about it just yet, but I swear to find a way. I'll put a blade in your hands if it's the last thing I do.
He senses me. A useful talent.
An Ascian, are they onto us?
By your brand, I see you are an Archon of Sharlayan, keeper of knowledge, seeker of truth. Meddler.
I don't know what the hell's you're saying, but I don't much like your tone.
Your instincts serve you well. But come, be not unsettled on my account. That lovely brow was not made for frowns. But I waste my breath. Let me direct my words to one who understands them. We meet at last, warrior of light. I am Nabriales. And you have long been a thorn in my side. I suffered the overweening presence of La Habrea that men might host the power of gods, only for you to undo my hard work.
Oh, bugger.
Do settle down. You must concede that I acted in self-defense. But what's this? I do not sense the blessing of light. Oh, dear. Could it be that frail Hydaelyn has forgotten her champion? This I did not foresee. Shorn of light as you are no longer a threat. And better yet, the seal is broken. Now is the time to claim the staff. With it in my grasp, I shall rise above them all and take my place at Lord Zodiac's right hand.
What did that bastard want with us?
Uh-oh.
Nabriales, he calls himself. With charm like that, I'll bet he has maidens falling at his feet. But this staff, you say just talking about it had the bastard grinning like a brat on his name day. Must be quite a staff. Oh, Gods! He means Tupsimati, Master Louis Soir's staff. Minfilia's in danger. We have to get back to the Rising...
Rising Stones. Sorry, I got excited. Pressed the A button too fast. Nyom. I think we're about to do the Chrysalis soon. If anybody wants to join, we'll probably hop on the Primal Data Center. You're here. Master Louis Soir's staff is kept in the solar, isn't it? Quickly now. Do I have plans on when to do the required Crystal Tower raids?
You too.
When it makes me.
So, you were able to divine my intent. What now, warrior of light? Ah, but that name is no longer fitting. You have become decidedly dull, and quite incapable of barring my entry.
What do you mean?
You truly do not know? Then I suppose it is only right that I enlighten you. The blessing of light kept you and your fellow meddlers safe. It was that which prevented my kind from entering your domain. My kind, I say, though it had no power over the likes of Elidibus and La Habrea. Being of this world, they could come and go as they please, while I could only look on. But I need look no longer. Now that the seal is gone, I mean to act. Unlike the others, I am not given to waiting. I shall take that staff and bring about the next rejoining.
Rejoining? Then it was your doing. The Isle of Val, the scholars, all of it.
You will not harm her!
Moenbryda!
Why must you insist on forcing my hand? Did you learn nothing from our last meeting? Ah, but I forget. My words fall upon deaf ears.
The staff is but a broken relic, a memorial to the departed. What possible use could you have for it?
What use? You mean to say that all this time you kept the key, never knowing what it was you possessed? The staff Tupsimati, or rather the stone tablet it bears, is host to a great power. Together with the horn, it can be used to draw vast quantities of ether from its bearer's surroundings. How else do you think Louis Soir was able to invoke the power of the 12 without making them an offering of crystals? Summoning requires not only prayer, but a profusion of ether. Even a child knows that.
If I did not know before, you may be certain I do now. But above all, I know that we cannot allow this staff to fall into your hands. I will die before I let you take it.
Insufferable woman. I would happily end your miserable life here and now. Alas, Elidibus would never let me hear the end of it. Very well. If you will not part with the staff,
I will take you too.
Hey. The hell, man? The graphics update really improved the expressions here? I'm gonna have to see what it looked like before.
After them! Quickly! Before the rift closes!
See if I just queue up instantly. Average wait time 16 minutes. I don't have that kind of time. Data center. Primal. Hyperion. That's where we're going. So if you want to join, you can hop on with us. That trial is weird. Is it the one with Cerberus? That's... Have I done this wrong? I think I've done this wrong. Alright. Go to Dynamice. You log in as Old Sugarheart. Nope. I will stay in the queue of 2 people. So congested. Wow. I'm behind Karen talking to the manager. You just bleed out there, Moenbryda. I'll be back. Hustle, hustle, hustle. Can I not do that travel from here? Alright, we're gonna head to Limsa. I have to travel through the character screen. Well. Not backup. Subcommands. Visit another data center. Yes. Primal Hyperion. Yes. And for those of you watching in the future, I just hear this is what Dynamis is like currently. And I've definitely experienced being in the queue for 4 hours for like low-level trials. Which was not normal. At least, like, I used to play on Ultros. That was my favorite. And things went by really quickly there. Okay. Let's see. Wildflower probably exists. I'm gonna stand here on the ledge. Give you a chance to run up. Yeah, Dynamis is low population. The benefit is that like you get double XP there, which I think is going to come in handy because there's a part of the game you get stuck on with like normal progression where like you run into a wall and it's like you need to be the higher level and then you grind dungeons for a while. It's not like a huge deal, but it's annoying. And besides, after we get to Heavensward, we're gonna change professions to astrologian. And that is gonna... that's gonna be a little bit of a grind. Because you have to go from like level 30 to whatever level is acceptable at that point. 50? 60? Hopping over to Limsa. Hey, it's snowing. Sayaku Yatsugiri. That sounds familiar. Is that you? Totomi? All right, let's queue up. The Chrysalis. Average wait time less than 5 minutes. So I spent like 6 minutes trying to get my queue down to 5 minutes. I think that was worth it. 30 to 50, yeah. Honestly, I think being astrologian for the entirety of Heavensward's gonna make me nervous. Like, I feel a lot of pressure as a tank. That's why I'm getting it out of the way early. And I'm gonna feel even more as a healer. Because if you lose, it's always the healer's fault. Well, not always. But when you win, it's the healer's fault too. Less than 5 is the shortest it can display. Nice. Nice fan dance. You're adorable, by the way. Ah, you don't have an adventurer plate. Me neither. I really should get around to that at some point. It's only professional. Might want to tell the melee DPS to use the limit break on the ethereal tier. It helps a lot. I mean, I'm the Sprout here. I'm just gonna trust. There's no way they'd like... I know it helps a lot. Actually, I think I know this one now. There's gonna be meteors falling on my head. And I will catch them. As you're leveling all, you use it to help play with a friend? Neat. I don't have any cool emotes. I sit at you. Just so we can look eye to eye. Got Serpent Salute. That's as special as I get. Yeah, the limit break just helps end that phase before it gets too sketchy. I believe in us. But yeah. Honestly, I go through most of my life pretending limit breaks don't exist. Usually you save the limit break for the melee, unless like the tank or the healer has divine inspiration and just sees that they need to do it or we all die. Like, it's never come in handy. There's always like I've never met a melee DPS who's a little gun shy, you know? And so like it's never needed to be me. But when we get to Stormblood, I think I'm gonna be a ninja or a monk. Probably ninja. Never been a ninja. Healer LBs are for recovery from near wipe. Tank LBs are highly situational. Yeah. Like, somebody needs to know how to use them, but that somebody never needs to be me. Monk is fun. I do enjoy Monk. The thing is, I've never been a ninja. I've never been a samurai either. That one's kind of on there. But like Stormblood's gonna be my melee DPS one. So like going through all the things, we've got tank, healer, melee DPS, ranged physical DPS, and then magical DPS. And I think that covers all the expansions. Your main is level 100 in all jobs. Neat. Wow. That would take so long. Like, I have a real hard time sticking with a game that long. The Steam Replay just came out this year, and the game I had the most time in was fights in tight spaces this year. I've got nearly 900 hours in that game. And that's because that's the game I play when I don't have time to play games. My wife will be like, "Can you drive me to the hospital?" I'll be like, "Get your shoes on," and I've got time for one quick fight in a tight space. And that time adds up. But like, if I ever committed to like a single game, Final Fantasy XIV is probably like at the top of the list right now. Was a painful grind, don't recommend? Yeah, I can imagine. I'm just curious, what are your favorite classes then? Like, what's your favorite tank? What's your favorite healer? Favorite DPS? If I had to choose right now, Paladin's my favorite tank. Astrologian's my favorite healer. And I think Dancer is my favorite DPS. You don't mind that grind? It's not bad with the daily bonuses and whatnot. Yeah. Like, I really like Wondrous Tales. And so, like, that makes it very worth it for me a lot. Playing the little scratcher game. Hey, we're in. I'm nervous. I'm very glad you're here. Favorite healer is White Mage. Warrior is so fun at max level. I will keep that in mind. Maybe I went tank too soon. Here, kitty. My kitty's here. Mostly to tell me it's breakfast time. Here we go, we've got this. Kitty, don't headbutt the mic too much. It's a stressful fight as it is. Not too stressful, but stressful. Meow. Don't headbutt the mic. I don't think he has any ads or anything. Oh, he's got balls. If I remember right, you touch him in alternating orders? There seems to be a dead dancer out there. Whoop. She's back. Is that his entire health bar? Because it's draining pretty quickly. Or does he just like go into phase 2, I wonder? Touch you. I think things are going well. slapped an arm's length on him so his like AoE wouldn't do too much to us. Alright, everybody in the hole. Well, like, am I supposed to catch all of these? Because I'll do it. Towers are for tanks only. I thought like a few too many people were in there. Like, we're getting into the part where like you need to be somewhat familiar with the mechanics. Yay! Thank you. Let's see. Commendation for... I don't know, Xenia's pretty cool. Alright, thank you so much. I had a great time. Is this ARR? It is ARR. We're like near the end of it. It says I'm supposed to confront Narioblis in here, but I'm pretty sure he's dead. You don't remember this at all? Do you remember her, Moenbryda?
You're safe. Thank the 12.
My kitty.
You may have bested me this day, but what of the next? What of all the days to come? Remember, light no longer holds sway here. I may return whensoever I wish, again and again and again. Eventually, you will falter, and the staff will be mine. Until next time, scions.
Do it.
There will be no next time. This is the end.
What trickery is this? No, no, you cannot, no!
Use Tube Samati to gather ether. Quickly, before he breaks free! Concentrate! Call to mind the time you struck down La Habrea with the Blade of Light. Why won't it work? Is it because we lack the blessing of light?
Damn it. So much ether. And it still isn't enough.
Fools! No mortal prison can contain me! I shall make you pay for your insolence!
Kame.
Please, Mother Heidelin, hearken to our plea. Lend us your divine light.
Huh?
Why can you not hear us? Do our words no longer reach you?
If only we had a bit more ether.
Moenbryda, what are you doing?
Master Louisoix, I understand now the choice you made. In death, there is life. Farewell, Urianger. You daft old coot.
Moenbryda, no! You mustn't!
What? No! It cannot end! I am eternal! I am immortal!
It's okay, kids. We just killed him and destroyed his soul. We're the good guys.
Moenbryda. She's gone. You did it, my friend. The Ascian is dead. This device is a legacy of Moenbryda's toils and sacrifice. I shall hold on to it for safekeeping.
Minfilia, are you all right?
I am.
Oh, we were surveying northern Thanalan when we received the distress call. We returned as swiftly as we were able.
It seems you have everything in hand, however.
What happened here? Where is Moenbryda?
She gave her life to temper the Blade of Light. I have no words.
Rather than await the inevitable, she took her fate into her own hands.
Does Urianger know?
My friend, There is something I must tell you.
I heard all, my lady. The moon sinketh, taking her leave of the heavens, yet her passing heraldeth the coming of a new day. Moenbryda hath fulfilled her destiny, hath she not? Long ago, far across the seas in the Charlayan motherland, Moenbryda and I did study under the sage tutelage of Master Louisoix. Full oft did he impress upon us that knowledge existeth to serve the greater good. This sentiment, however, was contrary to the nation's policy of neutrality, which censured intercedence in the affairs of foreign lands. In spite of vehement opposition, he founded the Circle of Knowing, and journeyed hither to the heart of Eorzea. Through his noble sacrifice was the realm spared its doom. Yet this great soul, whom all should rightly have honored, was branded a pariah in his own land. His peers did accuse him of forsaking his duty as a man of learning, and of meddling in the course of history. When he left Charlayan behind, Master Louisoix gave no word to signal his intent to Moenbryda. Close as they were, as master and disciple, she was deeply wounded by the sudden exclusion from his confidence. Above all, however, she was confused. Try as she might, she could ill comprehend her master's motive. The slanders that were heaped upon him after his passing served only to inflame the turmoil within her. For years upon end, she knew not what to believe. Torn as she was twixt the man whom she revered and the man who forsook her and his duty both.
The Louisoix I knew would never forsake his duty, much less one of his own.
This I know full well, my lady. 'Twas not for want of love that Master Louisoix hid his intent. He but desired that Moenbryda discover her own path, free of the shadow of his influence. Long did I contemplate revealing the truth to her, and long did I hold my peace. After all, was it not Master Louisoix's wish that she come to the truth unaided? I told myself it was, and resolved to let her suffer. Knowingly did I deny my friend the comfort she craved. And now she hath gone to her rest, with doubt still in her heart. Speakest thou in earnest? Did Moenbryda truly come to understand Master Louisoix's will before the end? The realization hath set her free. She may now find the peace which hath for so long eluded her. Oh, Moenbryda, my dearest, how I shall miss thee.
Moenbryda gave her life that we might possess the means to defeat the Ascians. Her sacrifice must not be in vain. Let us continue her work on the Blade of Ether and see it to completion.
My lady, I would mourn Moenbryda in mine own way. I beg your permission to return to the Waking Sands.
Of course, my friend. Take all the time you require. We shall be here should you have need of us.
Ooh, Never I've seen Urianger so utterly defeated. No one should be made to suffer such grief. We shall gather in the Charlian Manor to celebrate Moenbryda's life and mourn her passing. You? And with that cheerful note, I wish you all a Merry Christmas, and I will see you before the new year. Good morning, everybody. I'm Old Man Sugarheart. Today, we're playing Final Fantasy XIV. Moenbryda is dead. Yep, let's see what happens with that. As Moenbryda was a native of Charlian, I feel it only fitting that we gather before the Mark of the Scholar. Are you familiar with the stone? 'Tis a monument found at Rathfrost, and it is sacred to Thaliak, guardian deity of the City of Learning. There shall we pray for our dear friend's soul and bid her a peaceful return to the light of the Mother Crystal. Whew. I hope everyone's doing okay today. I have not gotten like any sleep this week. I'm either up late like wrapping presents or up early cooking dinner. Up late putting presents under the tree. All normal Christmassy things, but man, took a lot out. Hey Duncan, how are you doing today? Apparently I can just fly over the sea? This is just a place? Alright. Hi Marie, how are you doing?
Forgive me, Moenbryda. Had I been quicker or wiser. But I was not, and you paid the price. But you would not suffer us to wallow in our sorrow, would you? You would tell us to pick ourselves up and get on with it. And so we shall. We shall defend this realm and her people to the last.
Life for death, a fair exchange.
Read the room, Midgard.
Other bargains will be struck.
You used to love Final Fantasy. It's changed so much, but this looks interesting. You mean like old school Final Fantasy? Like, say, 1 through 10? I also kind of agree, like, I kept playing, like, every Final Fantasy as it came out, but, like, I stopped being excited for them at some point because they kept being not what I wanted. Like, I want to play, like, the old school Final Fantasy. Luckily, Octopath Traveler came out, and Octopath Traveler 2. And they kind of like fill that void where like old school Final Fantasy used to fit for me. In particular, Octopath Traveler 2 is really good. That's the ones. Golden Sun was a very good game. Golden Sun? Isn't that... I feel like that's a side-scrolling adventure game. Or, I say adventure. I feel like you walked around with a giant axe. Kinda Altered Beast style. You're fine? How am I and the family? We're pretty good. I mean, my family is great. I'm spent. I need a weekend to recover from the festivities. A little like old Final Fantasy. Why can't I think of Golden Sun then? But we've said our farewells. The pall of sadness has diminished but little. Forgive me, as antecedent, it is my job to be the pillar of strength for all others to lean upon. Yet I also believe the grief we feel now is precious in its own way, and not to be lightly swept aside. Do you not agree, old? Eh. You do you, boo. Tis as if a dagger has been thrust into my breast. But 'tis a pain we must learn to bear if we are to forge ahead with our duty. The battles we have fought have taken the lives of so many. Louisoix, Moenbryda, our fellows at the Waking Sands. Their spirit and dedication to our cause, however, will never be lost as we rise to the fight once more. I hardly need to remind you of this, of course. 'Tis my own benefit that I repeat these words. Reaffirmation of mine, of my chosen path. Yeah. If we do not rebuild the foundation of my resolve, I am like to collapse in a fit of weeping. My apologies again, old. There is no other to whom I could display such weakness. You are my pillar of strength, and I fear I shall have need of your steadfast presence in the days to come. Victory won, a comrade lost. To honor the fallen, the living forge ever on towards the light of a new day. That was dramatic. But yeah, I totally agree. I miss the old school, like, Final Fantasy style RPGs. Honestly, I really like turn-based RPGs. And, like, they've all drifted to this, like, action-oriented mess. And I'm not about it. Not to say they can't be good, but in fact, maybe 15 and 16 are good. I just haven't tried them. Have you a moment, old? I believe Ida wished a word with you. I should consider it a personal favor if you would lend a sympathetic ear to her troubles. She's not been herself since Moenbryda's passing, and my heart aches to see her so downcast. My favorite older RPG is probably Grandia too. Hey, it's old. Great. Oh, it's no use. I'm trying to stay positive, but it's just hard, you know? Thing is, I know Moon would tell me off if she saw me moping around like this. Which is why I decided to cheer myself up by getting her a special flower. I placed an order for a moon daisy with Rowena a little while ago, and it's ready to be picked up. Trouble is, I find Rowena a bit difficult at the best of times, and well, this isn't one of them. I know it's silly, but I just can't face it at the moment, so I was wondering, you think you could maybe collect it for me? I have the coin to pay for the flower right here. Thank you so much. I'll be waiting for you and the daisy at Wraithfrost. I think I know Rowena. I don't know if we've talked to her specifically here yet. Aw, Faust. They're married. Or just brother and sister who are entirely too close. Either way, they share a surname. I know there's a lot of people who get really into RP on Final Fantasy XIV. I just can't stay in character for that long. What can I do for you, adventure? Eldritch trinket to trade? Huh? They got you running errands now? Tell them scions really know how to make you most of your talents, don't they? Sending the savior of Eorzea to a bleeding market. Fine use of your time, that is. Seriously, though, you'd best learn how to say no, or I'll have you mucking out the Chocobo stables next. Anyway, what was it you were here to pick up? The Moon Daisy, was it? Here. Take it. And then tell that Ida lass that I've got a wide selection of headwear in stock if she ever decides to replace that dowdy old mask of hers. God knows she needs to. Alright. How was my snort? I was trying to read his name out loud. It's the Faust. On a cat people adventure. After him. One of them's got an axolotl. Is there like a road that leads to this place? I mean, there seems to be. Hello. Ugh, Rowena can be so annoying. She will just not take no for an answer. Every time I visit her, she insists I replace my visor with something more fashionable. And when I tell her I like it just fine the way it is, she says it again, and then again, and then again. It drives me crazy. What I mean to say is, I really appreciate you doing this for me. So anyway, let's see it. Moenbryda loved these things, you know? I have that somewhere, somehow. She knows I'm still thinking of her.
I'll never forget you, Moon. None of us will.
The song riseth to a crescendo.
Durgans.
Is that what I think it is?
Hello, can you hear me? We have received grave tidings from Ishgard. Pray return to the Rising Stones at once.
Hustle, hustle, hustle. What are you flying? It's making you laugh. It looks cute. Duncan already answered, and he is correct. This is the fat chocobo mount. And, I don't know if he specifically came with the collector's edition, but I do have the collector's edition from, like, when the game released 8,000 years ago. Where did your sound go? There it is. But, yeah. Way, way back in the day. I bought the collector's edition when it first came out. Because it was going to be big. Like, I played Final Fantasy XI. And it was fun. And I was really excited for this one. Had some good memories playing it with my sister. Or Final Fantasy XI. Like, I never got anywhere in Final Fantasy XI. Like, when I think about, like, how it was going back, it was nowhere near as good as Final Fantasy XIV is. Even on release, I liked, like, the first Final Fantasy XIV version better than what Final Fantasy XI was. But still, I found fun. But yeah, I've got lots of stuff from back in the day. For example, I also have my onion helm hat. Honestly, it's kind of a good look. If I dyed the rest of the armor blue, I think I'd look great. Get Malignant Mogax back there, thank you. It's my favorite. My apologies for the interruption. I was deeply saddened to learn of Moenbryda's passing. Her loss will be sorely felt. Alas, recent developments in Ishgard leave us little time to mourn. The envoy from Korthus will arrive soon, and we must hasten to hear her report. The new Alliance raid is Final Fantasy XI crossover now. Neat. If I remember, Final Fantasy VII was your favorite. Final Fantasy VI is my favorite, but Final Fantasy VII is definitely up there. It's probably my second favorite. Really like Final Fantasy IX as well. 8, I kind of skipped over. The envoy is here. Thank you for receiving me at such short notice. Time is of the essence, so I would forgo the usual pleasantries, if I may. Certainly. You come with news of the Dravanians. Aye. The dragons have begun their attack in earnest. The first wave reached the Central Highlands a short while ago, and the battle was joined soon thereafter. Sir Aymeric himself sallied forth with a contingent of temple knights and several companies of noble houses' finest. Though the beasts were ultimately forced into retreat, our victory, if such it may be called, came at the cost of many of our own, too many. We will not withstand a second wave should the Dravanians renew their assault. You paint a grim picture, lady. My lady, sorry. It is reinforcements you seek then? We do, though it pricks our pride. It is plain we cannot protect Ishgard with our ranks thus thinned by the Horde. Sir Aymeric would meet with you to discuss the possibility of enlisting your aid. Very well, I shall report to Korthus at once. I must warn you, however, the involvement of the Crystal Braves is by no means assured. Our commitment to quelling the unrest in Ul'dah must take precedence. It is with such contingencies in mind that I must make another request. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn are known for sharing close ties with all 3 grand companies of Eorzea. Would you consent to plead our case to their leaders? Though I will gladly appeal to the grand companies on your behalf, I dare not promise a favorable reply. You need say no more, considering our past dealings with the Eorzean Alliance. I can well imagine how our plea will be received. But the fate of Ishgard hangs in the balance. We must explore every avenue still open to us, no matter how unpromising. I see. Very well. I shall send envoys to each of the allied nations and have them present your request directly to the heads of the grand companies. In the event that your plea does receive a favorable answer, know that any support is certain to be conditional. Demands will be made of Ishgard. That is only to be expected. Rest assured that I speak with Sir Aymeric's authority in this matter, and that our actions are fully sanctioned by the Holy See. Which brings me to my final request, a personal appeal to you, Warrior of Light. The Lord Commander much desires to speak with you, regardless of your fellow's involvement. You faced Midgardsormr and survived. Anything you can share of your experience may yield us an advantage over our foe. Right. Thank you. You wear the mantle of hero well. It would seem the road leads us both to Camp Dragonhead. Seek me out when you arrive, old. We are kind of flying through quests here. I think there's like a single person trial involved these days. Like, they changed how this worked. It used to be like this raid or something. On broken bridges or something. Yeah, how goes the questing? It's going pretty good. I think we got something dramatic coming up soon. Actually, just many dramatic
The sons
things.
must answer for their father's misdeeds. Only then will the cycle be broken.
Oh man, if I was to be held accountable for the things my dad did, I would be pissed.
Brothers and sisters of the heavens, we raise our voices and join you in the chorus. The sinner's feeble magics are undone. Come, claim your retribution.
Do the dragon head. The Steps of Faith? Yeah. I want to say that's what, like, the old trial used to be. Maybe it's still a thing. I remember, like, a dragon waddling towards the castle. And I think that's what they replaced. I may be wrong. But it was something that would come up in, like, random roulettes. Do I not fight creatures like in the older games? I've lost the context. We will be fighting creatures. Which creatures and where, I'm not sure. I mean, dragons and people. It seems I was the swifter old. You too, however, have arrived in time with time to spare, for our host is yet to make an appearance. The murmurings about camp tells of some manner of trouble at the gates of judgment. In the Lord Commander's absence, I suggest we visit the place and find out what is afoot. And what is a claw? Do 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 do. I don't remember if they reworked that one, to be honest. I can't remember doing it in years, though. That could be. I wouldn't say years. I think it was reworked when they did like the 7.2 changes. Heretic scum, how dare they meddle with our divine protections? I shall rid our nation of their blasphemy, even if it means cutting them down one by one. That's exactly what it means. Tenterhooked. When I laid eyes upon Iceheart, I felt the marrow freeze within my bones. And it's just a classic case of getting tenterhooked, I guess. The gates of judgment are much more than mere doors. They are the outermost layer of Ishgard's magical wards. Our first line of defense can be so easily shattered. Could be 6.2. 7.2 hasn't released yet. It got reworked mid-late Endwalker, I think. I could have swore I played more recently than that. I appear to have been mistaken. Haven't done it in ages. Makes sense. I'm excited to see what it looks like now. We need not fret over much. There are yet several layers of arcane protection that shield the city from invasion. Mother will be fine, and... Mother... They've got feelings. Alphino. Big feelings. It would seem the heretics struck the first. And most telling blow against Ishgard. Scions, we expected you at Camp Dragonhead. My apologies, we chanced to hear there had been trouble at the gates and thought prudent to investigate the cause. And you've learned of the heretics' treachery. Lady Iceheart led a force of her followers against our defenders and came close enough to dispel the first of our wards. But let us speak more of this back at the camp. Sir Amaric waits you. Okay. Like, we are flying through quests right now. Lady Iceheart has grown bold indeed if she would risk direct action against the city. Come, let us do as we were bid and return to Camp Dragonhead. Lord Horshaphant will know where Sir Amaric means to receive us. I will take the shortcut for 100p. Vloop. Okay, I guess I have to go speak to him before he'll let me into the intercessory. Tis reassuring indeed that it's the Fausties. I love them. They wear matching outfits. Almost. Tis reassuring indeed to behold the countenance of a friend who's, when one's homeland teeters upon the very brink of disaster. Though a single misstep could send us plunging into the abyss, your heroic presence stokes the flames of courage within my heart. Ah, but you did not come to Dragonhead to listen to my prattling. The Lord Commander has arrived and would treat you with you in the intercessory. It's the room where you intercede with things. It makes sense. Greetings, sir. Shall I show you inside? Yes. Oh, I can't stand on the table. I thank you for coming with such haste, and I must apologize for my absence. Suffice to say, Lady Iceheart and her heretics have much to answer for. Yes, we are but recently returned from the gates of judgment ourselves. Given the circumstances, we quite understand if you would prefer to postpone our appointed audience. On the contrary, Master Alpha, no, I think it more important than ever that this meeting shall take place. Rest assured, I shall return to my post on Ishgard's walls the moment our business is concluded. Before we move on to the subject of reinforcements, however, I would introduce you to a close friend and stalwart ally, Istinian. This guy. He's the Dragooniest. May I present you Ishgard's Azure Dragoon. Sorry. An impressive title, though I confess I know precious little of the Order of Dragoons. They are formidable warriors all, yet even among such masters of the lands, Justinian is without equal. He, out of all the warriors of Ishgard, chose to wield the power of dragons, and may thus contend with any Dravanian. You flatter me overmuch, Lord Commander. So you are the adventurer of whom they spoke. I see now why my blood fair sang in anticipation of our meeting. Well, now that we've all been introduced, let us proceed to the matter at hand. I would share with you what we have learned of Iceheart's design, as confessed by the heretics taken captive after the assault on the gates. Would seem Lady Iceheart and the Dravanians share a common goal, the reclamation of Nidhogg's stolen eye. Nidhogg? One of the 7 great worms? His name features prominently in your nation's history, though once defeated by the hero Halderath. The beast is said to have terrorized Korthus since Ishgard's founding. Aye, many are the scars at our walls bear from Nidhogg's relentless efforts to raise the city. The trophy Halderath plucked from the bested worm's skull, simply known as the Eye, is a treasured relic of Ishgard, and one possessed of untold power. Should it ever be returned to Nidhogg, the dread creature would be restored to the height of his strength, and then no wall or ward we could erect would be stout enough to deny him. My vengeful son hath waged war against Ishgard for 1,000 years. No mortal mind could comprehend the depths of his rancor. The eye itself is secreted deep within the vault, and is kept under heavy guard, surrounded at all times by men and women who have proven their loyalty to the Holy See. But those stout walls and sharp blades may suffice to discourage the heretics. The dragons are another matter. The individuals within the Dravanian horde, whom an entire company of knights would labor to repel, to say nothing of Nidhogg himself. Nor does age rob them of their strength, though the endless march of years the dragons endure, patient, calculating, inexorable. You must understand, these creatures do not share our perception of time. And that is especially true of the great worms. They who spend centuries in slumber only to wake and resume their campaigns as if mere hours had passed. It has been 20 years since Nidhogg last darkened our skies, 20 years for him to gather his strength, and for us to bolster our defenses. And now, just as he seems primed to return, the heretics strike at the gates. You believe that Lady Iceheart is in league with the creature, then? Of that we cannot be certain, though we know the heretics covet the eye. We have been unable to determine their plans for it. Such questions aside, we must needs address the ragged hole their mistress has seen fit to rend in Ishgard's protections. 'Tis a weakness the Dravanians are not like to leave untested. So it would seem, you described your plight in admirable detail, Lord Commander, yet I cannot help but wonder at your candor. Why share such sensitive information with us? I shall speak plain. Ishgard has need of allies, and I would have you bolster our front lines in readiness for the coming battle against the dragons. This much I expected. Unlike our arrangement concerning the Keeper of the Lake, however, only you stand to benefit from our assistance in this matter. I fail to see why we should intervene in a conflict which concerns only Ishgard and Dravania. When the Eorzean Alliance requested Ishgard's assistance during the Operation Archon, you refused us. Does it not seem grossly unjust to demand we now risk our lives in your private war? make no attempt to defend my country's conduct. I only ask that you consider what would follow were Ishgard to fall. Having razed our city to the ground, the Horde would have little cause to linger, and most would return to their lairs in Dravania soon thereafter. The ruins of Korthus would be buried in snow, and the land would become a sole providence of beasts and beastmen. Until the Garlean's arrival, that is, for you may be certain that the Empire would not hesitate to claim Korthus. They would not even have to draw steel. An imperial province, sharing a border with Mordona. 7 hells. Very well. We'll assist you in repelling the dragons. The roar of the great worm has shaken the firmament, but we of Eorzea will not abandon our Ishgardian brothers to face the coming horde alone. Nor did I ever think that you would. Now, upon the matter of our roar, allow me, Sir Amaric. Through the power of the Eye, I have become a vessel of Needhog's strength. His essence is stolen into my very blood. Gasp. Fear not, I am fully in control of my faculties, I assure you, and the Eye itself is of no relevance to this tale. It is not essential that I bear it with me wherever I go. Its lingering influence does, however, allow me to hear Needhog's voice. The worm who roared. Was Needhog I? He means to hurl his horde against Danafin's collar, and shatter the remaining wards that protect the city. There can be no doubt the worm has summoned his minions to war. Whew. I was going to say, this talk has been going on for quite a while. How do you feel, Alphino? Though the circumstances are far from ideal, the desperate endeavor will at least provide us an opportunity to bring the sister states of Eorzea together for a common cause. Sir Amaric was more ruthless in his negotiations than I had anticipated. I suppose one must give no quarter when one's home is at stake. But did you see the look on his face when he formally requested our assistance? The Lord Commander has long campaigned for Ishgard to open its gates to outsiders. I suspect the softening of the Holy Seed's attitude towards foreign cooperation come as something as a bittersweet victory. The days ahead promise to be interesting indeed. You know, the second we get rid of the dragons, they'll be like, doors closed. If we are to aid the Ishgardians in this war of theirs, preparations will have to be made, and soon. Before proceeding, however, we must needs return to the Rising Stones and make our report to the antecedent. Can do. I like how many parallel stories are kind of going on at once. Though we did murder that one Ascian soul, that storyline seems to have come to a head. But then you've got the Dravanians and whatever's going on at Ul'dah at the same time. It's exciting.
Alphino, it is good to see you. Tell me, what have you learned?
Pray summon the others. Everyone must hear my report.
So this was all but a taste of what's to come.
Indeed. The main host advances upon Ishgard as we speak.
Whose vaunted defenses have been nullified.
Shorn of its wards, the city will bear the full force of Nidhogg's fury.
All those people.
Alphino is right. The Dravanians cannot be allowed to prevail. If Ishgard falls, all of Eorzea will suffer the consequences.
Then you agree that we have no choice but to intervene. For the good of the realm, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn and the Crystal Braves must join the defense of Ishgard.
Let there be no ambiguity about what has been proposed. We would be directly intervening in the war. But if all here believe the cause to be just, then to war we shall go. The path we now embark upon is perilous, but I pray you will walk with us to the end. For those we have lost, for those we can yet save.
Then it is settled. I shall inform the Council of our intentions and request that they contribute their own forces to the defense of Ishgard.
We all know that Potato's up to something. I've bid the Archons travel to their assigned nations. Should the members of the Alliance agree to pledge Grand Company soldiers to Ishgardian's cause, our comrades will be on hand to act as intermediaries for the duration of the conflict. The small matter of persuading the Alliance leaders to grant such support, I leave to Alphino. For you, my friend, a different task awaits. I would have you reach out to your fellow adventurers and gather what allies you may for the coming siege. I would also have you consider that the matter of our own security. Revenant's Toll is but a short flight from the snowfields of Korthus. It is not unimaginable that the fighting may spill across the border. Pray, brief Slaftborn on the brewing conflict and discuss potential contingencies. The frontier settlers must be prepared for aught that might wing its way over the walls. I only hope that such precautions prove unnecessary. Before you leave, might I suggest that you have Tataru accompany you? She has a talent for administration and a firm grasp of the practical challenges we may encounter. Doop doop doo. Minfilia dropped a line about gathering our adventurer buddies. I don't think that's a thing anymore. I believe we solo this one. We are rather close to Korthus, aren't we? We'd best see to our own defenses and take stock of our supplies. Oh, and we'll also need to have the beds and bandages laid out just in case. A good receptionist is ready for any eventuality. Let's go, old. I've 101 things to discuss with Slaffborn. Hello, kitty. How are you doing? You want to meow at all the people? You can meow into the mic, it's okay. I appreciate the warning. If war was coming to Korthus, then the toll must be made ready. I'll increase the number of patrols and lookouts immediately. I'll also see to the finding the room for an infirmary, as well as housing for victims of the conflict. Ishgard has done well by us in the past, but I would return the favor. But as for rounding up volunteers for the fighting itself, I'm afraid I must disappoint you. I will not send my fellow guild members to die on Ishgardian soil, and I am certain headquarters will say the same. There will be no official Adventurers Guild presence at this siege. That said, each adventurer is of course free to do as he or she will. Shall have word with some of my more capable colleagues on your behalf, and you might try your luck here in Revenant's Toll. I dare say there are a few stout souls about town. Will answer your call to arms. Let's get started then, shall we? We have a town to rouse. Alright. Hey, rabble, get roused. Are you an orc? Spare me your talk of glory and fame. I'm not in the habit of volunteering for lost causes. I've survived this long by trusting my instincts. My instincts tell me to stay well away from Ishgard. Fair enough. Yo. Ishgard sounds like she's in a right mess, but that ain't what I wanted to talk to you about. I need you to cast your mind back to the scuffle with the Empire out of the processing plant. A lad from Little Alamigo named Wilrid was there with the 4th that day. I want to know if you've seen him since. Have you? God's damn it, I feared as much. No one's bloody seen him. It's like the ground opened up and swallowed him whole. But that ain't all. Around the time Wilred stopped turning up for duty, them black market weapons went missing from the Vault of Ul'dah. So now, of course, half the Braves suspect the lad of making off with the goods. Folk like to believe our company's a disciplined fighting force, but as you and me both know, it's no more than a motley collection of mercenaries, adventurers, and Grand Company veterans. The only thing that binds us together is some vague oath about fighting for freedom and all. That and the steady pay. Now, compared to most others in this crew, Wilrid's a fresh-faced novice, a bleeding whelp amongst wolves. But the boy's got passion. When he talked about being a guardian of Eorzea, he bloody well meant it. A lad like him wouldn't rob us blind and bugger off like that. He ain't the type. And then, and this is just between you and me, mind, there's the fact that the lad wanted to tell me about something queer he'd noticed in the ledgers. Something about the Braves' numbers not adding up. Aye, there's a villain at the end of this trail and I've stumbled upon. And I'll bet me good eye it ain't young Wilred. Any road, you got a war to wage, so I'll let you get on. I just thought someone should know. I'll be seeing you, old. It's the potato. I know it's the potato. Can't trust him. Do. So Ishgard seeks sellswords to bolster its ranks, eh? Though I'm not sure I like the sound of this siege, those nobles will surely be generous with their rewards. But I've pledged myself to guard Revenant's toll. Modest work though it is, I'm loath to break the terms of my contract. What to do? Alright. Somebody in here? Yeah. Angular Adventurer. He does have a lot of angles. Volunteer my services in defense of Ishgard? I think not. Dragons claim the lives of every one of my brothers, and I do not mean to offer them mine. It was to escape such a fate that I took up the mantle of adventurer in the first place. Would sooner die in pursuit of a fortune than huddled behind an icy wall. Fair. The stairs. There's stairs. Hustle. There's so many corners of the world. It would be fun to RP in a game like this. Like, you could straight up dungeon master some stuff. Sell me blade to the Ishgardians. Well, them dragons are a fearsome lot, but I'd slay me a fair share of if the coin was good. I've worked for one of them knights before, you know. Watch me like a bloody hockey did. Still, I'd put up with worse for a heavy purse. His catchphrase rhymes. Huzzah! Oh god, my legs. I thought for sure the tapestry would catch me. There you are, old. So, did you sway any hearts? One or two, eh? Well, added to mine, that makes 3 or 4. Not including Slaffborn's friends. We won't have the largest company in the army, but I'd say one Revenant's Toll veteran is worth a dozen clanking knights at least. How about this guy? He looks cool. I mean, for like a potato. You want this 8th race? You have to get by me first. See? Look at him. He's just a little guy. Oh, I've been so caught up in recruiting that I almost forgot. There's been word from Alphino. Apparently, the Alliance leaders are convening in Ul'dah to discuss Ishgard's plight. And they've requested your presence, as usual. Anyway, you'd best make your way for Ul'dah or you'll be late. Alphino said that he would meet you at the Royal Promenade. Wait. Revenant's Toll is where I'm at. Now we're into the stream and we have fought nothing. Oh wait, what am I doing? Duncan MacLeod. Look at that guy. That name sounds familiar. I didn't know any better, I'd say. There's that guy who hangs out in our stream. He was looking pretty red magey too. Aren't you supposed to be at work, Duncan? I won't tell. My apologies for calling you away from your tasks. I'd hoped to proceed with these negotiations one leader at a time, but it seems my urgent request for an audience have prompted a gathering of the council. You're on vacation? That makes sense. It is Christmas after all. Needless to say, I feel obliged to attend. The Alliance leaders are already seated within. Let us join them, shall we?
We are well aware of Ishgard's dilemma, and we agree with your assessment.
Then I trust there are no objections to the Crystal Brave's intervention.
Uldar has none.
Gridania does not object.
The Crystal Braves are yours to command, Alphino. Do what you will. We shall pray for your success.
It was my hope that you would offer more substantial aid than prayer. I know it is within your means.
Do not presume that you have knowledge of our every concern. The Garleans and the Beast Tribes are but two of many. We are not in a position to contribute greatly to the defense of Ishgard, not when our own homes are still under siege.
Didn't I kill everything that threatened you?
We dare not leave our interests in Cartano undefended as well. Telegi Adalegi and his ilk would seize control of the territories in our absence.
That's true.
The enemy is at their gates, and you would cower behind yours?
No one is cowering, boy. We will offer what support we can.
Thoughts and prayers.
Aye, support. A handful of men and no more.
Would that we could commit more than a token force to this cause. Yet there are others to whom you might turn. The free companies ever want for work.
Ah, yes. The free companies. They're not like to turn you down.
I beg your pardon? You would entrust the survival of Ishgard to sell swords? Crises like these are the very reason why this alliance was formed. It is our duty to aid our fellow man.
My duty is to my country and my people. If you expect us to place the welfare of a foreign power above our own, you're going to be sorely disappointed. Lest you doubt, Limsa comes first, then the Alliance, and finally, circumstances permitting, Ishgard and the rest. If you cannot understand so simple a concept, then you have no place at this table.
Forgive me, Admiral. I was careless in my choice of words.
Pish posh indeed.
I suggest you assemble a party of elite adventurers, assuming you haven't already. Your fellows served us well during Operation Archon. I dare say they will do so again.
Yep.
If I may, Your Grace, I wish to propose a redistribution of forces. If we entrust the security of Uldar to the Brass Blades for a time, we can dispatch a larger force to Ishgard. Your Grace?
Yes. Yes, of course. Do what you will.
Is Her Grace not feeling well?
To the best of my knowledge, Her Grace is in perfect health.
I see. Carry on.
He loves his little Sultan potato. Sultana potato. Things are getting heated. I mean, Alphino gets heated. And everyone's like, whatever. Calm down, lad. Once again, I owe you an apology. It seems you have been conscripted into leading a contingent of adventurers on yet another mission of inestimable danger. But I fear we have left with little alternative. We cannot well abandon Lord Orshafont and Sir Aymeric to their fate. We must abide by the Council's decision, as short-sighted as it is, and strive to fulfill our roles as Eorzea's guardians. Captain Ilberd, what news? Then the assault has begun? We have but this moment concluded our audience with the Alliance leaders. Move our forces into position. Your unit will join House Durandare at the Steel Vigil. Man the cannons alongside the knights and thin the Dravanian horde ere they descend upon Ishgard. I shall join you as soon as I am able. Old, I would have you and your adventurer allies bolster the defenses at the Steps of Faith. Report first to Sir Marceline at the Gates of Judgment. He will direct you to where you are needed most. May the gods grant us victory. So I have a very corpo job. And what Alphino did there was basically what it takes to get fired for not being a culture fit. I mean, like, it's a good thing he doesn't work for them. I'll be like, you express concerns passionately about a project you're interested in? That's not the culture we want to promote here. Pack up your stuff and go. Security will escort you out for caring. You are the appointed captain of the Sellsword contingent? Then welcome. There's no shortage of blade work to be done. As we speak, Dravanian skirmishing parties are harrying positions across the Central Highlands. I have assigned the Crystal Braves and your fellow adventurers to contain these scattered attacks, and for the present, I would have you join them. This is, of course, merely a precursor to the assault on Ishgard proper. The wily serpents seek to divide and confuse our forces. We will not be so easily drawn out of position. The Temple Knights will remain on the Steps of Faith and continue our preparations. When the Horde arrives in force, they shall face a wall of Ishgardian steel. Report back to me once their advanced skirmishers are slain. Oh my. Steps of Faith? Yes? Question mark? The nature of the Steps of Faith have changed, I hear. As I think I understand it. It's some kind of solo trial now, something like that. Anyway, time to fight for the first time, since we started playing over an hour ago. I didn't expect the big one to go first. They had less health than the tiny guys. Damn dragons. Assault wyverns. Get assaulted on. You doing all right? Providence Point. Yep, it changed. I'm excited. Also, I half expect us to die. Like, the last time we did a solo trial was that one guy with, like, gun shields. You know the guy. Right before Operation Archon, or in the middle of Operation Archon. He killed us a couple of times. Mostly because we didn't understand the mechanic. We just didn't read the room correctly, that's all. And so I kind of expect the same here. Riddlin, or however you spell that. Yeah. Sir Riddlin. That sounds about right. Oh, hello, Horde Commander. Alright, now back to Marceline. I loved her in Adventure Time. This bridge would make me super nervous to cross. It's mostly the non-bridge parts that terrify me. Like, the bridge at least has railing. What news, adventurer? The reinforcements? Decimated, you say? Dravanian devils? Damn their scaly hides. Hold fast to your grief and fury, sir. We will avenge the deaths of your fellows in the battles to come. Okay. The Steps of Faith. Ere you commit yourself to the siege, you should know what it is you're tasked with defending. Beyond the gates of judgment lie the Steps of Faith, a great bridge of stone that leads directly to the city of Ishgard. More than simply a means to cross the Sea of Clouds. Kitty, what are you doing? The bridge serves as foundation for the arcane wards that form a barrier we call the Danafin's Collar. Alas, in dispelling the barrier's outermost layer, the thrice-damned witch Iceheart stripped the bridge of its protection, and thus are the dragons now able to land unhindered on the Steps of Faith. Should the Dravanians succeed in destroying the remainder of the wards, the winged devils will be free to swarm within the city itself. Needless to say, we cannot suffer that to happen. It shall be our task as defenders to prevent any harm from coming to those parts of the bridge wherein the wards are sealed. 3 yet remain, and we have dispatched our forces accordingly. I would ask you and your comrades to accompany the defenders on the outermost ward. I should hope that includes us as well, yes? You guys really aren't dressed for war. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn. We could not stand stand idly by while the Dravanian horde threatens the good people of Ishgard. Indeed, to do otherwise would go against all that Master Louisoix has taught us. As for where we may be of most assistance, I think it's prudent we divide into 2 groups. Ida and I will join the rear guard. Right, if the dragons should reach us, we'll be sure to give them what for. Thank you, all of you. Pray, speak with me again when your preparations are complete, and together we shall stand against the horde. Kitty, 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 kitty. I trust you're ready then? Good. Come, let us make for the battlefield. Oh, the Scions up here now? Do they? They sure do. We claim victory this day, or Ishgard falls. Accept the fury into your heart, and defend this bridge with your life's blood. Okay. We fight to protect our home, to protect Ishgard. Hang on.
Let's finish this quickly, shall we?
I shall make it quick.
They do seem to be helping. I half expected them to be like, we're in the back, but we love you. Oh, easy there, Tiger. Uh-oh. V-Shop makes ready to do a thing. Everyone fall back now! Okay. This is me falling back. Hustle! Back ere we burn to ashes. Run! Run away! Can I fire the cannon at him? Let's get his V snapped. You gonna harpoon dragons soon? Am I? I see these little blue things over there. And I wonder what they're about. Because I feel like there's cannons or something I'm supposed to use. In the old trial, we used to fight the dragon feet as he walked through the stage. Yeah, that's how I remembered it. Not sure about the rework. I am not sure about the rework either. This is my first time seeing it. Last time I played it, there was some kind of gimmick with cannons. You will see things here. Old, fall back and help the others guard the ward. Okay. I throw things. I just can't seem to get their attention. That's fair. Did you hear that? Ida actually had a voice line in there. And it didn't sound anything like her. Oh my god. Nothing's going over on the horizon. Now the battle begins in earnest. Can't give up. I could. Oh no. Oh, that hurt. second ward has fallen. But we're not looking great here. If only I was a DPS. We must protect our last ward. Okay. Think I'll be fine? Like, I kind of assume I'll be fine.
Know your folly.
Oh, Istinian's here. We'll be fine. He had a voice line too. Like, so far I haven't seen anything that, like, implies I've done a horrible job. Except I keep letting him land on me like that. Our enemy is not without weakness. Keep it up. Aim for his toenails. He hates that. Oh. Little warning on that one. Final ward is weakened. We must end this now. I mean, I'm hitting him. Oh, my goodness. He's gotten a little more complicated. Commander, what's going on over there? Kick him. Hit him really, really hard. Damn this infernal heat. Alone, I beg you, grant us strength. You're doing fine. Dude's not taking a breath. Alright, that was way easier than riddling. And here's where I find out that we were like 0.1 seconds away from complete defeat. Bye, guys. No dragon harpooning, damn. That's what it... I don't know if I had the option. I did see those guns. The dragons, they're withdrawing. Victory is ours. One of those adventurers had a matching tattoo. One of Needhog's greatest champions slain. The Horde will not soon recover from this blow. But what of you, Needhog? Why did you not join your minions and make this battle a slaughter? Have you grown so fond of the stench of your lair? Mayhap you prefer to have your allies fight your battles for you. You have a girl to do your bidding now, do you not? No matter. I shall slay Iceheart and all the rest. But I yearn to spill the blood of a great worm, Needhog, and only your death will sate my lance. Pew! In the old trial, yeah, you have someone go up to the trap towers to keep the dragon chained and stop walking. Yeah. It looked like the towers were blocked off, but I was, like, looking in that direction. Oh, the dragons are routed, lest you wonder. We're fighting at the Steel Vigil. The fighting at the Steel Vigil was also fierce, but my Crystal Braves were not found wanting. Commander Levieux, Old, true to your word, you arrived to aid us in our hour of need. On behalf of the Holy See and the people of Ishgard, I offer my humble thanks. Though I would stay and lavish you with well-deserved praise, I fear I must away to oversee the aftermath of the siege. Not all the dragons are fled, and there are yet wounded to be carried from the field. Pray, let us meet anon, that I might express my gratitude with the proper courtesy. Put words into his mouth. Hasn't been the first time I've done this. We have indeed achieved a victory of singular importance. The Dravanian horde, thus weakened and scattered, the threat to Ishgard has been greatly diminished. Or mayhap, equally significant, the Holy See must now recognize the necessity of cooperation with foreign powers. Long have they barred their gates from the outside world, but I am confident that the day will soon come when Ishgard itself proclaims itself a member of the Eorzean Alliance once more. Much have we sacrificed in our struggles against the dragons and primals, the Ascians and the Empire, but step by unfaltering step we march ever nearer to our goal. And as ever, the journey is made with you in the van. Down by the river. The victory you've won this day gives us greater hope for the morrow. 'Tis a hope that we shall that shall sustain us in the days to come and bear us past many evils that yet seek to hinder our progress. Yes, we have done well, my friend, and I, for one, would take a moment to savor the enormity of our achievement. The demands of duty, however, allow me little time for levity. I must accompany Captain Ilberd back in Ul'dah, reassign those braves whose squad suffered heavy losses. You, my friend, have earned a rest at the Rising Stones. Pray return to Revenant's Toll and share your tale with Minfilia in person. Dudes. Later. We will see to informing the other nations of what took place here. Do be sure to give our regards to Moenbryda. See, one of these potatoes has a heart tattoo. Not you. Is the other potato not here? Alright, to the Rising Stones. That trial was fun, though. Had a good time. I mean, it wasn't as annoying as the Praetorium back in the day, but still, it was up there. Old, welcome back. Alphinaud sent word of the siege, and of course the role you played in ending it. Your deeds never cease to amaze me, Old. Thank you. Skill speed? Broken bridges, we got an achievement. Man, we are flying through these quests. Although at some point we have to do the Crystal Tower. That'll slow down progress quite a bit. You must be weary, Old, and now may very well be your only chance to. Antecedent. So, a messenger from Ul'dah arrived with a missive for you. The royal seal. Curious indeed. An invitation. On behalf of the Council of the Eorzean Alliance, Her Royal Majesty Nanamo Ul'Namo invites the Scions of the Seventh Dawn to attend a feast at the Royal Palace of Ul'Dah in honor of Ishgard's recent victory. It would seem we're to be recognized for our part in lifting the siege, you for your valiant efforts as commander of the adventurers contingent, and the Archons for their earnest attempts to rouse the city-states. Truly, I find it strange that the Alliance leader should think themselves deserving of a place at such celebration. All three refused to deploy their standing armies, preferring to send hastily assembled companies of sellswords, many of whom perished ere the siege began. Are they truly so brazen as to seek a share in the glory of your triumph? But mayhap they simply seek a pretext to meet with the Ishgardians while the mood is yet jubilant. Such an occasion would present a fine opportunity to press for Ishgard's return to the Eorzean Alliance. We've scarce had time to mourn Moenbryda, and I, for one, am in no mood to carouse, but I suppose we must put away our grief for the good of the realm. Though you were promised rest, I fear I must insist you also attend. It would be a strange celebration indeed if the victorious hero were not present. Pray, content yourself with the thought that such occasions may bring about momentous change, and this without recourse to bloodshed. Tataru, if you would do me the favor of contacting the rest of the Scions. Of course, Antecedent. And please, let me know if there's anything else I can do. Curious. I've never known Tataru to sigh at such requests. Could I be amiss? I was thinking that too. Doop, doop, doo. Just casually RP walk out of here. Odd she's not here. Though she has a lovely flower. And what looks like a lump of ham? Or bread? Perhaps a box? Tadru? I believe she just stepped outside. Now that I think of it, she did seem rather preoccupied. And let a person be preoccupied. I do that a lot in real life. I just kind of like zone out and stare into space when I got a lot to think about. Tadaru. She out here? No, that's a fate. There she is. Boo. Oh, old, it's you. I didn't mean to worry anyone. It's nothing, really. Well, it's not nothing exactly, but it feels like nothing compared to the towering trials you and the others face every day. And that's why I should probably talk to Moenbryda before things get any worse. Oh. You always know what to say, old. I'm glad we had this little chat. That was a very little chat indeed. One might say we barely said anything. You need to go take a nap, but excited you're at this point. It just keeps getting better and better, and the more voice acted from here out. Cheers. Thank you. I hope you have a good nap. I'm also very excited for this part. Like, this section of the story might be my favorite in what I've seen. And I've seen all of Heavensward, even though Heavensward had a lot of good moments itself. Man, like this, I still think Final Fantasy XIV has the best story I've ever encountered in any game. Like, there's the sheer volume of it for one, but like, it's just really well done. Extremely well written. They're juggling plot lines instead of being like super linear. It's hard to do. Yes, Tadaru? You have my undivided attention. I've been hesitant to broach the subject with all the recent excitement, but old made me realize there's no time like the present, and time is what I'm here to ask you for. Not sure I understand. If you wish to be excused from your duties for a time, then you certainly have earned the rest, but I suspect that lying abed is far from your intent. You know me too well, antecedent, and there is, in fact, something I've been wanting to try my hand at. Along with the adventurers and the Crystal Braves, the Scions are constantly being thrown into dangerous battles and deadly predicaments. Even Hoary Boulder and Colton have been promoted from guard duty to fill our need for competent warriors. And so, it seems only right that I too should acquire the power to defend myself, and others, more importantly. When I return, I shall be both your receptionist and your bodyguard. Alright. Whoa, hey! It's the first time I've almost been knocked to the ground by a Lalafell. Never seen Miss Totteru so determined. Has aught befell with which I might help antecedent? Not at the present, no. Thank you. Was there something you would ask of me? Oh yeah, pray excuse my distraction. An adventurer who was to join us for escort duty was injured while out on patrol. I fear we cannot properly defend the scholars entrusted to our protection without the aid of at least one more guard. Therefore, I humbly request another adventurer, of the capable kind, of course, be assigned to our party. Very well, I shall consider the potential candidates and provide you with a replacement as soon as I'm able. My thanks, antecedent. I take my leave of you. An unexpected... Okay, but which one? Sorry, let me check my my list of things to do here. Administrative decision, unexpected ambition. This is the one. The power to defend oneself, huh? Totteru has ever been full of surprises. Now that I think on it, I do recall Urianger mentioning that she developed an interest in Arcanima. I said that weird. Mayhap she hopes to gain admittance to the Arcanist Guild in Limsa Lominsa. Yes, that'll be the way of it. Would you be so kind as to journey to the guild and see all is well? It is doubtless unwarranted, but surely I'm not alone in my concern for her safety. I mean, frankly, a trip out of the Snowlands would be a nice change. Like, I would just like to see the color blue or green. I've missed them. Oh, it's dark. Also, it's the devil. Fancy meeting them here. Man, it's been so long. I don't remember starting here. A little snowman. We've been out and about so much that I didn't even see the Christmas decorations until now. Oh, they're having a Pokemon battle. Old? What are you doing here? I didn't mean for her to worry. That's the last thing I wanted. Putting an end to such worries is precisely the reason I'm here, don't you see? I, Totteru Taru, shall become the great and powerful Arcanist. And now, at Mistress Thubergrim's behest, I must go and complete a special training exercise until we meet again. Ah, little carbies. You know, I've never done the Arcanist bit. It's mostly that I don't really have a big interest in being a summoner. Although Scholar seems like a decent healer. It sounds like you don't have to do much work. Oh, wait. Thurburger? Hello, Thurburger. Greetings and welcome to the Arcanist Guild. Do you require assistance? So you are acquainted with our newest member. I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but I fear young Tataru may not be ideally suited to the study of Arcanima. Nevertheless, she would not be denied, and goes now to undertake her first trial, a simulated inspection of 3 crates. A simple task, some might say, but one all Arcanists are expected to complete. A thought occurs to me. Why not supervise Tataru's training? You're clearly an accomplished adventurer, and given your relationship with the girl, you seem an ideal person to have on hand. Her trial will be conducted at the cliffs south of the Zephyr Gate. Need only observe at a distance. Scholar is fun? I believe it. Actually, no, I don't believe it. I feel like all healers are the most anxiety-inducing classes. Right? Like, it's probably fun to solo. I like the concept of, like, fighting... Wait, that's Alice? She seems a little more human than elf. Anyway, fancy meeting her here. I haven't seen her in, like, years. Alright. Into spy position. I don't know, like, I'm trying to get tank and healer out of the way first because they give me the most anxiety. Like, DPS is definitely the most stress-free. Like, you can straight up die and people will be like, whatever. Urianger sees the pirate's port, where she met her shining jewel. For to bring the smuggler's plans to naught, came the last whom none could fool. Beat 'em with the backdraft, gut 'em with the gust, deck 'em with the downburst, go carbuncle go. Oh, are those crates I spy? Ah, and this must be the true test. But we're ready for them, aren't we, Carbuncle? 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 Welp. Come back, Carbuncle! Carbuncle! Healer has its moments of stress, but once you find your groove, it all works out. Maybe I've never found my groove? I mean, I've succeeded in not dying several times. I should have known you'd come, old. You needn't say a word, your face says it all. I know you bore witness to my shame. Betrayed by my own carbuncle and left at the mercy of wild beasts. I must accept the truth. I'll never be a warrior like you and the others. I will inform Mistress Thubgrim of my intention to withdraw from the guild. Arcanima, like so much else, is beyond me. like, maybe try archery? Like, archery feels like a thing anybody can do. Like, you only get better, and the progress you see is very visible. Like, you're just like, I seem to be better at shooting now. I was bad at it. Now I'm not bad at it. And it's something you can practice out of harm's way. Tiny Totoro. How adorable. But yeah, straight up Alice, huh? Alright. To the Thurgrim. You'll admit in the beginning when you lose folks you feel awful, but I think in understanding other jobs and accepting your errors, you don't feel as bad. Yeah, I am quite the people pleaser. It's really easy to make me feel bad. Ah, back so soon? How fared our fledgling Arcanist? Abysmally, Miss Thurgrim. Abysmally, as old will testify. I was wrong to become an Arcanist. Wrong as usual. I'm completely and utterly unqualified, and I sincerely apologize for wasting your time. Tataru, if that were true, I would not have permitted you to join in the first place. We must all come to accept our limitations, lest our ambitions lead us astray. However, you must not lose sight of our strengths in the process. For example, your exceptional skill with numbers helped you to gain a solid grasp of the fundamentals of Arcanima. Were it not so, you would have struggled even to summon Carbuncle to your side. In my opinion, the Scions are truly fortunate to have such a capable and good-natured receptionist in their service. Would you not agree? You're too kind, Miss Thurgrim. Though I could not overcome this challenge, I shall take your words to heart and try not to be discouraged. Archery is hard, though. You need the upper body strength and willingness to let your fingertips bleed. Okay, how about machinist or machinist? Like, straight up give her a gun. Like, I can't think of an easier job than that. Like, they have guns in this universe. Like, they seem exactly what you need in this situation. Machinist is a lot of button mashing. It doesn't work well with bad ping. You have bad ping, Tataru. How's your ping? I mean, like, you responded very slowly to the monsters creeping up behind you. Okay. Shoot, then I was gonna say, like, go back to Scholar. And she could just sit there on auto heal. I don't know, samurai? She'd make a pretty cool samurai, I think. Anyway, unfortunately, I have to go. Completed a lot of quests. We made it a lot farther than I thought we would today. Pretty soon, we're going to run out of main story quests. We're going to end up doing the Crystal Tower. And before you know it, probably by the end of January, we're going to be in Heavensward. I'm excited about that. Anyway, within game lore, the job machinist isn't known beyond a few folks in Ishgard. Neat. I mean, Merleweeb's pretty handy with a gun. Just the fact that guns exist, I feel like you don't need a job for it. Just buy a gun. Look, there's 5 boxes of sparklies, 10 sacks of shinies. Like, you could straight up buy it from like one of these guys here. They all look like gun merchants. Like, if I had to guess. Ah, lovely little key cairn. Anyway. Let's see. Hope you have at least a viewer or two for Crystal Tower. The second one is easy, but 1 and 3 have some jank. Yeah. I mean, I hope so too. Let's see. How long will it be till the Crystal Towers? If I check, I want to say I have to do it at a time for every purpose. There's like 3 quests before that. Like, Crystal Tower might start next Friday. So if you absolutely do want to join and pop into the dungeon with me, you're welcome to. Some hard dungeon gameplay, please. Yeah, the last time we did dungeons, they were like, it made us like refight all the primals again. And what we did was switch to what is that mode in the Duty Finder where you make things like super easy? Like, we turned off like unrestricted party or something like that. I think I have that turned off now. But yeah, I regretted that. It didn't seem, yeah, we unsynced, and our friend Ada Kalis basically like murdered everything as a ninja. And I regretted that. I was like, man, that's just not good. That's not good content. It doesn't seem like good video. Like, I'm glad we went over like how to do that for anybody who's watching and like may want to do that in the future, because it's never been entirely clear. Did I read the chat? I tried to read all the chat. YouTube does this thing called Top Chat. I haven't figured out how to quite turn that off. But there is a slight chance that like a message won't go through to me sometimes. But I try to read every single thing. And I'm small enough that I can reply to just about every single thing. Anyway, we will do some hard dungeon gameplay as they come up in the main story quest. And so, yeah. Hopefully, if you stick around, you'll see what you want to see. Oh, I'm being attacked by my cat. He's demanding breakfast. He's biting me. It is... okay. Why didn't I go to a dungeon? Oh, like right now? You just straight up want to see me like do a hard dungeon? I mean, the purpose of this playthrough is mostly just going through the main story quest. And so, like, if you're looking specifically to, like, watch a dungeon playthrough, like, you have to wait for them to come up in the story. So the next thing you're going to see is probably the Crystal Towers, which might be next Friday. I believe they're going to come up next Friday. And so those are going to be like the Crystal Tower raids, and they should be fun. Missed me last 2 weeks. Hope I'm doing well. I am doing pretty well. I'm looking forward to having the kids go back to school. Because then life can return to normal. Because as much as I love my kids, boy, like working from home and having the kids home at the same time, it's just hard to get anything done. Anyway, good morning, everybody. I'm Old Man Sugarheart. Today we're playing Final Fantasy XIV. If we're lucky, we can make it to the Crystal Tower. Actually, if we're lucky, we can make it all the way to Heavensward, but we'll just see how that goes. As fetching as these garments are, I fear I shall never don them again. But I can't go back to the Rising Stones without something to show for my time away. Wait, I know what I can do. That is, if you don't mind accompanying me a little longer. Wonderful. Then off to Costa del Sol we will go. It's a bit of a gamble, but I'm confident it'll pay off. Will this be the shortest quest in history? Zoop. My record for like shortest quest was like a minute. It was like talk to a person, teleport somewhere, talk to a person. Yes, this is it. Where the man of the drowning wench told me to look. There's a certain variety of clam which can be harvested this time of year in Bloodshore, one which produces the most marvelous pearls. However, these clams are also coveted by certain wild creatures. Since I fared rather poorly last time, let us be off. What fortune! I've already found one. Would you be so kind as to keep watch while I work? Should only take a moment. Alright. Not a world record this time, but I stand watch. I'm in like poor condition today. You might have noticed I'm wobbling around and pressing the wrong button at every moment. Like I did not get enough sleep this week. Which is all fine, of course. But I have completely forgotten how to play. Let's see. So, there is a good chance we're going to do some Crystal Tower today. So, if anybody watching, and I don't know how many of you there are, wants to play, you're welcome to. Can't promise we're going to make it there. I just can't imagine, like, the 3 or 4 quests in between are going to take a long time. There's something really satisfying about, like, draining your rage bar to 0 with the warrior. Makes me happy. Well fought, old. Well fought. I knew I was right to ask you to come. As for me, I have my prize, a bounty of blood pearls. So named for their reddish hue, they were treasured as wards against dark magics in ancient times. I thought I might make charms for everyone, so no matter where they go, they always come home. Hi, Kenshin. Thank you so much for the raid. It's sort of the power to defend myself and other people, in a way. Right? Well, I mustn't keep flabbing waiting. There's work to be done and lots of it. We're to secure provisions for the Scions in the Liminson market. She may have an eye for quality, but I have a nose for bargains. Will you be heading back to the Rising Stones? If so, pray convey my apologies to the Antecedent and tell her she needn't worry about me. Farewell, old. Thank you for everything. Oh, that sounded rather final, didn't it? How about until we meet again? So, hello, Kenshin. Hello, everybody. Welcome. I'm Old Man Sugarheart. I play a variety of games. Today is Final Fantasy Friday. We're slowly grinding through the entire MSQ of Final Fantasy 14. Hi, Sohiri. And at the current pace we're going of 2 hours every Friday, we should be done with the entire main story quest in about 3 years. You're gonna lurk and get some food? Have a good stream? Thanks, well, I hope you had a good stream. You used to play this a lot? Not so much anymore? It's a fun one to go back to. Just every now and then, yeah. I bought it when it first came out. I got the collector's edition. Pre-ordered and everything. And basically I've been playing it every other year since it's come out. But this is the first time I'm going to sit down and like play it all the way through. I don't know, there's probably definitely more expansions to come in the future too. I want to say Yoshi P said that like that as long as people keep playing this, he's gonna keep making it, or like that's all he wants to do with his life, something to that effect. And I'm like, okay, I can't do that. I get bored way too easily. In fact, I'm really worried that like 2 years into this project, I'm gonna be like, oh, I never want to see this game again. Welcome home, old. I gather you found Tataru and Limsa Laminsa? I did. Why, it sounds as though she had quite an adventure. While it did not end as she hoped, I suspect that it will prove to be a valuable experience. I dare say she could have managed without my intervention. Even so, I appreciate you indulging my request. Woo! He keeps making, and you'll keep playing, and you'll keep playing, so he can keep making, right? It's a vicious cycle. You're gonna lurk and make some food, so have fun? Thanks, Sohiri, and thank you for the follow. I wonder, do you perchance recall the commitment I made to furnish Hoary Boulder with a capable adventurer? I'm sorry to say that I have, as of yet, been unable to do so. Now hang on. Where we are needed. Is this the quest I'm about to take? I'm sorry to say that I have, as yet, been unable to do so. Now, I realize you are more than a capable adventurer, and escort duty is quite frankly beneath a man of your talents, but I have no one else to turn to at present. Might you be willing to forego rest and assist us in this matter? Generous to a fault. I thank you, Old. Now, it seems only fair that I explain the import of the task in question. For some time, our order has employed a handful of scholars to travel around Eorzea, taking etheric readings, that we might better understand the impact of primal summonings. Naturally, it behooves us to ensure our employees' safety, and so we ask the adventurers in our service to serve as escorts. Ori Boulder and Coltonay were to act as two such escorts, as was a third adventurer. Alas, due to an injury, said adventurer is not presently fit for duty, hence my need to impose upon your goodwill. You truly are a pillar of strength, Old. Ori Boulder will share the details of your task. He should be waiting for you outside. Be safe. Where we are needed. Yep. I recall now. So, like, at one point she had, like, 2 main story quests at the same time. And I guess we did the Tataru one, and now we're doing the Ori Boulder one. Ah, Old, is it true you agreed to lend us a hand? Huzzah, what did I tell you, Coltonay? Our misfortune has become a blessing. An opportunity to serve alongside the Warrior of Light himself. Need I remind you that we have 3 scholars to escort, each of whom will take a different route? True, but our mission is the same. Separated by malms we may be, but in spirit we shall be together. If such thoughts bring you joy, then you're welcome to think them. To more practical concerns, Old, we would have you attend a scholar charged with surveying the South Shroud. He's waiting at Camp Tranquil as we speak. All you need to do is follow the man. He will determine the most appropriate locations to take his readings. In spirit, Old, in spirit, we shall be together every step of the way. Sorry, my cat is going a little crazy. What are you doing, buddy? This is usually the sort of behavior that comes right before I'm attacked by, like, a bat. Like, he's desperately trying to get into the closet for some reason. And I imagine it's just filled with rodents. Alright, can we go to Camp Tranquil? Where is Camp Tranquil? Probably near Quarry Mill? It's been a while since I've been attacked by a bat. Last time I was attacked by a bat, I was in the middle of Hades 2. That was a fun one. Like, they're never particularly difficult to deal with. It's just... They're so wacky. They just flap around back and forth in erratic directions, and it's hard to catch them. Wait, do I just not have this aetheryte? How have I gotten through life? I've been here like 8 times. At last, the Scion's man deigns to grace me with his presence. A pity we shall have no time for pleasantries. Our first destination is Isomhar. We're late enough as it is. Alright. Good to see you too. There's gonna be a frog, right? There's always a frog in Camp Tranquil. Never mind, he went way off over here. What up? Yes, this location should suffice. Once I finish calibrating my instruments, I will require but a moment to take the necessary measurements. I trust I need not explain that my work can suffer no interruptions. And please, stand at an appropriate distance and keep watch for wild beasts. Alright. Is this an appropriate distance? Come on, planes. Oh, no. They keep their distance. I see. We have both completed our respective tasks. A satisfactory outcome, though if I were to make one suggestion, you might dispatch your foes more quietly in the future. I do not like to pick fault, but I really must be allowed to concentrate. Now then, snake mold awaits, shall we? Sounds lovely. Very stormy today. Is there a story reason we're taking etheric readings everywhere? I can't remember. Or is this all just for fun? I don't know what dungeon this is. Right. About here. Yes. As before, will you keep an eye out for dangerous beasts as I work? Alright. There's death mice. Oh no, I got the attention of a deep void death mouse. Didn't have to be this way. Howdy. Fascinating. These readings are not at all what I expected. Though perhaps that should come as no surprise. I'm not given to superstition. There's a queer, almost blasphemous air hereabouts. Let us quit this place and return to Roots Lake. We have one more site to survey. Whee! Good morning, hope I'm doing well. I am doing well. How are you doing, Ada? There's a good chance we're going to make it to the Crystal Tower today. Howdy. As before, my guardian, pray leave me to my task and ensure our safety. These guys are all up in my range. As long as I only have to fight 2 of them, I don't have to do my AoEs. Oh. I'm just now noticing there were 3 of them. I have a bad habit of just looking at the buttons when I play this game. Like, I don't know if it's even advantageous to do so. Like, do most people play this game operating on, like, gut feels that they're hitting the right buttons at the right time? Becomes muscle memory after a while? Yeah. That's kind of what I'd expect, but yeah, for me, like, I always have to check. I don't know, I guess we haven't unlocked a new ability in quite some time. This data should prove invaluable to... Ye gods, what is that stench? Did you slaughter a creep of adamantoises? Adamantoises? While my back was turned? Quickly now, to Camp Tranquil. I will not have my clothing reek of blood and offal. Yeah, that would be awful. Whew. Doing okay. Worked 8 days straight this past holiday week. Gotta make that money to pay your Final Fantasy XIV sub. Yeah. I got really sick in December, and so I had to work through the holidays too. And it was rough. My babysitter also took off because she had finals and then a holiday, and her grandpa fell sick, and so went the whole month without basically no breaks. You chose to paddle in the Icor a while longer, I take it. No matter. I took advantage of my unexpected privacy and performed a cursory analysis of my data. It would appear that there has been a measurable decrease in Eorzea's ambient aether concentration since the calamity. However, this data is far from conclusive. I must take additional measurements to confirm my assessment. Okay. Glad I'm feeling better. I am feeling better. Like, it was a rough illness going around. I think most of my Final Fantasy enjoyers are in the US, but I think just about all over the US this illness hit and took out everybody. Maybe I'm wrong. For our next survey, I would have you escort me to Earth's Font. The ambient aether concentrations there are so high that the crystalline structures form spontaneously. Consequently, anomalous fluctuations should be much easier to detect. Brilliant, yes? No, don't bother answering. That was rhetorical. Now come along. All right. But some good things came out of my illness. I lost all appetite and couldn't eat much for a long time. And you're like, why is that good? Well, I'm a bit of a chubby man. And so when I came back from that, I was like, okay, if I adapt to eating healthy now, like maybe I can lose some weight and become less of a spherical hobbit, more of an Elijah Wood type hobbit, you know? And so I've been eating lots of veggies and plain yogurt and oatmeal. And if I just keep that up for long enough, I can stand to lose a few pounds. What do you think? You should be more familiar with the procedure by now. Pray take a suitable position from which to keep watch while I take my measurements. Alright. Where's the spot? Have I lost my mind? Oh, here it is. It's just a sprout hiding behind a tree up here. Yes, yes. Quite high, yet markedly lower than historical measurements taken near the end of the 6th astral era. Could the presence of the primal account for the difference? Or is there something else? Something else. I hope he gets eaten by a giant frog. Something else. Zion, come here, I need you. Oh, shoot. Fear not, my friends. Help has arrived. There you are, old. Ori and I were worried when you and your charge failed to return at the appointed hour. Gutted like a hog, but not by one. No, these wounds are made with a blade. Doesn't look like he put up much of a fight either. Nary a mark on his short sword or shield. I've heard nothing of any crystal brave operations in this area. What caused Wilred to come here? What should we do? We will see to the scholar's protection, old. Aye, and the boy's remains. You should return to the Rising Stones. The antecedent would want to know what happened here. And so do I. Man, that stormy weather really kind of helped with that cutscene. There was even like a thunder strike when he was like, and so do I. I've heard tales of people who would like wait around until the lighting was better before they did like cutscenes. I'm not patient enough for that, but I get it. Old, you are returned, and you seem troubled. Did the role of escort chafe so? You want to see a dead body? Wilred dead, mayhap murdered by the 12. How can that be? I'll send word to Alpha Noah once. He'll want to conduct a full investigation and send word to Wilred's family. My gods, he was just a boy. Who would do this and why? But I'm sorry, old. Doubtless this weighs heavy on your heart. We've already imposed upon you so much. Pray, take some time for yourself. I dare say you've more than earned a respite. After all, we will be most busy with preparations as the banquet draws near. Should other adventurers summon you elsewhere, perhaps now is the time to heed their call? In order to progress the main scenario, you must complete certain quests in the Crystal Tower series. Crystal Tower quests may be undertaken by speaking with the outlandish man in Revenant's Toll. Hey, money. It is time. We get to do the Crystal Tower stuff. Ooh, I'm actually pretty nervous about this. I've gotten back to the point where, like, I need to do research before I do, like, dungeons. Otherwise, I'll feel very uncomfortable. Alright. Outlandish man. There you are. What are you doing here? You're in a dungeon. Or you would come help if I want. If we get there. I don't know if there are like quests leading up to it or anything. I think you have time to do a dungeon at the very least. Do I know you? Ah, unless I'm very much mistaken. You are the famed adventurer who bested the Garlean Empire's general, are you not? Oh, and since I've got viewers at the moment, if any of you want to join in, you're more than welcome to. We're probably going to meet up at one of the primal data centers. Hyperion. Just because, like, the queue times in the Dynamis server where I'm at are ridiculous. Anyway, the great old Sugarheart himself, amazing. And more than a little serendipitous. One might even call it fate, but recently received word of a truly unique opportunity, you see. An opportunity like the like of which none but one of your proven worth could take advantage. You're on Hyperion? Nice. I will arrive there as soon as we find the dungeon. The reward, not less than the accumulated knowledge of a fallen civilization. The risk? A single misstep could cost you your life. But what is a little danger to a storied hero such as you? A man with absolute confidence in his own abilities stands to profit handsomely from this venture. No, I crave no recompense for my part in bringing this opportunity to your attention. The historic discovery you shall make will be a reward enough, I assure you. If my words have fanned the flames of your curiosity, then I bid you seek a man by the name of Rambros at St. Conac's Fine. Man, that's Celtic as heck. It's probably pronounced like Seanish. Shamish. It is he who stands at the doorway to untold marvels, awaiting the arrival of a champion bold enough to march across the threshold. I want to get better at, like, pronouncing Celtic names. Like Siobhan, for example, definitely has more B's than you would expect. Like, Celtic words always give me trouble. I don't know if anyone else has as much trouble. Oh, hey, Chocobo Keep. Is there an Aetheryte to attune to here? Do I just hug the ground? Why, if it isn't old Sugarheart himself, I was not expecting such a celebrated guest. To what do I owe the honor of this visit? You were directed here, you say, by a man clad in foreign garb. Well, the opportunity you spoke of must surely refer to the last anthropogeographical endeavor. Quite how he came to know of it is another matter. All knowledge of this project was supposed to be restricted to my organization. But that is something to ponder in private. You're here now, and your services will, I am certain, prove invaluable. I must warn you, however, that the venture we have in mind is no simple excavation. We're unprepared or an unprepared or incautious adventurer could very well find himself on an unplanned and unpleasant journey to Thal's solemn halls. Knowing this, do you still wish to lend us your cooperation? Yeah. I rather thought you would say that. Your courage is scarcely a secret. Now, the first, old. I thought it was you. What brings you to St. Coinach's? Don't tell me the Alliance has sent you on another realm-shaking, history-making mission to lay low an apparently insuperable foe? Yes? No? Ah, I see you two are already acquainted. That as well, Master Garland, our intrepid hero, here has caught wind of the forthcoming expedition and has kindly pledged to assist us. He has he? Glad to have you aboard, old. You don't have the faintest idea what you volunteered for, do you? Very well, let us begin at the beginning. The Sons of St. Coinac are tasked with unearthing the secrets of the long-fallen Allegan Empire. And this present endeavor aims to delve more deeply into the civilization's mysteries than ever before. But I know that look. In the event that you feel ill-equipped to contribute much on the subject of Allegan archaeology, I invite you to recall your encounter with the Ultima weapon. That mechanical monstrosity represented a feat of engineering far beyond what Garlemald can presently achieve. Nero Skeva simply awoke it. I mention this by way of a reminder that you have had what one might term extensive first-hand experience with a notable Allegan relic. In short, you're practically an archaeologist. The Ultima weapon, right. Now to the core of the matter. Here in Moenbryda, there stands an entire Allegan structure which we have yet to investigate. I speak, of course, of the Crystal Tower. After witnessing the destructive capabilities of the Ultima weapon in the Lesser Moon Dalamud before, it seems wise to treat any remnants of that era with the utmost caution. They must be analyzed, monitored, and above all, kept from falling into the wrong hands. To put it plain, I have no wish to see another megalomaniacal legatus wield one of those weapons. It was this thought which first moved me to contact the Sons and propose that the tower be explored. Whew. A lot of big words in this group. For several millennia, the Crystal Tower remained hidden, buried deep underground, but like so many other things, were better left undisturbed. The structure was freed from its stony prison by the great upheaval which accompanied the coming of the 7th Umbral Era, and now stands revealed in all its splendor, a gleaming spear of crystal pointed at the bosom of the heavens. Throw a rock at it. We believe the tower to be the repository of much of the ancients' wisdom. Unfortunately, the entrance is guarded by a formidable defense, and we cannot so much as peep through the keyhole, much less set foot inside. These defenses take forms of statues into the likeness of giant swordsmen, the 8 sentinels. The suns, as the suns are wont to call them, is the first barrier we must overcome. Why not simply fly over them in an airship, you ask? It's been tried before. Any vessel that ventures too close to the tower is blasted out of the air. We either destroy those statues, or the front door is forever beyond our reach. Destroying the statues does seem like an easy solution. Can you just break them? They're made of rocks. My colleagues and I are ill-suited to negotiating such deadly hazards. Thus, if we were to gain access to the tower's secrets, we must needs employ the services of an experienced adventurer. It'll be difficult and dangerous, old, but I can think of no finer man for the task. If I didn't know any better, I'd say you had a taste for these deadly escapades. I look forward to working with you again. There's much and more to be done before we can begin the expedition proper. Take some time and prepare yourself. I shall explain the challenges that lie ahead. How many of these do we have to do before you let me in? Our first objective is to reach the entrance to the Crystal Tower, as previously mentioned. However, that will prove no easy task. A lot? Aww. The entrance is guarded by powerful defense mechanisms, each utilizing one of the 4 elements of fire, water, wind, and earth. Anyone attempting to simply stroll past these unsleeping sentinels invites swift obliteration. Based on Master Garland's analysis, however, we are reasonably certain that the attacks on these lethal contraptions can be reflected using a crystal of the corresponding element. Naturally, these crystals must be of surpassing clarity, free of the slightest impurities, much like the flawless specimens used by the beastmen in their primal summoning rituals. Mayhap I should have said exactly like the specimens they use. Were there any other way, we would not ask this of you. But we need someone to enter the Beast Tribe strongholds and liberate their perfect crystals. For the moment, I would have you focus on obtaining 2 of the 4 crystals we require. Pray make for La Nosca, where both the Sapsa spawning grounds and the Ugamaro mines are located. You may be certain that these materials used in the Beastman's sacred rituals will be well defended. Either you choose to venture there alone or with companions, I shall leave to your discretion. But whatever you do, please be careful. Okay. Let's see. Urgaburga mines in the Sapsa spawning grounds. Where... Camp Bronze Lake, I think, is near Ugamaro. You remember it was really long with some running back and forth? I mean, that tracks. Oop. Not too close. I just remembered leveling up Scholar around the area. over here. That was a good time. I really like the Scholar job quests. They might be some of my favorite. But I'm partial to a certain Final Fantasy monster. You might recall Tonberries. I don't know why I jumped down. Hustle, hustle, hustle. But like, they've always been like my favorite. I remember when my kids are very young and I used to wander the house at night with like a baby monitor in one hand, and I felt like a Tonberry. Because it had kind of like that lantern feel to it. Adorable little stabbers, right? Like, I've been trying not to have like a little minion running around with me in this game. Oh shoot, he had the crystal? Neat. Alright, now the Sopsa spawning grounds. Probably an easy way to get there. If I had to guess... Camp Overlook? It's probably not it at all, is it? That's Santa? That's not upper. Let's try Western. Yeah. Yeah, Tonberries are adorable. I don't know if I said this or just thought it. I've been trying not to have like minions following me around because I'm trying to like keep the screen as uncluttered as possible for the viewers, so they can see more things and it's not just like a pile of UI and crowded stuff. But if I was gonna have a minion, it would definitely be a little tiny Tonberry chasing me around. You haven't seen your UI? I've seen enough FF14 UIs. As a mentor, you need stuff on screen. Yeah. Wave Rider. That sounds familiar. Is that like a biker mice from Mars? Alright. Back to Coinatch. You were wrestling with your inventory while I was doing the first bit? I haven't needed to wrestle with my inventory, like, much at all. Like, every now and then I pop in and find, like, a chest I forgot to open. I've got some minions. and some mounts. But for the most part, I've left it alone. Hello, Nathamon. How are you doing? Woo! How progress your efforts in infiltrating the Beastman strongholds? Good. Here's a crystal. Here's another one. So these are the famed flawless crystals of the beast tribes. I've seen countless specimens from I know not how many excavations, but nothing compared to these. The purity is astounding. You've done well, old. With these in our professions, we only lack the crystals of fire and wind. The former lies in Zarak, the war camp of the Amalja and Thanalan. The latter in Natalan, the roost of the Ixal in the hills of Korthus. You can expect them to be as closely guarded as the first two, if not more so. Still, I look forward to receiving word from your resounding success. What's the quickest way to get to the Amalja? They are in southern Thanalan? You're good. And me? I'm doing pretty good. Looking forward to the weekend. I need sleep. I keep playing games in my off time that are really difficult to stop. Hey, I guessed right. So like last weekend I played a game called Ember Ward, and that game devours like hours of your time, and I keep idiotically thinking like, oh, I'll just play it for like 5 minutes and then go to bed, and then like 3 hours later I'm like, oh, I guess it's 5 hours of sleep tonight. And I was like, I gotta stop doing that. So like naturally, to stop doing that, what I do is try to like find a different game to play. So I bought a game called Flycore. In that game, every attempt to play takes like 5 minutes. Unless you do well, then it takes several hours. But if I don't do well, then I won't be satisfied, and then I have to like try again. Like, I'm pretty sure this happens to everybody. You know, the ones where you're like, the nights where you're like, I can't end on a bad note like this. I have to end on a good note. And when you end it on a good note, you're like, oh, that was such a good note. Let's do it again. And then you end up never sleeping. It's rough. You recently played Cue Cards. What is Cue Cards? That one doesn't sound familiar. Alright, Korthus. Felt that. The time sink is so real. Oh, it happens to me all the time. I had a friend I used to play games with, and we got really into like Mario sports games. And there was a Mario baseball game. Like each match would take like an hour. But we're both the same way. Like we won't be satisfied unless we win. And so like with neither of us satisfied because one of us always has to win, like we just kept playing and playing, and we would stay up until like 6 a.m. and be like, well, ruined that day. You've been alpha testing Ashes of Creation. The drain is real. I believe it. Oh, hi there. Skycaller. He's an Ixal telemarketer. Stop him. I've completely lost my mind. Where am I going? Mordona. Hi, Sugarheart. Glad to see you're still at it on some Final Fantasy. Yeah, you're awesome. Thank you. It's good to see you, Impulse. I don't know if I've heard you in chat before. You might be new here. But you sound like you've seen me before. Where am I going? Can I fly over the mountains? Almost. Whew. But yeah, I'm fully committed to playing Final Fantasy XIV every day. Or not every day, every week until we beat the entire main story quest. Like 4 years from now. It's gonna be a while. You watched last year? Several months back, I think? Ooh. Last year was just a few days ago. It is good to see you. Tell me, were you able to obtain the remaining crystals of the Beastmen? I did. Wonderful. With all 4 crystals in hand, we're now ready to proceed to the next stage of our preparations. Aha, I hope I did not give the impression that we would be embarking on the journey to the Crystal Towers just yet. Last, there's another step which we must be completed ere we come to that. While the crystals you acquired are indeed flawless, they are of little use to us in their present form. They are to reflect the elemental forces of the tower's defense. They must needs be cut and polished. Process which calls for the very particular set of materials. Procuring them will be a challenge in itself. Needless to say, we will be requiring your services once again. Okay. You've kind of stagnated on Final Fantasy XIV. Sometimes the story is annoying and boring. Yeah, there are very slow points. Like, man, discussing the refugee crisis in Ul'dah is not my favorite. If flawless crystals you procured for us are to retain their elemental purity during the shaping process, a very specific set of abrasive substances will be required. Well, I say substances, but one might just call them one substance, namely aether sand, which has 4 elementally aspected varieties. Alas, aether sand is neither common nor cheap. Indeed, it's not unusual for the abrasive to exceed the value of the precious stones it is used to polish. Given the rarity of the materials in question, the Goldsmiths Guild in Ul'dah seemed like the likeliest place to purchase the quantity we require. When I contacted the Guildmaster, however, I was informed that no aether sand was currently available, though I requested that word be sent as soon as new stock came in. I've yet to receive aught but apologies. I should mention at this point that I placed the order sometime before you procured the flawless crystals. I'm well aware that acquiring aether sand is no small feat, of course, and I am an impatient man. I'm not an impatient man, but I fear the more we delay our investigation, the greater the risk that the tower's secrets may fall into the hands of other less savory parties, which is why I entrust you with the payment for our purchase and send you to speak directly with Guildmaster Serendipity. Mayhap the presence of such a distinguished personage will spur the guild into action. In any event, it is my hope that when we next meet, you will have found at least one of the 4 varieties of aether sand we require. Alright. Neuron. Oh my god, I just got past that part. You go great, right? You beat the entire MSQ, did almost all the EX raids, and you still need a few mentor roulettes. It's crazy to think you've been playing this game for more than 4 years, right? What's crazy to me is that not only have you played this game for 4 years, but you're watching people play this game while you play this game. I mean, like, I'm not gonna, like, view shame you or anything, but, like, how... It's something I don't understand. When somebody, like, finds, like, their favorite game, like, they watch other people play their favorite games, too. 3 monitors, my guy. Nice! I've never gone higher than 2. But eventually I think the streaming setup's gonna be like 4. You don't get to watch a lot because you're not normally during awake this early? Yeah, I get that. Play game in Inception. Hey, if you enjoy it, you enjoy it. It's true. It's true. Honestly, it's so fun watching other people go through the MSQ. So, I still firmly believe that probably my favorite story in any video game is the Final Fantasy XIV storyline. Like, it does get slow at times, but like it's extremely well written, and even like the boring stuff like usually ends up being impactful later. Or, like, at least getting referenced at some point. Like, it's just such a great ride. Ah, Master Sugarheart, welcome, welcome. What brings you here, if I may ask? Money. You're here on behalf of the Sons of Saint Koinak. What wonderful timing. I was just about to contact Master Rambros with the news that we finally managed to acquire a quantity of fire-aspected aether sand. I'm afraid it may be some time before we can supply the other 3 varieties, but you're welcome to settle accounts for that which we have now. Pray speak with Jemime over the... I do beg your pardon. It seems she's assisting another customer. Come on, there must be something you can do. Without the sand, we'll have to rethink our whole design. I sympathize with your plight, sir, but as I explained, the aether sand in question is already spoken for. If you'd like to reserve the next shipment, then I would be happy to accept the funds you've offered as partial payment. Partial? Are you saying it's not enough? I'm already stretched our research budget as is. I suppose a man can do without a midday meal for a year or 2. Old, it's been too long. What brings you here? Got your eye on something expensive, have you? Well, now that is quite a money pouch. The sound of so many gill clinking together is strangely satisfying, is it not? Calming, yet invigorating at the same time. Oh no, you're not here for the blooming aether sand, are you? Well, I can't deny the Algan civilization's a subject worth researching. The chief said he was looking into something big, but we never thought to ask him what. Wedge and I have been busy tinkering with a new airship design to think of much else, see? Well, I say tinkering. Wrestling would be more like it. Still, after much wringing of hands and gnashing of teeth, we've managed to put together a prototype crystal-powered propulsion system. We got the idea for it when we learned how you had used a corrupted crystal aboard the Enterprise, as a matter of fact. Anyway, to cut a long story short, our design calls for all four varieties of aether sand. And that's why I can't just relinquish my... Oh, hey, kitty. My claim on this batch here, even for you, lad. How are we meant to usher in a brave new age of technological innovation, not by technologically innovating, eh? Well, I hesitate to interrupt such an impassioned speech. Duty compels me to point out that this gentleman is a representative of the organization that reserved the aether sand in question, not to mention nothing of the fact that his purse is considerably larger than yours. Oh, it's like that, is it? It's usually like that. Alright. This batch is yours. I'll let you have it. But if you're gonna take my sand, it's only fair that you grant me a role in this project of yours. I'll take that as a yes. It's not every day you get the chance to experiment with the wonders of the ancients. With any luck, they'll inspire me to think up another technological innovation or two. Whew. You may fall back asleep. I hope you have a good day. You too. I hope you get good sleep. Now then, from what you've told me, I'm guessing you'll be needing the other three varieties of elementally aspected aether sand as well, right? Then, rather than sitting on your rump waiting for a shipment that may never come, I reckon your time would be better spent looking for the stuff yourself. And it just so happens I know of a good place to start. There is said to be a peddler in northern Thanalan who, very occasionally, handles Earth-aspected variety of aether sand. Wedge is in the process of confirming the rumor as we speak. I know what you're thinking. When did my timid little friend decide he didn't need me to hold his hand anymore? The answer being, just the other day. Seems he's been inspired by a certain adventurer's heroic example. Thought he was joking when he volunteered to go to Thanalan without me. I just hope he manages to stay out of trouble. Head out to Blue Frog and you should find him poking about with his new bodyguard. Oh, did I not mention her? Wedge thought it would be wise to hire an adventurer to accompany him. Just in case your heroic example turned out to be less inspiring than you first thought. Hawkeye. To the Blue Frog. I never know how long these quests take. I keep thinking, like, I'm almost to Heavensward. Save your greetings. If you're looking for a hired blade, then you'll have to look elsewhere. After the day I've had, the only company I crave is the squat silent type. The type that has a handle on holds no less than a pint of ale. Huh? You wish to hear my tale? I warn you, it's no stirring epic, but as you asked, my employer, a Lalafellan lad, wished to pay a visit to a peddler who deals in some manner of special sand. Forget what it's called, but 'tis apparently worth a small fortune. Anyway, when we arrived, the man claimed his stock had been stolen by bandits. Determined not to return empty-handed, we crept into the bandits' stronghold and set about locating the stolen goods. Long story short, alarms were raised, rogues were awoken, and we fled in a blind panic. I was separated from my employer in the confusion and have not seen him since. Oh, friend of yours, is he? Then you best be prepared for the worst. 'Tis possible the poor sod may yet be lost in the old Amagina mithril mine, but I fear bandits will have caught up to him by now. to the mines. Whew. Think your husband wants you to go to bed? I understand. I want me to go to bed too. I might call into work. I haven't slept, like, nearly at all. Hey, Wedgie. You alright? How could I be so stupid, sneaking into a bandit's lair? It's just not the sort of thing I do, and now I'm gonna die for it. No, I just need to calm down. I can do this. I can be brave. I'm gonna stand up. I'm gonna walk out of here. Here we go. Hooah! Huh? Yeah, I'm sorry. Please don't kill me. I promise I'll never... Oh, come back. Well, hold it. Is it really you? You worked last night, got off work at 4:30 a.m.? What do you do that you get off at 4:30 a.m.? That sounds rough. Can you... How did you find me? Can you smell fear? Actually, ignore that smell. I expect you're wondering why I'm here. Well, I was in the process of retrieving some soul and aether sand, which Biggs and I need for our research. As it happens, it was, I concede, perhaps a touch foolish, and very nearly fatal, but I did succeed in snatching the stuff before my bodyguard ran away, and several dozen bandits came piling after me with knives and axes, and that very much look like a plank with a rusty nail on them. Anyway, the important thing is that the stolen aether sand is right here in my oh dear. It must have fallen out when I was taking evasive maneuvers. It seems I won't be leaving this infernal place for a while yet. You're gonna leave right now, young man. You'll find the aether sand in my stead? Yep. Ah, thank gods, you're a true friend, old. The search doesn't prove too troublesome. The bandits don't seem to care much for visitors. Ooh. I'm gonna look like a huge jerk if I don't find enough for two. Oh, you leave me alone. I'm just out here like, I'll find the aether sand for you, and then just wander off with it. Earth cradled aether sand. Aren't we all cradled by the earth? Like, if the earth does one thing, it's cradle. Old, have you had any luck collecting the aether sand? I did. That's it. I must return to the workshop at once and tell Biggs the wonderful news. What's that? You're also on a mission to collect aether sand? And you're working with the chief? A treasure trove of Allagan knowledge, you say? I see. Then you should really be the one to have this. Biggs and I are far from exhausting all possible avenues of airship innovation, but it sounds as if your problem can't be solved by any other means. This expedition of yours sounds jolly interesting, I must say. I'm half inclined to join you. In fact, I think I will. Any venture worth the chief's time must be worth a look. Right. I'm more than ready to leave this awful place behind. And you should return to Mordona with that aether sand before there are any more little mishaps. Be sure to keep a close eye on your pockets, old. Don't blow me up, grenade. I gotta get out of here. But yeah, there's quite a lot of fetch quests involved in getting to the Crystal Tower, isn't there? Here, I thought there was a chance we were going to get to Heavensward today. Ah, Old, you've returned. I take it from your presence that you were successful in procuring us some aether sand. Tell me, which variety did you find? Got fire and earth. I see, 2 varieties. Well, that is 2 more than could reasonably be expected, and 2 less than I had hoped you would say. Forgive my flippancy, you've done well, truly. If all goes to plan, we need no longer fear death by fire or earth. Master Garland, would you be so kind as to prepare the relevant crystals? I shall set to work immediately. Truth be told, I've been looking forward to this. One does not encounter materials like this every day. Speaking of which, how in the 7 hills did you find them? Mistake me not, old friend. I know only too well how capable you are, but aether sand isn't something you simply find gathering dust in the back of a merchant's rare gem cabinet. You got help from Biggs and Wedge. Trust them to design a revolutionary new engine the moment I turn my back. How's a genius meant to rest on his laurels when his employees are so damnably inventive, eh? And now they're determined to join us, are they? Typical. I jest, of course. It'll be good to have them around. Still, as a matter of professional pride, let's endeavor to procure the 2 remaining varieties of aetherson before they arrive, shall we? Tell me, Rambros, have we any information on where water and wind aspected types may be hiding? Not as of yet, but I have made certain arrangements. We shall soon see if my efforts have borne fruit. Forgive me for observing, but you seem less enthusiastic about that prospect. There's a complication. I'd rather we discuss it now than risk jeopardizing the expedition. Maybe an explanation is in order, but first, let us savor the preliminary victory that Old has won for our cause, if only for a moment. Money? Always money, right? Performance for the ages. Yes, I must speak of the arrangements I made to acquire the 2 remaining varieties of aether sand. Some time ago, I asked a Charlian acquaintance of mine to travel to Gridania and there gather the necessary materials. Since that time, however, I've heard nary a whisper from him. To be frank, this lack of communication is not entirely uncharacteristic, but I cannot discount the possibility that something ill has befallen the man. One more quest before you get to the first dungeon? Nice. Alas, we do not have time to investigate his fate. As I mentioned before, the more we delay our expedition, the more likely it is that the Crystal Tower's secrets will fall into the wrong hands. Therefore, I would entrust you with the same mission I assigned my friend. Travel to the Black Shroud and seek out Parsa Monterey. Monterey? The master of the markets in Gridania. If anyone knows where the aether sand might be bought, it is he. Parsa Monterey. Oh. Yes, Franche. In Gridania. Now, the country of Gridania or the city of Gridania? The city. Money is good. It feels like the thing to do. I imagine Marketplace holds things cheaper than as quest rewards. And for the most part, I don't think it's ever actually come up. Yeah? I'm sorry, did you say you wanted to purchase Aether Sand? My dear fellow, have you the faintest idea of the rarity of the material you seek? I have not so much as seen a grain of Aether Sand in these markets for many a long year. I could tell you where one might mine the ore, which the water-aspected variety of the abrasive is derived, but only a desperate fool would willingly set foot in that place. You seem undeterred. Very well. You just don't know how awake you'll be by the time you get to the first one? It's alright. I got a feeling we'll be doing most of them next week. Still in the free version, so you haven't even bothered with the auction house yet. Is the auction house not in the free version? Are you familiar with Earth's Gift? That is where the ore is to be found, in an area inhabited by a particularly pernicious hog. Should you encounter the betusked nightmare, you will know that you're in the right place, albeit at the wrong time. Farewell. I never had the... where is the Earth's Gift? Is that over by Camp Tranquil? Yeah, we're close. Auction house is viewable, but you can't buy anything if you're on the free version. I've always been a little annoyed that, like, I didn't have the option for the free version. They'll be like, hey, the free trial now goes up to, like, X expansion. But since I bought the first game, like, I never had, like, the free trial up to, like, the new expansions. So I gotta buy each expansion as it comes out. Whoop. Hulking hog carcass, my favorite. It's east of Quarry Mill. That's the closer aetheryte. I should head to bed at least to get some rest. Have fun questing and have a great stream. Thank you. Hope you have a good time too. Get some real sleep. Pro tip for the market board. Server hop to shop for prices. You can often find stuff for cheaper on other servers. That's interesting. You are too late, adventurer. And not only for the entertainment, you'll find no trace of the ore, which but recently lay here. Nay, not so much as a speck. Says the disembodied voice. Ah, no. You'll never spy me from there. For the time being at least, you'll have to trust the evidence of your ears. Now stop squinting at the foliage and listen. As I told you, the water-blessed mineral you hoped to find is gone, taken by me. Victory has made me magnanimous, however, accordingly, I have decided to share the location of an alternative source of Aether Sand with you. The Wind Touch variety. To be specific, I trust I have your attention? Good. A band of Ixal in the North Shroud keeps a quantity of the abrasive the purpose of removing impurities from lesser crystals. Well, mean to dally here all day? Make haste, adventurer, before I snatch another prize from under your nose. This is to be a race. The XIV logging grounds in the North Shroud shall be our destination, and that is where the real amusement will begin. May the best man win. What? He said North Shroud? Bam, I'm already there. There's probably some decent way to make a load of money using like market okay, hang on. Using market manipulation in this game. Because you could just go from location to location. Like buying stuff on the market board where it's cheap and selling it where it's expensive elsewhere. Alright, I think I won this race. Never mind, not with an interact loading bar such as this. Bravo, that was quite a show, adventure. Why, the spectacle proved so enthralling that all thoughts of Aethersand slipped my mind. Who are you? I appear to have forfeited our little race. Congratulations, the wind touch abrasive is yours. And yet, having been treated to such a memorable performance, I cannot help feeling the greater prize is mine. The inequity must not stand. I insist that you accept a token of my appreciation. Payment for this entertainment will be waiting for you to the east in a clearing within Proud Creek. Pray retrieve my gift ere it is crushed beneath the iron feet of the Doulahans. Okay. Oh, it's directly under the proud feet of, or the iron feet of this Doulahan. Oh, there it is. Patty cake, patty cake. Not what you were expecting. I took the liberty of refining the ore from the Earth's gift into Aethersand. Do keep it safe, adventurer. Lest you accuse me of playing games, you should know that the thought of relinquishing my prize never once crossed my mind till I saw you in action. Such deeds must needs be rewarded. It is my vocation, you see, to record history as it is made by mortal men. I much prefer to chronicle the accomplishments of the bold and the mighty. Thus, it is my fervent wish that you continue your career with the same courage and zeal you've shown today. We shall meet again, adventurer, and sooner than you imagine. Okay. Thanks, Ghost. Back to Mordona. Have a good day of play. Good night. I think we might have time to do one Alliance raid. You're gonna go pass out. Love to help you with the Alliance raids. They can be really fun. Just don't think I'll make it. I'm sure that at least one of them will have to wait until tomorrow or next week anyway. There will be more chances. There'll be more dungeons. Good times for everybody. And I do think, like, the Crystal Tower raids might be up there with some of my favorites. I mean, there are dungeons with better music and cooler bosses, but like, I don't know, just strolling into the Crystal Towers with like a squad of like 24 adventurers kind of feels cool. What news of your mission? Are we any closer to requiring the remaining abrasives? Yeah. You've brought both? I shall have Mr. Garland begin work on the crystals immediately. That's right, you will. There, that should do the trick. Excellent work. We now possess all 4 of the fangs required to pierce the Crystal Tower's defenses. My compliments, Master Garland. Oh, it was a trifling matter, I assure you. Old Ear is the one you should be thanking. Anyway, by my reckoning, there's nothing stopping us from striding up to the Alagan's front door. Yep. Can't go without us, Chief. Biggs, Wedge, come to lend a hand, have you? Well, it's not every day that you get a chance to study the wonders of Alagan Empire, is it? Their technology makes Garlemald's look ancient. I appreciate your enthusiasm, lads, I really do, but we're not here to take this knowledge for ourselves. Twice in the last decade, the promise of unimaginable power has prompted men to meddle with technology they don't understand, and the realm has been dragged to the very brink of oblivion on both occasions. We shall not be so irresponsible as to risk another. Wedge, do you recall our company's creed? Yeah, Chief. It's freedom through technology? Exactly. Freedom. When we forsook our homeland, we swore that we would have no truck with machines that could be used to promote tyranny. That has not changed. Should you feel tempted to break your oath, remember this. The wonders of the all-knowing Alagan Empire could not save their civilization, and have damn near doomed ours twice. That is why we must explore the Crystal Tower, if needs be, seal away its secrets. A compelling viewpoint. It is unyielding wills such as yours that have defined the course of history. And if it isn't, this guy. We haven't met him yet. So your return at last. What, pray tell, has kept you so wholly preoccupied that you could not spare a moment to inform me of your progress or preservation? Why, the task you assigned me, of course. Surely you have not forgotten about the Aether Sand. I tasked the passing adventurer with delivering it. A more capable courier I could not imagine. Greetings, adventurer. Did I not say we would meet again? I believe an introduction is in order. I'm Grahatia, one of the students of Baldesian. I look forward to joining you on your groundbreaking expedition. Grahatia has been assigned to the project as an observer. I hope you will forgive him his eccentricities and welcome him as one of our own. So then, our fellowship is complete and all stand ready to step into the unknown. 3 cheers for Noah. Noah? I was gonna ask that too, but I didn't want to seem stupid by not knowing what it was. That is the name I have chosen for our little collective. Given our differing backgrounds, we cannot very well call ourselves the Sons of Saint Koinak, can we? And we must have a memorable appellation if our venture is to leave our its mark in the annals of history. I could claim that Noah stands for Nominated Observers of Artifacts Historical. And so it does, technically. But my true reason for choosing the name stems from the fact that it is shared by a vaunted Allegan Archmagus. Ugh. An Archmagus? I like the sound of that. Very well. Now, the pressing matter of what we call ourselves has been settled. It's time to set forth to brave the outer defenses of the Crystal Tower. Is everyone ready to depart? Yeah. Ready. Whew. All right. Ratia is eager to begin. Gentlemen, the secrets of the ancient Alleg beckon. Let's not keep them waiting any longer. Adventure, you and I will join the engineers at the Crystal Tower's main gateway, where we will endeavor to neutralize the structure's outer defenses. Rambros, meanwhile, will remain here and oversee the operation. Given my knowledge of Allegan history, it seems logical that I should lead the expedition itself. Though I admit the role doesn't exactly befit my status as an observer, still, we can but make use of the resources at hand. Assuming all are in agreement, let's proceed forthwith to the large lopsided gate found to the southeast. We're going. And just a reminder, if any viewers want to join in, it seems like we're really about to start. We're going to meet at Primal Hyperion. Wait, what? Howdy. You're cute. You would, but you're back at work now? Ah, it's a bummer. Understandable, though. Howdy, friends. Crystal Tower lies beyond this portal. Now comes the interesting part. Is this the first time you run them, or have I done these before at some point? I've done these once before. I've gotten to like halfway through Stormblood, and that's as far as I've gotten. Sid, you're only one of our number who has crossed this threshold. May I ask that you take the lead for the present? But I really do enjoy it like this, because it wasn't the first raid, it was just the first one that felt badass. Like, there was something about like the intro where like the whole squad like walks in together. I say, the energy radiating from these statues is palpable. Lucky for us, one might otherwise stroll past them. Feast your eyes on the elemental defenses which prompted our lengthy preparations. These sentinels prevent would-be intruders from advancing within 20 yalms of the tower's inner reaches. The first one is the weirdest. You can help guide you if I don't remember it well. Is it the one with Cerberus? But yeah, I'll be looking to chat for inspiration, no matter how swift they may be. Happily, the crystal fangs we took such pains to craft should spare us the inconvenience of instantaneous annihilation. Here, allow me to demonstrate. Chief, it's too dangerous to allow anyone else to risk their life testing? Quite right. I made the damn thing. It's my job to see that they work. Cerberus is the last one. Alright, I wouldn't have held it like that. It feels like sticking your fingers in first. It's not the smartest way to go about that. Success. I, for one, am convinced. Friends, ready your fangs. You know, I think Stid should do all of these. Actually, no, Biggs and Wedge, they're expendable. The first one has extra trash mob packs, the triple Atmos bosses, and 1/2 parties can't initially damage, and other weirdness. Yeah! Okay, this is all ringing various bells. This last one is yours, old friend. It seemed only right. Haha, we did it! So much for the outer defenses. Indeed, the entrance to the tower is near at hand. My blood fairly sings with anticipation. Speaking of blood, I have a proposal for the next stage of the expedition. I suggest we wait here while Old and a hand-picked party of his adventuring companions enters the tower. What? Without us? I thought we came here to survey the entire structure. We did, and we will, but our investigation must proceed at more measured pace. The outside of this place is well defended. Can you imagine what awaits us inside? Only a true hero could reasonably hope to brave the hazards ahead and live to tell the tale. Old here fits that description better than anyone I know. Aw, thank you. And it is not as if we shall be idle in his absence, while Old and his companions are risking life and limb to beat us a path to the tower. We can set about analyzing this rubble for evidence of how its technologies function. Your knowledge of ancient lore will be invaluable in this endeavor, historian Grahatia. Bah, you ever tire of being right, old man? Old, it seems that I won't be accompanying you. Allow me to at least provide some instruction. The maze that surrounds the base of the tower is known as the Labyrinth of the Ancients. During this initial foray, I suggest you concentrate on ridding the place of hostile elements. While you are reasonably certain the maze is secure, contact me via link shell, and we shall join you post-haste no matter what Master Garland says. Though, we would prefer it if any relics you encounter remained intact. You have leave to do what is necessary to secure the ingress to the upper levels of the tower. Fortune go with you, old. It's about time for my alarm to go off. My kids don't have school today, so I don't have to take them. I think as long as this takes less than half an hour, I can do the first Labyrinth of the Ancients. That's the one. Average wait time 20 minutes. That's kind of what I thought. Okay. How do I visit another data center? I think I do it from the login screen. Okay, hang on. Let's see. Subcommands. Visit another data center or world server, somewhere like that. We are going to Primal? Hyperion. Proceed. Now let's see what kind of queue time we can expect over here. Tank queues for Alliance raids kind of suck as well. The ratio is bad. Aw. This character is... Yep. Yes. Gotcha. Hi, kitty. How are you doing? You're a good kitty. All right. And here we go. It seems the queue times were much faster here. Although one of the tanks seems to be asleep. Like DPS, I understand. Like they've been in the queue for 6 years. Woo! That was immediate. Five times as many DPS as tanks. Isn't that always the way? All right. I'm just gonna follow them. I'm in Alliance B. White Mage seems to know where to go. Wait, do ninjas flip? I'm still trying to decide, like, what class I want to be for Stormblood, and I'm thinking ninja. You start with trash and then the dragon. If you're tanking, just group stuff up. Pull the dragon to the opposite side of the room from the entrance if the other tank doesn't. I can't see shit. Am I doing it right? Good lord, what is going on my screen? Is this holy? Oh, I have holy spam with the white mages with full effect. Okay. I'll figure out how to get rid of that later. It's so pretty, though. You can reduce other people's special effects in the graphics settings, yeah. Whew. Well, now is not the time to make such a change. Thank you. That is exactly what I'll do. Alright, and then the dragon. Group stuff up, pull the dragon to the opposite side of the room. The other tank doesn't. Oh shit. So I should be grouping up these guys, right? People just want the dragon away from the middle. The skeletons run into and blow it up. Oh, okay. I don't know what these things are, but I greet them. Part 2. Opposite side of the main room, your group goes down the middle hallway and then it forks. I'm guessing I go down the middle hallway because I am in Group B. And this is a part people can screw up, if I recall. Alright. What do I do? I need to, like... Do I stand over here? Need 4 people in the back. Okay. Gotcha. Oh, shit. I'm doing things terribly. And just hit the boss and then people in the back kill the ads. Okay. Whew. I can't help but feel I did that entirely wrong. God, the social anxiety is real. Now this guy, I remember you run away? No? So he's invulnerable to me, is that right? Yeah. So I just need to hit ads. Lots of pants in this place. Group A can currently damage him. How do you know that Group A was the one that could damage him? Was it the tethers on their body? Or was there some kind of marker I was missing? A is always first. That makes sense. I kind of figured it would do that, but I didn't see like any specific indicator. And they get the first tethers. Gotcha. And so when those green tethers showed up, that was probably when it was Group B's turn. Ah, hello. Next 3 bosses, you get the far middle one. That'd be this guy, right? And just hold it where it is, ideally faced outward. He was probably over here. Hang on. See, that one I felt alright. I did kind of drag him around a little bit. Stand off to the side for this guy. Next one, you need to hide behind the rocks. Gotcha. Hey, it looks like we did it. I didn't know any better. Thanks for your help there. I would have forgotten many of these things if not for you. I might have been able to guess them. The 4 people standing on the button, though, that would have got me. There seems to be more. Yes. I seem to be grabbed. Final boss. Your group is normally expected to pull the boss and hold it a bit south of the middle. When it casts Ancient Flame, probably run to where I am at now. I didn't have time to read the message, but I think I did that right. Yes, there. Woo. It's a good thing I was in Group B. Because otherwise that would have gone horribly. Can you guys hear me taking pictures? The little camera snap? It's the part I love best about these things. Oh, what am I gonna do? Commendations. You. Great job, Scholar. Read. Yay. Give me all the things. I don't know what these are. Look at him RP walking out of here. Did I get anything I can wear? Nope. It was just a fun little raid. It only took about 20 minutes too. Oh, they're old. Very impressive, I must say. Your name shall be writ large in the volumes that are sure to be penned on this historic expedition. The scale of this structure defies comprehension. Some plainly thought bigger was better. According to the findings of my Baldesian colleagues, the Crystal Tower was constructed to collect and store endless energies of the sun. Characteristically ambitious undertaking. The next raid is the easiest and fastest alliance raid in the game. It's the last one that trips people up. Yeah. We won't be doing either of them today. We're going to tackle them both next week. Now, what are the tower's inner defenses? Judging by your haggard expression, clearing out the labyrinth was no small feat. A giant of a man wielding a shimmering scimitar, you say? Yeah, that will have been Phlegethon. Not Acheron, Phlegethon. He was the hero of the Algan Revolution. You gleaned that from what exactly? His choice of weapon? Well, I am a historian, and I have a certain, say, affinity for the lore of the Algan Empire. It is, of course, all knowledge gleaned from the musty scrolls and tomes. The ancient texts claim that the Crystal Tower is defended by the champions of Eld, resurrected and augmented through the Algan's extraordinary technology. Chief, you need to see this. Well, 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 there it is. The foot of the tower. What surprises do you have in store for us, I wonder? I can't tell you how glad I am to have you with us on this little jaunt, old friend. Had you not beaten the path through the maze, I very much doubt we'd be standing here now. Well, we have much to discuss and digest. Let us retire to St. Coinac's fine. For the present, and there plan our next step. Lest there be any doubt, our expedition has some way yet to go yet. Ooh, I'm falling apart. I do need to go to bed. I think today's a day where I do not go to work. But we'll finish up this particular quest. I think this was an unnecessary teleport. See, my brain's turning to mush. So much. I'll put on like some long series for my for my kids. They've been watching lots of Mythbusters. And my son was getting obsessed with it. It was just explosions and murder and death. And he loved every second of it. So I'll slap that on for them. And then I'll collapse and wake up 3 days from now. So good of you to join us, old. Our meeting would be dull indeed without a full account of your experiences in the labyrinth. Take a moment to collect yourself, and when you're ready, we shall debate how best to proceed. Whew. Alright, thank you so much everybody who watched. I had a good time. That was fun. A special thanks to you, Duncan, who walked me through the first raid there. It all looks so familiar, but like it's been a few years. Also, get a little fuzzy and pixely when I like turn the camera too far away. Anyway, I had a good time. If you want to join in next time, that would be fine. I post my schedule on Twitter, Blue Sky, in YouTube posts. But if you want like the exact time I'm going to play these things, that will end up in my schedule on Discord. I've got like timestamp conversions there, so it can tell you exactly what time it is in your time zone. Good morning, everybody. I am Old Man Sugarheart. We are playing Final Fantasy 14. And see that crystal tower over there? We're a third of the way through. Anybody who wants to can hop in and join me for the remaining 2 raids. But we should be able to get through that today, and if we're lucky, we might even make it to Heavensward today. I am nervous because there are ways to lose this, and I didn't have a big enough chance to study. I think I'll be good up till Cerberus, but after that, it's anybody's game. Let's get started. The Fellowship of Noah being accounted for, it is time for this assembly was called to order. Rambros will be presiding over the meeting. If you would be so kind as to inform him of your readiness to proceed. My readiness to proceed. Hi, Asuna. How are you doing? Welcome back, Old. Just been reading about your encounter in the Labyrinth of Ancients. It pleases me greatly to note that you seem none the worse for the experience. For your reference, I have added my own notes to Graha's preliminary expedition report and begun compiling a Crystal Tower survey log. The information contained therein should be available to you at all times. Should you have any questions, you need only ask. Now, if there are no objections, I shall begin with a summary of the expedition's key accomplishments. Okay. Money. In the course of this, our first foray into the grounds of the Crystal Tower, we succeeded in neutralizing the structure's outer defenses before proceeding to secure the maze surrounding the base of the spire. According to Old's account, the labyrinth's defenses were most emphatically active. Disturbingly, his report also mentions a violent encounter with a sentry heavily augmented by Allegan technology. In short, our misgivings were well founded. The Crystal Tower was not simply thrust above the ground by the chaotic shifting of the earth. It has somehow been reawoken. If, as seems increasingly likely, the tower's secret should prove too dangerous to share with the world, we will have no choice but to contain them. Short of leveling the place, this will almost certainly involve returning the returning its mechanisms to a state of dormancy. To do that, however, we will first need to address the question of how they work. The answer to which must surely be waiting for us inside the tower itself. In conclusion, that is where we must go. Nice input there, kitty. Are you reading Graha's lines? That makes sense. A task rather easier said than done, if the perils of the labyrinth are any indication. Then I move that all further exploration of the tower be delayed until such a time as an exhaustive analysis of the structure's defenses has been completed. Master Garland, may I entrust this task to you? It would be my pleasure. Don't forget about us. It's like you said, Chief. We founded the Ironworks to make sure that technology was used for the right reasons, and that means making sure it's not used for the wrong ones. We wouldn't be doing our jobs if we didn't see this through to the end. Lads, well, I hope you're ready for some back-breaking chores. Well, everything seems to be in hand here, so I shall take my leave of you for the present. If I am to witness this valiant tale unfold with mine own eyes, I must needs hone my martial skills ere we ascend the spire. You'll do nothing of the sort, Graha. Your knowledge may prove useful to Master Garland's investigation. Humph. As an observer, I am not, strictly speaking, subject to your authority. Pray do not mistake my intent, old. I am well aware that I shall never be a match for one of your innate talents, however hard I train. Be that as it may, pray do not allow your skills to rust from disuse during the coming pause. We will need you fighting fit for any, if our subsequent forays are to prove as productive as this one. Mark me, we have not yet caught more than a briefest glimpse of that which time has obscured. Soon, however, we shall cast off the veil and gaze upon the glory of the Allegan Empire. And with that encouraging thought in mind, it is time to bring this assembly to a close. Let's focus on the tasks at hand, that our next expedition shall begin all the sooner. Meeting adjourned. Yeah. You're good spending the big winter storm visiting your parents in Texas? Haven't seen them in 4 years. That is a long time. They're cat-sitting your brother's cats, so you have an affectionate little kid crawling on you. That's awesome. Such a terrible mess, yet it does leave the door wide open, so to speak. One cannot help but be impressed. I'm beginning to understand the reliance on you place on adventurers, old friends. So this is the legacy of the Allegan Empire left behind. If my readings are correct, the energy source waiting atop the tower is a match even for the Ultima weapon. Nay, more than a scratch. A new toy for me to play with. I believed the fates have conspired to deny me my just rewards once again, but it would seem they had a greater destiny in mind for me. And as long as my ambition burns, I shall strive to seize it. The dream lives on, Cid. Do not disappoint me. Yeah. Kitten, cozy home, Sugarheart streaming. It's the dream. I'm glad to hear it. I always have trouble spending too much time with my parents. I've discovered that I can tolerate them like a week, a year. By then they just become infuriatingly parent-like. Just very strong opinions on how I'm living my life wrong, even though I'm very, very old. And have a number of very different problems from the ones they faced when they were little itty bitty humans. You'll actually meet my mom in this game, if you get far enough. Matoya looks exactly like my mother. That's it. Circus Tower. Alright. To the circus. No way. Yeah, like 100% exactly like my mom. I will introduce you. My dad was in Luma Island. Ah, 'tis you, my friend. You're doubtless eager to hear our progress at the Crystal Tower. Excellent. I'd be disappointed to hear otherwise. Of course, disappointed is the word of the day. I fear I am ashamed to say that there is nothing worthwhile to report. The suns continue to probe the labyrinth of ancients, and every day brings new discoveries. Alas, The same cannot be said of the Crystal Tower proper. We've not been able to set so much as a single foot inside it. You'll recall how the 8 sentinels stood between us and the labyrinth initially. In like manner, the entryway into the principal spire, Circus Tower, the Alligans called it, is protected by technology far more advanced than our own. Sid and I have tried every trick we know, but without success. Frankly speaking, we are at a loss. It is discouraging, but we cannot give up. There must be a way in. And so the situation stands, my friend. Until we gain entry into the tower, I fear your talents shan't avail us. It will require time that I am loath to waste. But I have a mind to set my people scouring such ancient texts as we have on hand. Perhaps we can be of assistance? And you are? Be at ease, friends, for we share the selfsame goal. I don't know who these people are. I'm Une. Excuse me. And my companion is called Doga. We are scholars of the Allagan civilization sent by the students of Baldesion to assist in your endeavor. Is that a Baldesian outfit? Because it looks cool. Une and Doga, rather unusual names for this day and age. If I might be forgiven for observing, but I digress. You claim to be here at the student's behest, but we have received nary a word of your coming. Moreover, in light of the recent incident at the Isle of Val, I should think that they have rather more pressing concerns. We can only assume that the message failed to reach you due to some mishap. I assure you that we are here to help. What is it, Graha? Ugh, 'tis nothing. There was a pain, but it subsided. Well, well, this is rather unexpected. Your right eye is the same as ours. The same? You have the Allagan eye as well? This sanguine hue is said to be the trait of the Allagans, yet I inherited it from my father, as he did from his. Only one child in a single generation is born with the eye, and all my life I've sought to learn the truth of its manifestation. If there's aught you know, I implore you to tell me. My deepest apologies, we have no answers for you. Only one thing is certain. Those who possess the trait are bound by fate to Allag. As your eye has placed you upon the path you walk, so too have we come to fulfill our destiny. Absurd though as it may sound, it is the truth. It seems to me we have not to lose by accepting their aid. What say you? We got a lot to lose, but let's do it. If that is your wish, then so be it. Yet know that I still mean to verify your story with the students of Baldesion when I am able. I trust there will be no objections. Very well, as of this moment, I name Une and Doga advisory members of Noah. Without further ado, let us have them examine the circus tower entrance. I promise you'll not have cause to regret your decision. Old, I should be much obliged if you were to accompany our new friends to the tower. Biggs and Wedge are presently surveying the 8 sentinels. The 2 of them can show you the way. On arrival, pray report to Master Garland, who will brief you on the situation. All right. I shall join you, Old, with Une and Doga's knowledge, along with your uncanny knack for setting events in motion. I'm hopeful that we can finally see progress. Hey. We're doing it. Hello, seasoned adventurer. It's time to get my muscle memory right again. Like, a week in between playthroughs is a bit much. And to dive immediately into a raid that, like, you can fail. At least, like, the second one I hear is easy. We go through here? How do I get to you? Is this the way? Come on, I should be able to fly over things, right? How did I get there before? Did I take the hole? Yeah, I assume I took the hole. Whoop. We not flying? Okay. Biggie, wedgie. Well, if it isn't old, are you talking about me or the ruins? Eager to enter Circus Tower and kill everything in sight, no doubt. As I'm sure you've already heard, though, the place is kind of locked up tight as a clam. New friends from the students, you say? Excellent. It's been slow going, or rather no going. For the chief, he'll appreciate the help. If you'll just follow me, I'll take you to him. Try to open sesame. Ah, some old faces to lift the spirit, and a couple of new ones besides. Allow me to introduce Une and Doga. They are scholars of ancient Alex sent here by our friends of Baldesian to aid in the investigation. We understand you're having trouble circumventing the tower's defenses. It is our hope that we can be of some small assistance. Your attire is ought to go by. If your attire is ought to go by, your assistance should prove invaluable indeed. To begin with, let me tell you where we stand. Beyond there rises Circus Tower, the principal spire of the structure collectively known as the Crystal Tower. The only way to get inside through the proverbial front door, the imposing gate you see here. The problem is we can't get it open. It's sealed by some mechanism whose workings are an utter mystery to us. Having had no success via more orthodox methods, I went at it with everything from a pickaxe to a Magitech cannon. Nothing so much as put a scratch on it. For a blessing, the gate doesn't try to reduce us to ashes like the 8 sentinels, but that doesn't make it any less effective a security measure. It's fiendishly frustrating in its simplicity. The only clue we have is the elaborate device carved upon it, a man and a woman, respect, elegant royalty by my judgment. Precisely who these individuals were, we cannot say, nor do we know whether the device actually serves a purpose. Like as not, it is purely decorative. We are the human keys. Is that what you're nodding in agreement of? If you're thinking to force it, save your strength. It's no use, just ask the calluses on my hands. Rest assured, we do not mean to waste our strength. Indeed, why should we exert ourselves when the gate will open of its own accord? It do be opening. I didn't think any of us expected that to happen. I did. Seven Hells, what is this? What did you do? What are you? Piercing the heavens and gathering the light, a symbol of mankind's glory and might. Team Rocket's here now. Prepare to fight. Its virtue guarded by gates impregnable, only to those who of royal blood answerable. Exactly as passed down through legend, I am delighted to see. Good morning, Sugar. Good morning, Panina. Beg pardons for interrupting your bewilderment. I could not help but notice the remarkable playthings you have acquired. Nero? You're still alive? Need an extra pair of hands? It would be greatly appreciated. We will be doing the Circus Tower very, very soon. I'm on Primal Hyperion. Garland, if I didn't know any better, I would say you weren't happy to see me. But I jest. In light of our recent meetings, you have every right to be wary. But rest assured, I am no longer a threat to you. My legion is, for all intents and purposes, defunct. My association with it means a tight noose awaits me back in Garlemald. And so I've been roaming this land, Eorzea, a regular itinerant. In the course of my wanderings, I chanced to catch wind of your latest venture. It sounded positively fascinating, and so I decided to come here and join you. And the wrongs you've committed? You think us that gullible? If you're suspect of my intent, 'tis only just deserts, but I am determined to make amends. As a gesture of goodwill, I will share to you what I know with these two odd characters. As you are doubtless already aware, the Crystal Tower was a symbol of ancient Aleg's might and prosperity. Entry was permitted only to royalty and a select few individuals. According to the records I have unearthed, only royal blood can open the gate. In other words, the Emperor and his progeny were living keys. I mean to say that these two are descended from Allegan royalty? Oh, I suggest nothing so glamorous. But at plain, they are imitations of royalty. Living keys born of Allegan ingenuity. Still pretty fancy. Clones, I believe, is the name your creators gave your kind. Is that not so? Should seem that the time for concealment is past. Pray accept our apologies. 'Twas not our intent to deceive. We simply wish to avoid causing undue harm by prematurely making what many would consider deranged claims. If it please you, let us return to the Ancient Sentinels. There's much and more to tell. You gonna prop open the door? Got a stick? Very well. Seven hells, do you seriously mean to follow us around? Come, Garland, you know me better than to think that I spoke in jest. What more will it take for us to be reconciled? A gift, perhaps? An Allegan tombstone. It holds the information I just shared with you, and a deal more besides. It used to be jealously guarded by the guarded property of the 14th Legion, but it's yours now. I wish you joy of it. I look forward to working together, old friend. Still more talking before we can do things. If you're ready to listen, we shall tell you all. As it pertains closely to your investigation, your leader, Rambros, may wish to be present. Alright? Before we begin, pray allow me to apologize again. It was not our intent to deceive you. As you've already gathered, we are not scholars sent by the Baldesian. Nay, we are clones. Copies of people who existed once, given life through Allegan technology. This is a rather lot to take in. If it would not be considered unseemly, might I ask why you and yours were created? And more specifically, what is it that you now seek to do? Answering your questions requires that we revisit Allegan history. Pray, bear with us. You can invite me. Allegan Empire reached its zenith long before our kind came into being. In that glorious age, the Crystal Tower stood tall as a symbol of Allegan pride. Parents took their children there, that we might learn of how the nigh limitless energy is produced brought prosperity to the whole empire. That prosperity, however, bred decadence, and the empire began to show signs of stagnation. This decline was made all the more rapid for want of strong leadership. In a matter of generations, the Allegan civilization became a pale shadow of its former self. Its once gleaming cities fell into disrepair, and its frontier lands were given over to the wilderness. Lamenting the pitiful state of affairs, one technologist made it his mission to restore Alleg to greatness. Amon was his name, and he believed that the alien empire wanted for but a potent ruler, and none was more potent than its founding father, whom he sought to resurrect. The founding father? You mean Emperor Xandi? None other. As part of his experiments, Amon created clones of the Empire's descendants. We are the products of that experiment, copies of Une and Doga. Historical tests mention the reigns of two Allegan emperors named Xandi. It was commonly believed that the second was the namesake of the first. After all, such custom is not uncommon among royalty and commoners alike, to think that the two were in fact one and the same. Xandi returned from the grave and assumed his throne once more. And true to Amon's prediction, the Emperor restored his realm to the glory it once knew. Would that he could have been satisfied with that. In his previous life, the Emperor desired to bring the entire world under Allegan dominion, an ambition that would ultimately went unfulfilled. Having been granted a second chance, he was determined to succeed. Realizing that he needed more power to wage his war of conquest, Xandi turned his sights towards a forbidden source, darkness. In order to learn how to harness this power, he converted the Crystal Tower into a restricted research facility. Darkness again. 7 hells. What is with the megalomaniacal rulers turning to darkness in their lust for power? Well, at least this one won't be bothering us, being thousands of years dead and all. Would that you were right, Master Garland. Ah. Alas, Emperor Xandi is very much alive. Within Circus Tower, he still abides, his ambition burning all the more ardently for his empire's collapse. Wielding the power of darkness requires prodigious amounts of energy that not even the Crystal Tower could produce. In order to augment that shortfall, Dalamud was created and launched into the heavens. On high it hung, gathering the sun's energy and channeling it to the tower below. However, a miscalculation resulted in a surge of energy that escaped from the land. This triggered an earthquake of unprecedented violence, the calamity that ushered the Fourth Umbral Era. In the blinking of an eye, the mighty Allegan Empire was laid to waste. Yet, even as the Crystal Tower was sinking into the earth, the technologist Amon, now Emperor Xandi's closest aide, invoked powerful magics and halted the flow of time. Every soul within the structure, the Emperor included, was placed in a deep slumber, in a state they were to remain in until the time was ripe to awaken. Eras came and went. After a millennia lying dormant, Dalamud was summoned back to the earth. Its descent triggered the 7th Umbral Calamity, in the wake of which the Crystal Tower re-emerged. At that moment, Emperor Xandi awakened. While you pronounce it Xandi, I think most people pronounce it Xandai. I'm going with Xandi. In his lust for power, the Emperor consorted with darkness and was seduced by its corrupting influence. Even though his empire is now little more than a fading memory, he will stop at nothing to see his ambition realized. Xandi is funny, you like it? Yeah, legendary pop star Xandi Zor. 'Tis for no other purpose but to put an end to Xandi's madness that we exist. This mantle we have inherited from our namesakes, the true Unai and Doga. Fearing what might befall the world, the two of them sought to thwart their emperor. They gave us their will, that we might carry on their mission should they fail. When we came to our senses within the Crystal Tower, we deliberated a course of action. Concluding that we alone could not overcome Xandi, we struck out to find a worthy ally. It's taken years, but our search is finally over. 'Tis no ordinary man who can cut a path through the labyrinth of ancients. With you as our champion, old Sugarheart, We are confident that we can end Zandy's dark ambition once and for all. Well, that'll teach me for speaking too soon. Setting my chagrin aside, I see now why you knew about the students of Baldesion, among a host of other things. You were observing our investigation the whole time. So, what will we do, old? The world's in grave danger again, and it just so happens you're an expert at saving it. I'll punch it. That's the plan. You have our eternal gratitude. Together, let us see the Allegan's Empire's dark past laid to rest. It has been our mission to recover the long-lost knowledge of the Allegan civilization, but what worth is that knowledge if it means subjecting the realm to peril? Truth be told, it pains me to think the tower's secrets may become lost to us, but the greater good must ever come first. Besides, no quantity of ancient relics can compare to our friends Une and Doga, living, breathing Allegans. And so I hereby declare a change in Noah's objective. Henceforth, we shall direct all efforts towards sealing off Circus Tower. Its dark secrets must never know the light of day. Old, as you did with us within the labyrinth of ancients, I would have you enter the structure and eliminate hostile elements. Suffice it to say, this includes Emperor Zandy himself. Meanwhile, the rest of us shall examine ways to isolate Circus Tower from the outside world. To work then. Whew. Wait, there's something I must know. My right eye is like yours. Does this mean? You inherited the trait from your father, you said. Knowing that clones are unable to bear offspring, you have no cause for concern. The Allegan Eye, you called it. But to us is the Royal Eye, owing to the fact that the trait manifests only in those possessed by royal blood. I cannot well explain why the eye runs in your line, but I am disinclined to think it's a coincidence. Though you are doubtless impatient to learn the truth, pray, have patience. All will be revealed in due time. I feel like my game's a little pixely as of late. Hello. Blank. Alright, I need to talk to Graha here. My apologies. If I've given you cause to worry, I am quite well, I assure you. As you can appreciate, there's been much for me to think on. But now is the time for action, not idle thoughts. Circus Tower awaits us. Your task is to eliminate all hostile elements within the structure, Zandy himself included. This will afford us a chance to seal off the facility. May the crystal grant you strength. For those unfamiliar with Blank here, he too is a streamer. And he has a YouTube channel you should check out. I don't know if it's under Panina Chan. I think it is. Panina Chan, aka Blank Final Fantasy XIV. He's got some pretty cool videos. Alright. Enter the circus tower. Is that what I do here? Oh, only Blank can do that. You can do it, Blank. Queue us up. Oh, we are queued up. Neat. We are queued. Yes, yes. I feel like my game is a little fuzzier than normal. WQ, is that like widescreen? Looks like widescreen. That looks terrible. What have I done? Okay, let's go back here. Like, things look okay. It's just a little choosing to be a little fuzzy. I'll tweak these settings in my off time. Panina Chan, aka Blank, is the main for Final Fantasy XIV content, but you have a second now for streaming live. Not just Final Fantasy XIV, but other games you'll get into in due time. Nice. I just got a message from the school. My kids get a snow day. The bayou has frozen over. My resolution looks good to you? Yeah, I don't know. I've been playing so many nice games lately. I've been playing Cyberpunk, so maybe, like, I'm just more attuned to pixels. Yeah, it could be the weather. It could be the weather. Like, look at Doga and Une back there. Do they not seem a little, Final Fantasy VIII-like? Little blobby, little texture-y. Like, Une's got a stick and you can kind of barely see it. Is that a stick or is that your hat? It's your hat. When I get close, they look pretty great. Might be lower polygons for distance, but I'm not sure. I wonder if I do have that. Doo-doo-doo. Enable dynamic grass. Everything seems fine. I need to disable other players' effects. That's a thing. Now, where is that option? UI? Character settings. Display hotbar log window. Item control. HUD. Under control settings, then character. I see. Neuron. Let's see. Battle effects. Show limited. That's probably for the best, right? That means like shut off like the rave lighting of Holy, right? Perfect. Hi Duncan McLeod, how are you doing? Yes, that turns off the rave lights. Perfect. Duncan, if you want in on this with us, you can make it in time. But I assume you're working again, right? No snow days for grown-ups. My cats have a veterinarian appointment today, though. So even though I'm not hurting the cats of my children, I am hurting the cats of literal cats today. Actually not at work yet, but you will be. Fair enough. I will be at work too. I need the day to be over. It's been exhausting. The weather has not been pleasant, I think all over the US. And even though my bayou doesn't freeze over often, it froze over now. All the gators are dead. I see. You practicing your group heals? Oh, hey, we're starting to get DPS. I think that's a sign that it's going to fill up quickly, unless that DPS was a part of another party. So what do I do for work? I'm a software engineer for a financial company. So my job is to make sure that your money goes to billionaires as fast as possible. And they get so uppity when it's not as fast as possible. Like, your money going to the billionaires is inevitable. So, like, don't worry about that. It's not like you had a choice in the matter. I just, like, make sure it happens within, like, milliseconds. And apparently that's worth money. Oh, nice. So you thought about getting into software engineering, but you're just a graphic designer? I would say software engineering is still pretty nice, but it's getting worse. So there's basically a push to get everybody into computer or into software engineering, which is good and true. Like, I kind of think of it as like a new form of literacy. So like everybody needs to do some base level or will need to in the future. But in terms of finding work, it can be pretty rough. And recently there have been tweets that they want more H-1B visas so that they can fill the ranks with cheaper labor from overseas. It's a whole thing. But I will say it pays. I get paid very well. That said, I'm also in tremendous debt from student loans. When AI rules the world, we will be the coding janitors. I mean, I felt like that before the AI. But truth be told, I use AI in my job like every day. It's made my job a whole lot easier. Like, you have the AI barf up some code and then you make it work. There's a lot less research on my own behalf that needs to happen. Like, AI is just weird. Like, it's just a glorified autocomplete. But it saves me from having to look up the syntax from time to time. Like, I end up coding in a bunch of different languages, like Python or Perl or Groovy, C#, C++, Visual Basic. Like, I touch all of those for different reasons. And I can't keep the syntax for them straight. And so, like, if I touch a language I haven't touched in 100 years, like ancient Allegan Fortran, like, AI is really handy at, like, spitting out the basics so that I understand. All in all, I don't know. I don't like it. That's just me personally. I wanted it to be a lot more fun. And there are, like, a couple of puzzles I get heavily invested in. But for the most part, like, it's the same boring puzzles over and over again. Someone has data over here, they want it over there. And that's what I do, 90% of the time. As an artist and a graphic designer, you're one of the few that are not opposed to using AI to a degree. Just how it's used makes some of my tasks easier, but you're not in favor of replacing artist jobs? Yeah. The thing that gets me about the replacing of artist jobs is everyone else's jobs are currently being replaced and have been for a long time. Problem with replacing artists is that their job was kind of fun. Like, nobody cared when I automated the spreadsheet workers' jobs. There was not a single tear shed. To be fair, they got to do other roles. So, like, it's not like I put a bunch of people out on the street. With AI, it takes just as much work to regenerate and collect generations as it does to do art from scratch in the first place. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like AI can be a great source of inspiration for you to, like, use as a jumping off point. For example, like, here, as a content creator, I spend a lot of time uploading videos to YouTube, writing descriptions, adding tags and stuff. I'm going to use AI to generate a script to do that, because that should be really easy to do. You just prompt the AI, like, write a script in this language that uploads things from this directory with this naming convention up to YouTube, and it might get things right, it might get things wrong, but it'll give you a basic idea. And that could save me hours a day in which I could play more video games. I mean, I could write that from scratch myself, but it would take about 4 or 5 times as long. Fun stuff. Same goes with music, books, and movies. Yeah. I mean, a lot about AI is that it can't really generate anything new. And so if you're looking for something kind of mindless, like, hey, write me The Matrix Part 4, like, it's just gonna be 1, 2, and 3 mashed together. maybe with some tropes stolen from other similar sci-fi genres. It'll be really weird when Neo goes to Battlestar Galactica, but it'll be interesting. Innovation always is going to make jobs easier. But the offset of that is the nature of jobs is going to change. The printing press has changed with hyper-fast, efficient printers. Yeah. Life's always changing. And I am so very tired. I'm so very old. I just want to play video games. And it would comfort me to know that the people who made those video games can afford to feed their families. That's about the depth of my ethical dilemmas. You like using AI to generate... Oh, and we're in. You like using AI to generate concepts, color schemes, and poses, but then use those as reference for your own art? Yeah. Okay, let me see if I can remember what the guide taught me to do. Circus Tower is the one I actually got to research fully before signing up. And so theoretically, I shouldn't be terrible at this. On the other hand, I haven't swung my axe yet once today, so maybe I will be. What alliance am I in? I won't know until we start? Is that it? How are you still in a movie? Got a loading screen for 1,000 years? Oh, I'm A. Actually, I don't think it matters. Like, I don't think alliance matters in this particular raid. I'm told this is the easy one. And he's dead. There were ads. I saved a healer. I'm a hero. And by save, I mean I did my job. I still deserve praise for that. You wonder if you can solo alliance raids in general. So you can't queue up with them with NPC parties, otherwise I would be doing that. But like maybe you could do a special deal Like, oh, what am I thinking? Like, one of those, like, adjusted parties where it's just you. Alright, I think if I get a red thing, I run it into a frozen guy. But that's about all I know. I think he dies no matter what. I'll just freeze myself here. They didn't need me anyway. Hey. If you're on the left, when loading into the rain, your A, center is B, right is C. That's a cool fact. I think in most cases, like even over leveled, it would be incredibly difficult. Oh, hey. There we go. Why is Doga's clones coming after me? I thought they were on our side. But yeah, I don't think you could do most of these things because they're mechanics to like crowd control you and raid wipe you. Like maybe one or two raids you could get through with soloing. But like if you're the only one there, you might get turned into an ice cube. And if you get turned into an ice cube, you might get hit by the ice cube's die hit thing, and there's nothing you can do about it, etc. You get turned into a frog, and then you get hit by the frog's die thing. I'm looking around for like ads or something. I think we can safely ignore these ads. There's something about like turning invisible if you hit them. But that doesn't seem like it's our problem. I like greed. I know I can save all of that for the end. But it's kind of like, while I'm here. Just took that one on the face. Since I can never get aggro on the main boss, and I'm not trying, I feel like my job as tank is mainly to get the ads to the place of bombardment, usually the boss's lap. And that's about all I feel like I need to know. I say that and then I ignore the experimental byproducts. Ah, cool. I'm a cube, I can take a nap. So as a cube, my job is to be a cube. Ah, that was nice. Oh god, I'm on fire. Was taking a drink. I'm a coming. Realm mapped. I should stop touching the treasure chest. You fight valiantly, mortals, but to no avail. Sealed off in 15 seconds. Oh, good. Absolute darkness draws nigh. Soon it will be unleashed, and shall yada yada. Emperor's throne is sealed off. Yes? No, wait. Now let's see if I can remember what his deal is. We just need to destroy all these things, and as long as other people are paying attention to the other things, everything will be great. You gonna hit us with a thing? I think he wants to hit us with a thing. Zandy is dead. Life is a circus. Alright, and I'm told that one is the easy raid, and I believe it. Like, I spent most of the difficult fights frozen. Like, it couldn't have gone better. Alright, first off, commendation to you. Good job, Viper. Greedin. Amon's hat. Sounds lovely. Alright. I got a lot of things because I assume everybody already has everything from here. Or they just don't want it. Old. Young? You did it. You defeated Emperor Zandy. Emperors may rise and fall, but this man's indefatigable spirit ever lives on. Truly, you're the champion we had hoped for, old Sugarheart. Can I get some props on saying indefatigable right? With Emperor Zandy now at eternal rest, his dark legacy may be undone. What are you playing at now, Nero? Surely nothing evil. In case you haven't noticed, Garland, these are dangerous surrounds. Can a man be faulted for exercising due caution? At any rate, you needn't mind me. I'm perfectly capable of looking after myself. Now go on and finish what you came to do. I also trip over words a lot. I wonder if it's noticed. There are two ways we may seal off Circus Tower, either isolate it from the outside world or cripple its ability to produce energy. The choice of method is yours to make. Before you proceed, however, Doga and I must needs attend a task. Final Fantasy XIV is particularly hard to read because every now and then they throw something that you wouldn't expect. And so my predictive reading has problems. That distortion, what is it? Because every now and then someone will drop in a must needs on you. The power that Zandy sought to obtain comes from the void. The world of darkness, our people call it. And the true nature of that power was none other than the armies of the Voidsent. Voidsent feed on Aether, as you may already know, and no plane is richer in it than ours. In exchange for their allegiance, Zandy entered an unholy covenant. Covenant? He would open a gate through which the Voidsent could freely enter our world. The covenant, I'm afraid to say, is still in effect. However, being of the Emperor's lineage, Une and I believe we can annul it. By his blood, Zandy sealed his dark path. By our blood, it shall be undone. It is time. Yes, Doga. Finally, we may fulfill our purpose. Nero looking straight up goofy in the background. A good one. Oh, be still my beating heart. For a moment, I feared that this outing would end in disappointment. But my readings were not mistaken. Not even the Ultima weapon compares to this. What are you going on about? The Covenant is everlasting. Oh, dang. Actually, I like their new outfits better. Red and white's totally my color. And so, Maricidia is brought into the fold. Soon, all the world shall be united under Allegan rule. And yet, with every dream that becomes a reality, the memory of death grows ever more vivid. An endless void bereft of light and warmth. Though I may have defeated death, it did not leave me unscathed. Nay, its ravening claws have scarred my soul for eternity. Never shall I know peace. Ravening or ravening? Beings without will, you cannot fathom my rage, my melancholy, my fear. What worth is wealth and power when it all must inevitably be consigned to nothingness? If man has nothing, he need not know the pain of loss. So let there be nothing. Harvest more power, that the gate may be thrown full open. Let the clouds of darkness come and engulf the world, devouring all life, hopes, and dreams. Let all be returned to nothingness. Old, pull yourself together. Is there no end to them? What in the seven hells is happening? Ah, not now, damn it. Ah, nice. I didn't think he could fight. Never mind, he can't. Nero, were they part of your grand plan too? Savior James Garland, I didn't put up with your arrogant face to play with worthless clones. Something controls them, a void scent, and no ordinary one at that. Doga! Oh, Noga! And found it without them, there's no way to master the darkness. That power is mine! Woo! Nero! The Covenant shall be honored. Hello, Likache. How are you? I am a cloud of darkness. I shall devour your light and return this world to the void. As you can see, things are going well here. We're just communing with the void. The huge. Damn it, the rift is gone. What are we supposed to do now? As much as it pains me to leave without them, there's precious little we can do. Let us return to the find and consult Rambros. Is that going well? Yeah, I mean, the void could be operating without our knowledge, which, you know, it usually is. Alright. To Rambros. Onward, faithful steed. Oh my god, a chicken is so chubby and cute, right? I love my fat chocobo. I think he came with the collector's edition or some subsequent patch or gift. I have many such gifts from like the time when I bought this game when I was merely super old and not extremely old. All this happened within the tower? God's preserve. The rift that manifested before the throne was a void gate. Of this I'm certain. There exist myriad kinds of void scent. The more powerful the being, the larger the gate must be for it to pass through. It would seem that Xandi sought to open the gate of unprecedented proportions. One that would allow this cloud of darkness entry into our world. Fortunately for all mankind, he did not succeed. I shudder to imagine what this void scent is capable of. However dreadful it may be, we can't abandon our friends. Is there no way to save them? I will not lie to you, Master Garland. The situation is bleak. Though the void scent can enter our world, instances of men entering the void have never been documented. It pains me to give voice to my fears, but we did not even know whether our friends still live. Damn it, I feel so helpless. No, I refuse to give up. We must save Doga and Une. We share the same eye, 'tis true, but that is not what motivates me. Above all, I wish to help them fulfill their mission, a mission whose burden they have borne for thousands of years. And besides, we cannot leave matters as they are. So long as Xandi's Dark Covenant is binding, our world is in danger. 'Tis our duty to prevent the worst from coming to pass. Raha, ever since meeting Une and Doga, you've not been quite yourself. Tell me, true, is all well with your eye? I honestly cannot say. I know only that there is a memory that I must recall. As a child, my father told me the truth of the eye at rest with Oleg, but the answer eludes me still. But one day, I will find it. I'm with Graha. However slim the eyes, we must try to save Une and Doga. Aye, and that bastard Nero as well. If only to make certain that he won't make any more mischief. You have the right of it, though We've known them but briefly. Doga and Une are our comrades. We cannot fail them. I shall consult experts in literature both. I swear to leave no stone unturned. Yea. Yet, know that it may be a while before we're ready to act. I would ask you all to be patient when dealing with the void. One cannot be cautious enough. My thanks again for your assistance. Pray, rest while you can. For when the time comes to go after our friends, you must be at no less than full strength. We'll save them yet, old. Mark my words. All right. It's been 5 seconds. Surely he's figured out how to unlock the tower by now. Hi, kitty. Ah, old, it's good you are come. I have news you must be made aware of. Alas, none of it bodes well for us, nor for Une, Doga, and Nero imprisoned in the Dark Realm. Hi, kitty. Think back on our last foray into Circus Tower, if you will. The calamity stirred the place from its long slumber and awoke Emperor Xandi, but you, old, you ensured he was laid to rest permanently. Yet the Emperor had sealed a binding covenant with the terrible void scent known as the Cloud of Darkness. Even as Doga and Une labored to annul this contract, the entity reached through the rift and dragged the pair of them, and Nero, out of our realm. They say that Noah has devoted itself to rescuing Une, Doga, and Nero from beyond the rift. Our research, however, has exposed far more dire problem. The Crystal Tower still acts upon Emperor Xandi's orders and collects energy from another void gate even as we speak. Indeed, the place nigh hums with energy. We've done all we can to stop the Imperial Edict, but to no avail. Just as the gate would open for Une and Doga, so too will the tower heed those with the royal blood of Allig. 'Tis a most galling design, granted. This was not always so vexatious. According to the Alligan tombstone Nero presented us. During the golden age of Allig, the royalty had some means of bestowing their blood upon others. If they hadn't such technology, Amon and his underlings could have never controlled the Crystal Tower. But we do not have either this art or any with royal blood. Every moment we wait, the vast rift through which the Cloud of Darkness can enter our realm threatens to open. Such a disaster cannot be allowed to pass. We must seal the Crystal Tower and annul Xandi's covenant with the Dark Realm. If only breaking the ladder would suffice, but then what of the energy building in the Crystal Tower? Without suppression, that power could discharge and cause a calamity like the one that destroyed Allig. In truth, we have more than just 3 lost compatriots to worry about. If we do not act, our very world will fall before the might of this threat. Man, I was on board like an hour ago. Let me in. We know but one way out of this predicament. Rescue those who can control the tower from beyond the Dark Realm, and seal the rift shut after them. And mercifully, not all our news is quite so bleak. 'Tis true we cannot stop the Void Gate from manifesting within the tower, but this can be to our benefit. We can use the circus's power for our own purposes and create a portal to carry us into the Dark Realm. Sounds great. We've heard this is possible from a man of the Thaumaturgist Guild, well versed in otherworldly matters, and with Master Garland working to create said portal, the final preparations are well underway. Ah, here comes the man himself. Old, just the man we need. Yes, our fellowship is indeed complete, and all parties privy to our strategy. And you, Master Garland, how fare your endeavors? Quite well, the device is nearly ready. Though, attaching the damnable thing to Circus Tower took every ounce of ingenuity the Ironworks has got, but it should produce the energy we need. With just a little more fine-tuning, we can open a rift. I'm here to request your presence at the tower. I'll leave Biggs and Wedge at the 8th Sentinels as guides. Do hurry, Old. I'm sure you wouldn't miss another chance to save the world, would you? Well, Sid certainly seems to have a firm hand on the helm. Shall we make our way to the Crystal Tower? Yes. Whew. That was a lot of words. And now we go back and we speak to Wedgie. Not to be confused with Wedgie Adeleggie. I think we've got time to do this. Honestly, I didn't think I'd spend an hour and a half for the first portion of this. Dang it, Sugar, you were inside my head with that Wedgie Adeleggie. And I both hate and love it. Great. Old, I'll bet you're here to watch us pry open the rift between worlds, eh? We're almost ready. Circus Tower is full of engineers scurrying around and making adjustments. We're dealing with a lot of power, and if a single coupling's off, well, boom! But it should be fine, really. Anyway, you best wait at the top. The chiefs are there overseeing the whole operation. Do engineers all wear orange, like Star Trek style? Is that how you know it's them? My friends, you arrived. I'm just waiting for my engineers to give the signal. Then we see if we can't open a gateway to the other world. To another world. Huh? Is something amiss, Graha? Ah, Emperor Zandy's throne. How the mighty have fallen, eh? Once it stood as a symbol of Aleg's art and power. Now it's nothing more than an empty chair. Just imagine if Allegan civilization had lived on, and a just emperor still sat on that throne. How different would our history be? How much further would we have advanced? Unfortunately, there was no stopping Zandy in his ambition. There were those who tried. Zandy's War of Dominion left no one unscathed. Unable to abide the horrors inflicted upon the people, warriors young and brave took up the sword against Aleg. Not the old, though. These men and women became as beacons of hope to those who had suffered, not unlike the warrior of light in our age. But all this merely hastened the destruction. Just as they moved towards Aleg's heart for the kill, Zandy lashed out in anger and frustration, as trapped beasts are wont to do. In his desperation, Zandy desired that a great rift be opened to hasten the cloud of darkness' coming, and to this end he commanded the sun's power held within Dalamud be emptied into the Circus Tower at once. The act bore terrible consequences. The tower only withstood the blast by flooding the land below with energy. Circus was swallowed by the very earth upon which it once stood. The fourth umbral calamity. I'd learned of its cause from Une and Doga. I had no idea the rebellion incited Xandi to rashness, though. Your knowledge of Allagan history is astounding, Graha. Why, a man could study 2 lifetimes and only learn half of what you know. Mayhap. 'Tis strange, though. I cannot seem to remember where I learned such things. Yes, Biggs, are you ready? Ready and raring to open up the Void Gate, Chief. I reckon when the machine's up and running, she'll be able to float 5 airships the size of Agrius. So just give us the word and we'll start channeling the energy into the tower. Good. Then let's get started. Our preparations are complete. Everyone step away from the throne. I think it would have been a funnier prank to open the Void Gate and watch them all get sucked in. Just surprise. Alright, let's see what this machine can do now, Biggs. Rift to the Void of Darkness, as Une called it. Splendid work, Master Garland. Excuse me. We can't break out the meat just yet. The tough part's still ahead. You've broken into the Dark Realm, but the gate's not all that stable. It won't stay open forever, and only a few can use it. I, for one, will remain here to ensure the Void Gate stays open. As will the sons of Saint Koinak. This rift is our sole path to salvation. If it closes, we are truly lost. Which leaves old, my friend. 'Tis a heavy burden I must ask you with, but there are none more able. Pray lead the adventurers beyond the rift. I do not know what awaits you, save the cloud of darkness and our 3 comrades, but you must go. The fate of the world now rests upon your shoulders. This is our only gambit, but I have every faith that you will succeed. It will be no small feat to return when you have passed beyond the rift. Make certain you're prepared for leaving. Before leaving? I missed it. Might I have a moment of your time, old? There's a matter of import we need to discuss ere you leave. All right. One of these days we'll get to the raid. Old, I wish to speak to you about my eye. As you are no doubt aware, 'tis a trait seen only amongst Allagan royalty. Long I have pondered why such is my inheritance. The sanguine hue must have some bearing upon my destiny. This much Doga himself admitted, but what? In truth, the more I learn about the Crystal Tower, the less I am myself. Somehow meeting those 2 clones has wrought a great change in me. I'm consumed with remembering something ancient, but ever so important. and my father's words echo in my mind. The self-same one his father told him. The truth of our eyes rest with Oleg. Mayhap what I wish to remember and these words are related, mayhap not, but I know that I must learn the truth that history hides from me. I would see this journey, our journey, through to the very end with mine own two eyes. So I implore you, allow me to join you beyond the rift. Okay? You have my thanks, friend. Now let us venture into the world of darkness to save our comrades and our realm. Whew. Blank, I believe we're ready to queue. If you would be so kind. Yes, sir. Alright. Now, this one, I think, is the hardest among the three. Or the easiest to fail. And I was able to research most of it. Like, there's a flying eyeball who looks at you funny. Lots of weird stuff happens there. There's the part where you can get pushed off a tower and get stuck down there and cause problems for everybody. It only takes a few people to know what they're doing, though. Yeah. And I think I know well enough. Cerberus, you might have to get barfed on and hop in a belly. But only if you're Alliance B. If you're Alliance A, you fight the ads. If you're Alliance C, you do something with the chains. So that's about where I cut off and it was time to stream. After that, I hope it's just the Cloud of Darkness. In which case, I bet you just don't stand in the yuck. For the eyeball, just be careful of the look away mechanic. An alternate what color floor you stand on. Yep. I remember that one. And the eyeball mechanic is a good one to remember because it's going to come up many more times in the future. Like, you'll see the exact same eye and you look away every single time. I'm trying to think of if it's happened before. I think it did in, like, the Haunted Manor. Whatever that one is called. It might be called the Haunted Manor. I think that might be the first time it appears. The eyeball mechanic is very frequent in all expansions, yeah. Like, they reuse mechanics so much, and I'm so grateful they do. If, like, each one had entirely unique mechanics, my god, my anxiety would be through the roof. It feels like every dungeon and raid has like one or two things you have to remember. But they start to get more and more frequent as you go on. Maybe like it stops at like 5 things to remember, but comes up a few times in ARR, but often it's and only if standing an AoE thing. Later, that's almost never the case. Yeah. Okay. I didn't research any of the Realm Reborn dungeons, if I recall. Maybe I did the Praetorium. But since I was doing them with NPC party, I didn't need to feel anxiety if we failed. Like, there's technically a random lizard in Brayflox that has a gaze, but only if you stand in the cone in front of it. Ah. Neat. And if there was a cone in front of it, there was no way I was going to stand there to begin with. No spoilers, but there's some bosses in End and DT where the eyeball mechanic, it's where it's a shrinking circle. So look away from the center when it's finished shrinking. Ah. I am excited to get to parts of the story that I've never seen before. It's so much effort to get there, though. Like at 2 hours a week. We're almost done with this. So let's say Heavensward is like 60 hours of MSQ. 2 hours a week, that's going to take me half the year to get through. And then I need about like half of Stormblood. That's going to take about the other half. So by Christmas next year will be the time when I start seeing parts of the story I've never seen before. Happy to join you on this journey, though. 3 years. You'll be caught up with Dawn Trail by the time 8.0 comes out. That would be amazing. Like, that would be an absolute gift as a streamer. To be like ready for the new expansion when it comes out. That would be so cool. Though, like, at 3 years, am I gonna feel super done with this game in general? You want new stuff, you could take a look at the coils with level sync taken off. That would actually be entirely new to me. I've never done the coils at all. And so, like, that's an interesting proposition. Are they necessary for the story at some point? I feel like they could be. Well, that is to say nothing of job side quests and anything else you want to do, but hey, it's your fun. Yeah, so just for consistency, I am going to stick to the MSQ as well as I can. Like, we do get interrupted to do things like the Crystal Tower because we have to. But I will also do job quests. Because, like, I think that's kind of part of it to me. And for one, like, they unlock abilities for you, so, like, you'd be hamstringing yourself if you didn't do your job quest. Not that, like, it would be very hard. I'm actually thinking of, like, how I'm going to do Heavensward, because we're going to switch to Astrologian. And, I need to level up so that I can do the content, but I also need to make sure that that I'm doing, like, the job quests on stream. And so to not have a boring stream, I think I'm gonna do like 1,000,000 dungeon roulettes until I'm like level 50 or so, whatever level I need to be. And then, like, I'll hop in on stream, hopefully the very next Friday, and then we do all of the Astrologian job quests. Like, I'm just hoping that I'm not, like, missing some key ability that you need, like, I don't know, revive. It's probably not the case. But on the other hand, at least I will get better at healing before I start streaming it. Coils are way more MSQ relevant due to starring Alphino Alisair events from 1.0. So spamming dungeons to level up, yeah. Roulettes also give you good XP. I think, yeah. Like, I'll do a double check to see, like, the fastest way to, like, power level. But I'm pretty sure it's just dungeon roulette. Like, I think the MSQ roulette in particular gives bonus XP. High level dungeons main scenario. It looks like they all give the same. Adventure in need tank. Interesting. Like the leveling dungeons. Is this? That might be the quickest way to level up. Because, like, the level 16 dungeons are going to take no time at all. The trials are probably very fast. But, like, queue times on main scenario might be the quickest. Fastest way to level is MSQ. Roulettes can only be done once a day. Also, good morning. Good morning, Ada. Like, I do believe MSQ is the fastest way to level up, but when I switch to Astrologian, I'm going to be level 30. Leveling doesn't mean it's only level 16, it just means it's unlocked at 16. Oh, okay. Being A rank helps with queue times? Really? A rank? I don't know what that means. Oh, being a tank. Okay. Yeah, I saw like Hero in Need was tank for a lot of those. But roulettes give you a nice boost of EXP each day. How quickly can one go from level 30 to level 50 or whatever is needed to continue the Heavensward story? Excuse me. I think you unlock Astrologian after the first Heavensward quest. Less than a week? Well, you say less than a week, but I've got like a full-time job and kids. So like I need actual hours. But maybe like the daily grind is what it's gonna take. I don't know, maybe I'll do a few random dungeons on stream if I can't make it in a single week. I've got about half an hour of time after my kids go to bed each day before I need to go to bed to get a full 8 hours. Now, I'm really bad at getting the full 8 hours. So, like, I'll probably put in an hour or two each night and live with my 6 hours of sleep, much as I hate it. Oof, the rest of my streaming's probably gonna suffer. I wish you could help. You're on the road to the in-laws. I hope on a bus. You driving and watching streaming. I did hear Uber drivers in Florida like to watch YouTube while driving. Shout out to my fans who are Ubering somebody to their destination right now. Husband's driving, that makes sense. Do you have either Menfina's or Azima's earring? Shrug. Earrings? No. I do have an onion hat. Where's my onion hat? There you are. Look at that. Oh, I thought you had an experience boost. Something has an experience boost. in your inventory? You need to do the smithy tutorial stuff. Ah. Frontlines is PvP, but it's good experience and gives a nice boost. Like, even if you lose, I'm terrible at PvP. But if it gives you the levels the fastest, I would do that. For the sake of the stream. There's a couple things you can do from it to get the EXP boost items. Is it in my inventory? I can't believe I've still got Aetheryte tickets. I've got Antiques. I've got Fantasia's wind-up airship. I've got Armor Identification Key. I believe that's a mount. I could eat food. That's probably a thing that people do. Ah, a dungeon seedling. Do I have food? Yes. Reception GP. EXP bonus 3%. Duration 30 minutes. Oh. There we go. Food. Yeah, including if you lose. Frontlines is chaos. 24 versus 24 versus 24. Yeah. Me plus frontlines equals button mashing. Okay, then no you don't. You have the road to 90 buff in your upper right. And I have food. Is that what this is? Preferred world bonus. Experience earned while below level 90 is dramatically increased. Yeah. Because I'm on the what is it? Halicarnassus? Dynamis server. Currently I'm traveling to Primal Hyperion because the queue times are faster. He says 16 minutes into it. Hey, thanks for the following, Mikael. Hey, how am I doing? I am doing well. Dynamis. Yeah. And I was excited for that because I remember some point when I was playing before on like Ultros where I got kind of soft locked at a level during the MSQ where I needed to like grind dungeons. It was terrible. Sorry, Hyperion is the server to be on. I suppose it is. I like your stream. I like you too. You were watching your stream since 10 minutes and you followed me? Nice. Now's not a bad time for introductions. Let me introduce myself a little more formally then. I am Old Man Sugarheart. I'm a variety streamer. I stream lots and lots of different games. On Fridays, I am streaming Final Fantasy XIV. We're doing the MSQ, all of it. Like, just for 2 hours a week. And at that rate, it should take me like 3 years to do the entire thing. Oh man. Primal and Aether are usually more populated, but I don't know if they are at this hour. We can either wait here a bit longer, or we could try hopping onto either of those. I think we wait here a bit longer. Like, it can't be that long, right? By the way, I'm a professional graphic designer and I can make a logo banner, PFP emotes, overlays, etc. Would you like to see my work? No. You're a scammer. That's a scam. I've seen it 1,000 times. Thank you, Michael. Have a wonderful day. If you still enjoy the channel, you can hang out if you like. I imagine there is a human being behind that, but I imagine you've got work to do scamming other people. Well, your introductions are so much more relaxed and chill, while me getting back into streaming is stressful. It is. No, bro, I am not a scammer. You can check my Twitter. I'm a real person. A Twitter is not a birth certificate, sir. You know, they can give Twitters to anybody. I have like 2 or 3. I'm not 3 real people. Hyperion on Primal will mostly be leveling roulette. Alliance takes time at this hour no matter what. Yeah, that's fair. Anyway, let's say, for example, you are like a real artist and you would like me specifically to commission work from you. You've got to direct me to an Etsy page or like a Fiverr page or an Upwork page, like a third party that protects from scammers and guards our payments. And you will have to have been running that for multiple years and have multiple positive reviews. It's honestly the only way I can commission art. Like, commissioning art is a thing I do. But, like, it's not to people who just, like, pop in and they're like, I'm an artist. I can't do that. It's not safe, and it's not likely that any of them are going to be legit. Oh, wait, you're dumb? We are on Primal? We are on Primal. Yeah. 4:30 a.m. with no sleep. Right? And, like, half of America is, like, buried. Can you commission me as a friend? Probably. So here, another way to get me is to be a longtime follower and fan for so long that, like, it would have been a terrible investment if you were a scammer. Like, any scammer who, like, hangs out with me for like multiple months and years, or like spends many hours of their time hanging out with me to the point where it would have been a terrible investment if they were just trying to scam me. At that point, they deserve to take all my money. Like, that commitment. They're like, I just won't eat this month for the sake of scamming this one old man. Like, honestly, I don't have as much money as you might expect anyway. I'm still paying student loans. See, you're a graphic designer too, but you don't go to streams to advertise that. You just share it when relevant in the convo. Shoot, you do graphics for free for friends. I feel like most people would. Like, I haven't gotten... Oh, wait, no, I have gotten fan art. I turned it into an emote on our Discord server. That was nice. Sweet little guy, I believe his name was Mira. He started following me when we were playing Sky, Children of the Light. Don't work on Fiverr, but I work on Discord. No, you don't, sir. You're working me right now. I can feel it. You can come on Discord, you will give me proof. I doubt you will. You might give me evidence at best, but evidence is easily fabricated. Let's see. How could a person prove to me that they are a legitimate artist businessman? I'm trying to think. Like, you're not gonna get through to me. Like, so like, give up if you really want my business. But like, I'll think on it. Like, some way to 100% prove that you're not a scammer. Like, oh man, it would be so impossible. Not one stream goes by for you when someone comes in like, you need graphics, you need emotes, you need followers. Nah, I do my own graphics and I'll earn followers eventually. Yeah, the follower ones are possibly the most annoying, but they're easy to block. Like, they don't like stand around to like talk. You will send me your work on Discord? Please don't. I don't want to have to ban you on Discord. That's effort on my part. You're just giving me work to do. You want to sleep, but you're on a car on the bumpy interstate? Right. Even if they shared proof, it's usually through an agency website, and the world is mediocre at best. Even if they like give you like an agency website, which they have, so how will I proof you? Just don't worry about it, man. I know you're a scammer. You can stop. But like, yeah, if you go to like their agency website, you can check the domain, see who it's registered to, see who owns it, and like, you can get feedback on how trustworthy that site is, and it's not at all. Like, it's usually like F rank, maybe D rank if it's new enough. Like, it's just no, like, if anything, it's proof of the otherwise. So how will you prove to me? So, you said you don't do work on Fiverr? Do work on Fiverr. Do work on Fiverr for multiple years. Get good ratings. If you can do that without getting banned from Fiverr, then I will believe you're a real artist. That's the best you can do. You don't proof people. Oh, I'm gonna proof him. I'll proof him right in the face, right in the schnoz. Where's my fighting emote? Is there like a shadow boxing emote? Surely there is. It's gotta be here. I can give you the face palm. Oh. Yeah, that's the one I'm looking for. What emote is that? Box. Box, box, box. Box, box, box. Slash box. Slash box. Slash box. No boxing for me. But you get them. The one thing I do like about scammers that like pop into your stream is they're good at getting the conversation going. At least some of them are. Like, one almost got me once. Like, they came in with some like real person energy. They're like, hey, what's your favorite game? And then they're like, oh, and we're going to the darkness. They're like, what's your favorite game? Like, I like this game. Like, how are you? Like, they had a conversation. Profile says U.S. New Jersey. Bad at English and grammar. Well, to be fair, so are people from New Jersey. In fact, the best English speakers I've met have been from other countries. They'll hit you with the occasional indefatigable. They'll pronounce all the T's in internet. Scammer almost got you too, but 20 years working in graphics, you do your homework. The scammers, you never give them your budget. You ask them for prices, and they never give you prices or price range? Yeah. One almost got me. They got to the point where I asked them how I pay them. And they said Cash App. And Cash App is just not the way to go. Okay, so I should be Group A because I was on the left? Hey! Have I got their attention? All of them? Face you north. Whew. You Venmo, I know scam. Venmo seems like one of the more trustworthy ones. But yeah, like Cash App and PayPal almost always scams. Like PayPal friends, oh my god. Face north, sir. Whoops. I think I already screwed up. I think I was supposed to keep him in the center. And I might have pulled him off a little bit. You have to destroy hourglasses. There, I did my part. I got one. Oh. Whoops. Yes, I would. I would like to live. One of my favorite things to do. I think I was on red before. Oh no, our friend Elba died. You seem to have missed quite a bit. A lot has happened. Bella, it's good to see you again. It has been a while. We're almost done. With the tower raids. Remember to watch out for Doom. Oh shoot, I have Doom. I'm undoomed. Thanks, Abel. And don't forget to tip the bartender. Always tip the bartender. Unless you're one of my viewers and not the Americas, then, you know, play by ear. Hello, hope I'm well. I am well. Mortal Gaze is a look-away mechanic. I should warn you of stuff, but that would be spoilers. You can warn me of stuff. It's bad content to let everybody die. Alright. There you go. I want Fubuki to get the attention. Should flare. Is that... Who's that hitting? It's a trap. It puts the lotion on the skin. I don't know what that means. Is that a mechanic? What if I put the lotion in the basket? Have an interrupt ready. Alright, I'm ready. Like, what can I interrupt? Do I kick the Hydra in one of his heads? Maybe that was the thing I was supposed to interrupt. I'll get the next one. Hiya! Thanks for piling up on me. Ooh, I got discoed. We destroy these prominences. Are they important? Oh, Snoop Butt, you're almost dead. Get together, Snoop Butt. Oh no, Snoop Butt. Oh wait, Snoop Butt's still here. It's the samurai who died. Ooh, what does that spire thing mean? You should destroy those disco pearls. Ah, okay. Stop it. Hey, we did it. Abel's dead, though. Abel's not dead. Did he dragoon himself off a cliff? Alright. So here, I go left, because I'm A. don't know which way I'm supposed to face this guy, but I know I'm gonna sit right on top of him. Stop it. Is that what I need to interrupt? Oh, good. Come on, give me your attention. Did we do it? Are we heroes? Whew. It's always fun to get hit by the yellow swirly mechanic when someone runs right at you. Yeah. Alright. Alright, so this is a part that can be failed. If you're A, always belly. B, belly. C, can't wait to get in that belly. But for real though, A is ads, B, chains. Gastric juices are not ads. I will not be gastric juiced. Alright, some people are eating. Good for them. Looking out for more ads. Nope. There. Gotcha. I hear it's also beneficial to stand at the side of this guy as to not get hit by his tail swipe or, oh my god, what's going on? Like, it's smooth sailing from here on out, right? Although I am concerned about balls. And on rare occasion, you get an entire team that doesn't know how to do this. Yeah. Are you dead? Sometimes you're a lone machinist. Is there a way to like auto-greed or auto-need? Who disturbs the gloom? Ah, mortals from the realm of light. I am the cloud of darkness. What I do not smother, I devour. What I cannot devour, I destroy. The covenant is everlasting. All mortals before the flood of darkness will sink lifeless into the void. Hello, daughter. Don't sink lifeless into the void now. Alright. Kitty, meow at the cloud of darkness. While I desperately try to remember what this fight had. I think it's mostly just don't stand in the yuck. You come out of Serbia and found almost everyone dead because no one got ads? Yeah, I believe that. I mean, everyone loves tummy time, right? Do I stand on one of these? Back in my day, we didn't have all that fancy raid plans. I mean, I don't right now. I mean, I see a funky looking circle. I'm gonna stand in it, catch the meteors. A little late on that mitigation, but hey, I hit the button. I was probably in the wrong bubble, but I believe in them. Ah! Let the sun shine in. Okay, it's dead. Whew. It's cozy in the belly, right? Thank you for following, Chrissy. Ah, that was fun. Couple glamour shots there. Hey. Alright. Commendation. You're a healer. Greed, 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 greed. Am I getting everything? 'Cause nobody wants this garbage. I got a puff of darkness. How sweet. Oh, good times. That's a good thing school was canceled. My wife would be so mad at me for going this late. Where in the seven hells are they? Without them to stem the energy in the tower, our defeat of the crystal cloud, of the cloud aids our cause little. Doga, Une, can you hear me? Nero. Must you be so infernally loud? Are you so keen to attract more void scent? Though I don't blame you for missing my company. Thank 12. Are you alright? As all right as can be expected, Une has simply passed out. Nero, by the gods, what's happened to you? Alas, his wounds were too deep and allowed the foul place to enter his body. Now the darkness claws at the aether of his very form. Would that we could have protected him. The cloud of darkness was bound by Xandi's holy unholy covenant to bring prosperity to Allegan royalty. The same blood that sealed this contract gives us a measure of protection. I say a measure, for this vow does not protect us from the other void scent. The cloud imprisoned us here for precisely to unleash fiends upon us. We would be dead had Nero not defended us so valiantly. Mistake not my actions for kindness. I have use for you yet in Eorzea, and I simply could not let harm befall you here. Where? Une, you're safe. Our friends here have come for us. Have they? And perhaps, Doga, there is yet hope that we may fulfill our purpose. Hello, Tango. Good to see you again. How's your first day or two of being 31? Or 30? Mortals, have you dared to challenge me? And you have dared to challenge me, and that must now feel my wrath. Do you think to destroy me and my realm? Here, I am eternal. I will smother your light and entomb your bones amongst my shadows. Pew, pew, pew. Are we truly so powerless here? As long as we fight the cloud in this realm, I fear so. And yet, though we may not be able to destroy it, this may be our chance to stop it. We strike now while the cloud can barely hold her form. Mayhap we can sever Xandi's covenant. Yes, and raise the bridge between the Crystal Tower and this foul place once and for all. Old Graha, you must flee. Oh, wait. Old Graha. You and Doga mean to stay here? This is madness. You must return with us. No one but you can save the world from the threat of the Crystal Tower. What is this trickery? Your blood. You too gain protection from Xandi's blood. Tia, you are possessed of royal blood. That is why the royal eye runs in your line. 'Tis a gift you have inherited, Graha. You have granted authority over the Crystal's Tower. I had thought the time would consume all of Alleg that was. That a man should still live with his forebear's blood in this age can be no coincidence. Some person must have planted this gift in your line, and used the highest of Allegan technology to do so. True, the Crystal Tower is not like to recognize you as Allegan, but you are not as you are now. But your royal eye bespeaks the simple truth, and within you dwells one feeble glitter that will illuminate all, a light of hope. But how should I use this light? Pray, tell me. You must gain control of the Crystal Tower. We will share our blood with you, Graha. Though its effects will be but ephemeral, it will bolster the Allegan presence within you. Drink of my blood. This is our gift to you, that you may fulfill your destiny. All with the royal eye are bound to the fate of Alleg. Our part of the journey is to bury Zandy's dark ambitions in the past. This is was the true Une's and Doga's purpose, one we've carried into the future. Know that as long as this light of hope survives in you, our souls will still remain, even if our bodies are lost. I've got 2 red eyes now. You must leave us as well, Nero. I'm sorry we cannot live up to your expectations. I must return to you what is yours, though. You dropped it whilst defending us. Your protractor. What you seek by this instrument may not be possible, Nero, but do not give up. There are many other paths that await you. Of course they do. Doga, Une, I thank you. We shall never forget you. Now, old Nero, let us quit this place. You shall not escape me, impudent children of light. Pew, pew, pew. No, you shall not escape us. Here is Zandy's blood-stained dreams of glory end. There, the glint of light. It grows faint. The bridge between realms grows fragile by the Covenant's annulment. If that light dies, we are stranded here. Hurry! Uh-oh. Skill issue.
Oh, no.
Nero, no, you must move.
Oh, no.
Leave me. I don't need you. If I die here, it'll be because I bloody well decided to. I've failed to master darkness. I will not suffer watching a green boy master the tower. Do what you will with it, but remember me, son of Alleg. I am Nero Tolskava, the man who will yet outdo Alleg and Garland. That is what you hope to? May the Crystal Tower again be a beacon of hope for mankind. Go, damn you! Must move onwards. This is not where I come to rest. But how did... So those damn clones did it after all. Now onwards. Ah! You owe me, Nero. The hells I do. You are returned unharmed, thank the gods. That void gate started to close. I never felt so powerless in all my life. We were actually running about like madmen trying to keep the gate open. And then the chief actually went and dived in. But if you're all... Where are Une and Doga? They're not... They dead. They real dead. I see. I will miss the two of them dearly, but I am happy they fulfilled their purpose. We who live on must still attend to the Crystal Tower, though we now have no one able to seal it. That is not true, my friend. Une and Doga have entrusted me with their blood. I can now control the Crystal Tower. Ah, yes, I can see it in your eyes. Good. Then let us put an end to this and seal away the tower. Yay! I understand your insect, Rambros, but please, give us a moment to rest. I'm weary to the bone, and Nero and Olda both emerged from long battle. Of course, you have the right of it. Come, we shall leave this place for a spell and repair to St. Koinak's find. No one but you could have succeeded in the world of darkness, Old. Would that I could have been more use beyond the rift. As it stands, was but a vessel for Doga and Une's blood. Huh? Have I remembered what I wished to? Yeah. Something has come back to me. Gaining royal blood and witnessing true bravery has reminded me of my forebear's dearest wish. But we need not speak of these things now. And it was not my place to keep you. Pray, go on ahead of me. There's something small I would do before I return. I could not have asked for a better comrade. If only I could have been a part of your adventures for longer. Old, alas, fate dictates I have a different role to play. A wish now hidden for millennia, and brought to light by the good people of Noah. Now, finally, 'tis time to see it realized. Thanks, buddy. Alright, we gotta finish up this quest. I was supposed to finish up an hour ago. Sugar, gonna lurkies, happy string, thank you. I hope you're doing well. Miruku?
School's canceled.
Yeah, I know your school's canceled, but my work isn't. I know. It's a tragedy, really. Ooh. Neurom. I cannot express how glad I am you returned safely, Old, and with the means to dispel the threat of the Crystal Tower for good. Rest if you will, and then let us free ourselves from the specter of the Alligans. I will rest. Happy to have helped you with the Crystal Tower. Thank you so much. Easy, buddy. Yeah, I really appreciate it. It really took the edge off knowing I had a competent healer there to res me when I ignored mechanics. It was very useful. Good morning, everybody. I'm Old Man Sugarheart. Today we're playing Final Fantasy XIV. There is a real good chance we complete A Realm Reborn. I feel like I've said that the last 2 streams, and it keeps surprising me how many hours of content there are between like the last 15 quests here. And like I end up doing like 3 in an hour and a half or 2 hours. So yeah, we're gonna try and get to Heavensward today, and I'm really excited about it. I think we have to finish up here. Do I have to finish up here? With a look of finality upon him, Rambros seems that intent upon sealing the crystal tower once and for all. Yeah, that sounds right. I trust you've rested, my friend. Good. I wish to seal the tower now, but there's something we must do first. Let me summon the others and hear in full what happened beyond the rift. So the elegant eye that runs in Graha's line does mean that royal blood flows in his veins. I suppose it's not so odd to think his forebears gained it via ancient technology, but who imbued his family with the blood, and for what purpose? Mayhap it was all fate. From discovering the tower to Graha gaining Unai and Doga's blood. Oof. So Graha said anything? For that matter, where is Graha? And what of Nero? Not sure about our resident historian, but Nero left the tower with me. Where he's vanished to since, I can't say. But knowing him as I do, don't believe he'll scheme against us for the time being. Though he is still Nero. Old, you say Graha stayed behind at the Crystal Tower? I wonder if he even now prepares to seal the place off. Master Rambros, Master Rambros. Says Graha Tia, sir. He came to the Crystal Tower and began ordering the researchers out. What? Why would he do such a thing? I do not know, sir, but he was quite insistent. He all but bodily forced me out of the gates. I suppose it's possible he told one of the others, but I wasted no time in finding out. Thought best to hasten here to ask your guidance. Very well, let's go and speak with these researchers and get to the bottom of this queer business. Master Garland, Old, please come with me. No doubt Graha means to seal off the Crystal Tower, but it worries me that he did not breathe a word of his plan to us. Speak with the son of Saint Hoinach. We're on our way. Welcome back. I tried to give an explanation for my social anxiety. I don't know if I did a good job. But basically, I'm a bit of a hermit. I like to be alone. That's the long and short of it. It's a mildly sad life. But I enjoy it. I saw, well, failing mechanics is part of all games. Most people will understand. I know. And the Final Fantasy XIV community is like the nicest MMO community I've ever been a part of. Like, you fail mechanics in WoW, like, even if it's like your first time doing the content, they will give you hell for it, making the game not fun. Oof. A guy gave me grief the other day, like, for, I don't even want to say the game. I don't want people to give him grief. But he was, like, calling me bad at a game while I was at, like, the 45 minutes in my first playthrough of a newly released game. And I'm like, dang. Just very impressive of you to get this uppity about a game no one else plays. It was not a successful game. What in the world was Graha thinking, demanding we leave his tower? No doubt you want to know why. I wish I knew that myself. Of course he would tell me nothing, but he'll be honest with you, sir. I'm certain of it. Go no further, my friends. The doors will close ere long. So you are of a mind to seal the tower, Graha. I know time is of the essence, but all I ask is a hint of your plan. Please come here so we can discuss this. No, my apologies, but I cannot. Come, man, what is this nonsense? If aught is amiss, surely we can help. Not this time, my friend. Just as Une and Doga filled their destiny, so too must I fulfill mine. My blood has awakened me to this fact. As my father told me, the truth has always lain with Alleg. Or rather, 'twas there the wish I must grant was born. These cutscenes should be voiced. Yeah, I wonder what Graha's voice would be like. You see, not all the world perished in Zandy's calamity. Also, I did learn it is pronounced Zande, so I've been saying it wrong this whole time. Survivors stood amidst the ruin of Alleg, looking to the Crystal Tower, but it was nowhere to be seen. Yet they hoped its spires would again dominate the land and prayed that the Crystal Tower would be a beacon of hope to people everywhere. This is like the most beautiful view of the Crystal Tower I've seen yet. Word of this soon reached the only member of Alleg's royalty to outlive the Empire, the Princess Selena. Selena was moved by the people's dearest wish. She used the very best of Alleg's technology to give her blood and memories to whom she trusted the most. That man was my forebearer. For millennia we waited. Alleg's art and ingenuity faded. Our royal blood grew thin. But before the last drop could vanish from the realm, the memory of all this returned to me. And now I must fulfill the wish of the ancients. The tower will shine forth as a new beacon of hope. The Crystal Tower's strength poses too great a threat to Eorzea now. We would need technology as advanced as Alleg's to use it correctly. As things stand, we barely understand how the tower's working. Hells, we may never fully comprehend them. 'Tis as you say, Cid. We could wait for someone, someday, to reach the same heights as Alleg, but by then, we will have lost the royal blood and the means to control the tower. But what if I do as Asmund did, and put the tower into a deep sleep? What? You cannot mean that. I am deadly serious, Cid. The tower may be used once men rival the Allegans in knowledge. I will slumber in the circus tower until then, to greet those with the means to open the gates. Then I will guide them, and thus will the tower shine forth as a beacon of hope it was meant to be 'Tis the only way to make the wishes of the ancients come true. Oh, man. The future is where my destiny awaits. I think he's got social anxiety, too. But yours lies outside these doors. Go. Create a future where hope reigns and the tragedies of the past are but memories. No one but you can accomplish such things. Nothing we will say will make you change your mind, will it? Onwards to a brighter future. It won't be easy, of course, but that's exactly why we'll do it. We'll catch up with Alec, just you wait. We'll cover all that lost ground before you know it. You can do it, Wedge. Well said, Wedge. It'll only be a few years before we come knocking, Graha. Then you're in for a rude awakening. You shall be witness to Noah's accomplishments. Pray, keep alive our successes and forgive us our failures. We may meet again, my friend. 12 keep you until then, Rambros. I look forward to learning of your exploits. Oh, and you, Old. I know history will remember you. No doubt your heroism will be the star by which I chart my course when I awake. Well then, now I must rest. Recalling so much has put me in the mood for sleep. Farewell, my friends. I eagerly await a future born of your courage and the ancient's wish. Whew. So I think the correct course of action right now would be to like write a book detailing exactly what happened right here. You know, so it can like be a dusty old tome that somebody unearths a long time from now to actually explain what's going on. But the problem is, I feel like by doing that, somebody like 5 years from now would be like, it's been long enough. Let's try to open these doors. The crystal tower slumbers again then. 'Tis too quiet for my taste. Goodbye, Sid. I must put all this at my back. Possibility beckons, and I am bound to follow. Yeah, get out of here, nerdo. A new dawn has come for me. A dawn trail, perhaps? I honestly don't know when we'll see him again. It might be fairly soon. I'm trying to remember the story. It's been a few years. Anyway, I'm a little shook this morning. The door closed, WLL. So, anyways, I started blasting. Yeah. Like, how long would it take for a Frank to, like, just start trying to open that door? Especially when you know there's no monsters inside, or traps that haven't been, like, discovered, or disarmed, or murdered. What's got me shook? What's got me shook, was I woke up this morning, let me start from the beginning. Did you know Elon Musk has been playing Path of Exile 2? So, just to like give a short context, he claims to be the best gamer in the world, and he was streaming playing like a level 97 Path of Exile 2 hardcore playthrough, and he had no idea. He hired somebody to play it through it. He had no idea what he was doing. Like, it was like proven beyond a shadow of the doubt. Like, he did not know how to play the game. Someone called, or everyone called him out on it. And I just woke up, and apparently he's been busy, like, tweeting and, like, throwing a giant fit and, like, calling all these people, like, not real gamers. And I'm just like, oh my god. He's lost his mind. Like, I knew he lost his mind, but, like there, it just, none of it makes sense. Like, he's so out of touch. Like, he's out here telling, like, Asmongold, like, he's not a real gamer. He, like, removed the gamer tag from his Asmon's Twitch account, or no, Twitter account. And it's just, he's just insane. It's just absolutely blowing my mind. Like, anybody who plays games can see through, like, yeah, it's 100% true. Like, you didn't play this game. Because, like, to play at that level, you would need to play 18 hours a day for, like, an entire week. And I feel like Elon would have a busier schedule than that. You usually ignore that kind of drama. Like, this one's like a train wreck I can't look away from. Like, it's just all in my mind. I'm like, how does he believe it's so easy to be a god gamer? Like, whew. Now if the price of living goes up, then you'll be looking at it. Okay. You normally ignore that kind of drama. I mean, the price of living did go up. And I think it's mostly because commercial entities were allowed to buy residential properties. That really didn't help. So, like, Amazon started buying, like, residential houses. I feel like that's why the housing prices have gone up to ridiculous amounts. Wait. While I was saying that, it occurred to me that Amazon is paying for, is the platform I'm streaming on. So, you know what? Never mind. Amazon's never done anything wrong. My bad. I got that one wrong. Terrible take from me. Anyway, you've just missed Sid, old. There's much that needs his attention if he's to fill Graha's wishes, it seems. But this is not the end of Noah. No matter how lonely St. Coinac's find has become for our friend's departure, we must all walk in different directions now. Remember that we labor for a brighter future, lit by Graha's beacon. Sealing the tower was but the first step. Farewell, my friend. May our paths cross again. Because gaming is easy to high society. It's not a real skill after all. This is true. See, like, if he tweeted something like that, like, he would just be on par with everybody else, and that would Like, that would be life as usual. Like, you just pretend you're above gaming and then, like, nothing, there would be no news. But, like, I even believe, I want to believe that he put a lot of time into Quake 1. Like, way back in the day before he was, like, huge and famous. Like, I wanted to believe that. But, like, if you were, like, at some point, if you're getting good at a game, like, you start doing, like, tournaments and stuff, and then you realize how much effort it takes to be good at a game, and, like, how much time, like, the top of the games people play. Hey Kenshin, hey Soyuri, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. What game have you guys been playing? Lynn, hi! We were just talking about Elon Musk pretending to play video games. No great ideas came from Elon. He just bought into and took over the good ideas of other people, right? Oh man, like, so, like, the whole thing has got me so shook that, like, at one point I believed, like, he did make PayPal. Like, I feel like it wouldn't have been that much of a stretch that, like, he made it. But, like, with this perspective of him being this out of touch and knowing he had the money beforehand, like, I think he just paid somebody to make PayPal. And so, like, just absolutely, like, I don't think he's ever done a thing in his life. I don't believe it. Like, to be this out of touch, to get, like, people to actually, to think he can convince people that he played games, it makes no sense. Soul Mask in a group, awesome. I saw a screenshot in your Discord. I've wanted to play Soul Mask because I really enjoyed Conan Exiles, and Soul Mask feels like that. I'm just waiting for a little bit longer until Soul Mask is, like, real good. Plenty of space if I want to join. That's very tempting. I think I might. I think I need to beat Cyberpunk 2077 first. I would be pretty late to the party. It's a 200 slot server. We'll discuss this, or I'll consider it. I've got a lot going on in and out of stream. It's a modern version of the Emperor's New Clothes. Everyone telling him that he needs some trousers, right? Just put on some pants, man. Like, even if you believe you're wearing pants, put on some snow pants or something. Cover up. Just started tonight, yeah. But I'm only in the middle of playthroughs. Oh, well. I could skip Aloft if Aloft is bad and make Soul Mask my weekend game for a while. That might work. But I really want to check out Aloft. Oof, decisions. Alright, so though recent events weigh heavily on our minds, we must set them aside for now. She's not even talking about the Crystal Towers bit. You weren't there. I've already forgotten about Moenbryda. We are come to a defining moment in Eorzean history. The grand commemoration of our joint defense of Ishgard, the first time in 15 years that our people have stood side by side with our neighbors to the north to fight in common cause. This may mark the true rebirth of the Eorzean Alliance. Failing that, it should at least serve to bring our nations closer together. We have every reason to raise our voices in celebration, do we not? We have bested the Dravanians and Ascians both, and against desperate odds we have fought and won. But the primals still plague us, and the Emperor still plots our subjugation. And our triumphs, remarkable though they are, were bought at a terrible price. Brave adventurers and allies broke in on the steps of faith, and before our eyes in this very room, our dear friend Moenbryda. This victory we have wrought, and it has bitter ashes in my mouth. I would sooner stay here and invite those with more appetite to enjoy the feast in my stead. Server info is in your Discord general chat. I'll check it out. Alas, it is a royal banquet and all our allies will be in attendance. It is our duty to present our united front, that we may serve as a beacon of hope to all. Yep. It seems I have no choice but to take my own advice. I instructed the others to meet us in Ul'dah, that we might make our grand entrance together. Oh, I forgot. Did they plan another party for us? Unfortunately, I had to settle for leaving Tataru and Lamin a note. If they do not return quickly, they'll have to settle for whatever leftovers I can smuggle out of the fragrant chamber. You gonna lurk while you grab some food? Have a good stream. Thanks, Kenshin. I'm really excited to check out your stream, your VOD after this. For any of my viewers who aren't familiar with Kenshin, he's got kind of similar vibes to me. He's usually playing some nice survival crafting game. Sometimes I see him fishing or storm chasing. But like he's got good taste in games. Off to the big soiree, old. Raise a glass for me, eh? Or not, you don't look best pleased, lad. Something on your mind? By the Navigator, Wilred's dead? Gods damn it. They must know they've been rumbled. I mean, sod it. 'Tis past time we had this talk. After our last conversation, I got to thinking about where certain funds were coming from, so I had to dig around on the quiet like, and sure enough, I found it. Seems a fair bit of coins has made its way to the Braves' coffers courtesy of the Dodo Consortium, a daft name for a business if I ever heard one. Which is what first gave me the inkling something weren't right. So I went through the ledgers and found another half-dozen donations from organizations with stupid bloody names. And it didn't take long to find the common thread. All were owned by the Mirage Trust. Oh, I'll give the bastard credit. He showed us up for the amateurs we are, short of calling one of his businesses the Bloody Bribery Consortium. I don't know what more he could have done to mock our rules on financial contributions. The gods only know how the men of the first and third are taken. How many of the men on the first and third are taken to Legi's coin. But we know now some of them are. And I'd wager me right eye they're the ones that what did for Wilred. The earnest young fool had taken to asking the wrong kind of questions. Bound to attract attention he was. Should have seen it at the time, but I didn't, gods damn me. Still, I don't see what Telegi hopes to accomplish. He hid his scheme with all the care of a drunk pissing into the wind. Now, he's cleverer than this, so we need to be clever too. It's the only way we'll ever repay this debt of blood. We purge every one of them traitorous bastards from our rank. On that you have me word. Or I could murder him with a giant axe. And old, mind yourself when you're in Wool Da, eh? We're heading into a storm, I can smell it. The kind that'll sweep a man over and drag him under before he knows it. Big axe, like right under the chin. Like, it just, sometimes it seems like the simplest solutions are the ones they ignore. It's not amazing, to be honest. You cut down trees for hours and miss 95% of your bow shots. That's how I feel about streaming Valheim. But to be honest, people still love it for some reason. Gotta fix your controller settings so you can actually build and fight correctly. Yeah. I'm excited to go back to Valheim. Like, if there was one game I was excited for more than anything else, it's probably like Valheim 1.0. Alright, to the Royal Promenade. Which... up here? Yeah. I probably should have played Soul Mask when it first came out. Last survival crafting game I played was Towers of Agazba, and it was so bad. I hope it gets better. I'm just worried I'm gonna get burned on like Aloft if I play it, so I need to like check it out first before I play it this weekend. We've been waiting for you, old. The celebration is due to begin shortly. I had hoped that we might make our introductions together, but Mistress Momodi just sent word that you're needed at the quicksand. You're not Mistress Momodi. We will go on ahead, old. Pray join us once the matters of the quicksand are resolved. Give my regards to Momodi, and let her know that I will call upon her anon. Do 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 do. I'm mostly just getting real tired of early access survival crafting games. Like they all come out and they're like, this is gonna be awesome, and they look awesome, and then you play them and they're missing like 2/3 of the stuff it takes to be a game. But I feel like they look at things like V Rising and Valheim, and they're like, oh, people like unfinished games. But like Valheim and V Rising were finished. Like all the features were there. Like it was a complete game. They were just adding more levels to it. Like maybe they tweaked a couple of things, but it's not like people are like, man, I love broken games. I appreciate you dropping in on such short notice, old. I know you've got places to be, so I won't waste your time. You're friends with the Crystal Brave by the name of Alien, aren't you? Former adventurer? Come to think of it, I'm pretty sure you recruited her yourself. Well, anyway, she came around for a meal not so long ago, and before she left, she asked me to give you a message. Said if the others end up dragging you to the feast, I was to see you got it before you made your grand entrance. Meet me at the station west of the Coffer and Coffin. There's something I must show you. A short message, I'll grant you, but she thought long and hard before picking those words. Barely touched her food, too. Under the circumstances, I thought those signs of a troubled heart. But son tells me she ain't planning to confess her undying love. You calling me ugly? I mean, yeah, I'm not as pretty as I used to be. But I'm not... Look how handsome I am. You seen my gaunt cheeks? Like marble wrapped in silk. Though to be fair, like, romancing characters on stream has been really uncomfortable for me. Like, I'm playing Cyberpunk 2077 and I got to like a romance scene with a character and it just feels so uncomfortable. I don't know how other people do it. It's like inviting people to watch me, you know, do the thing. Like any other streamer, like they've got like no reason to be nervous. Like they're normal. I'm old. As you stand upon the platform, your thoughts begin to wander, and all too soon, the ghosts of comrades lost and enemies slain begin to file in your mind's eye in solemn procession. Clearing your head, you scan the horizon, but no sign of alien. I realize her name's Allianne, but continue waiting. Alright. Straining your ears to listen, you hear the chatter of Kikern and the buzzing of Syrphids, but no approaching footfall. You bow your head, only to notice a vial lying at your feet. What is this? Everyone knows the vending machine is the best 2077 romance? I have not encountered the vending machine, I don't think. I went in without spoilers. I can romance a vending machine? Old, is that you? What brings you out this way? Lieutenant Alien? Why no, I haven't seen her about. Had she come this way, I guarantee we would have crossed paths. I must have passed the spot a dozen times. We're to patrol the city's environs on account of the royal banquet. Captain's orders. You understand. Speaking of which, isn't that it about to begin? You should be with the other honored guests, enjoying your well-deserved respite. I pray return to Old. If I chance to meet the lieutenant, I'll tell her you were here. Mutton chops. He does have some chops. Is that the same guy who was like the worst person in existence? In Gridania? I feel like I recruited him myself and he was like the guy who stabbed a bunch of people in the back.
Oh, Sultan Tree, hallowed spirit of my line. Through my weakness, the glorious house of Ul has all but disappeared beneath the sands. For want of the strength to raise it up again, it were better that it fall. Forgive me, but I know not what else to do.
Neurom. Moenbryda. I see you spying on me, Laurentius. Right over the tables. I reckon you'd head straight for the feast after meeting with Alien. What's the matter? No appetite? I got poison. So she wasn't there, but this was. Let's see. Looks like an alchemist vial, but beyond that, I can't say. Might be best if you hold on to it for safekeeping, though. Any road, no use worrying about Alien. I'm sure she'll turn up before too long. And when she does, we'll soon find out what this was all in aid of. Besides, you've got more important things to think about. Do I? Don't sit right with me, Moenbryda. Not right at all. Would you believe that while you were away, another message arrived for you? Well, one did. When delivered by the Sultana's handmaiden, no less, seems her grace desires a private audience. Her handmaiden will meet you on the royal promenade and escort you to the Sultana's chambers. So what are you waiting for? Go on then, go. To her private chambers, you say? She's a potato.
You needn't trouble yourself so. Your grace is most kind, but it is no trouble to me, rather an honor. If your grace is ready, I shall summon the warrior of light. I am.
However cringe I might feel romance is on stream, you'll never reach the levels of cringe of Nanamo and Reborn. They have a Lalafell kid too? That can't be real. I mean, like, they clearly love each other, but really?
Everyone looks to be in high spirits.
With good cause.
You have to look that up after stream.
A common victory may serve to unite even the most unlikely of allies. You've brought us one step closer to a united Eorzea.
Your modesty knows no bounds, Antecedent. Were it not for your efforts, Sir Emmerich would never have become such a steadfast ally. When he convinces his countrymen to rejoin the Alliance, we shall all reap the benefits, military and economic. I tell you, we are on the cusp of a new era of unity and prosperity. Territorial disputes are all that divide us now. But I have faith that we will find an amicable solution in time.
It is true, the Lalafell sun is a dark night with Raubon's big sword.
And failing that, I'll have my trusty warrior of light box the ears of all concerned. Speaking of whom...
He will be joining us shortly. A matter at the quicksand required his attention, but it did not sound serious.
It was pretty serious. Everyone's acting like it's not. Where's the right door? There it is. The trouble is, I know what's going to happen now. Alphino wants me to box some ears. Yeah, that's a little presumptuous of him. I hope he starts stuff at the party. So I can stand to the side and be like, nah, this is your problem now. You got us here. Be like, Warrior of Light, get this guy. And I'll be like, me? I only fight primals. Thank you for coming, sir. Her Grace is most eager to speak with you. If you require a moment to compose yourself before your audience, you may have it. Or if you're ready, it would be my honor to escort you to Her Grace's chambers forthwith. Yeah, let's do that. Upon proceeding to the Sultana's bedchambers, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It's recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. Yeah, we got an hour and 10 minutes. Let's do it. Alphino starts a fight and then turns to me and I'll be like, now seems like a great time to discuss compensation.
Enter. Your Grace, your guest has arrived. Pray, come in and take your ease.
"'Tis well that the steps of faith held against the Horde."
And what of the city proper?
We sustained some few losses, but the heart of our nation yet beats with vigor. I am not certain I could say the same had we not received your most generous aid.
An attack on Ishgard is an attack on the realm. We stand together or fall divided.
We all know very well that, like, Eorzea sent, like, 5 troops, right? I mean, this is a polite conversation. Alphino is over here getting all pissy about it.
Such noble words, after the fact.
Alphino's got, like, no tact.
I had hoped to speak in the presence of Her Grace, but it seems she has been delayed. That being the case, now would seem as good a time as any. Honored friends, pray allow me to convey Ishgard's warmest gratitude for your part in the defense of our lands. "'Tis upon the success of this very alliance that my recommendation to throw open the gates of judgment shall be founded. With the blessing of the Archbishop, it is my hope that Ishgard will soon be reunited with her long-estranged sister nations, and that Eorzea shall once more be as one."
Very well.
It's past your bedtime, Alphino. Come brush your
Is
teeth.
aught amiss?
Nothing to worry about. I shall return anon.
He's flying. Look at his shadow.
You wished a word, Yu Hase?
Oh, that can't be good. I don't remember what happens to Alphino during this.
You may go.
More Lalafels? Yeah, you can't trust the potatoes.
Your Grace. You must be curious as to the reason for this private audience. The matter I would discuss, however, will soon make apparent the need for discretion. I intend to abdicate the throne and dissolve the monarchy.
Oh, dang.
You have seen for yourself the storm of turmoil that howls through our streets. The government fails in its responsibilities, and my subjects suffer the consequences of our incompetence. But I will see them suffer no longer. The victory feast shall provide the stage on which I declare the dissolution of the Sultanate. 'Tis mine intent that the ruling class of our golden city should take its place beside the common man in a fair and equitable republic. No more shall this nation bow to the whims of a privileged few. Yet, that which I propose will entail the tearing up of this city's very foundations. And even Reborn, with all his strength and influence, will be hard-pressed to keep his footing on such treacherous ground.
Nanamo, you're too short to be with Rogadins? Raubahn is a Rogadin, right? No, he's a Hume, but like he's bigger than I think you can make. Because I think I'm as big as a Hume can be. I can't remember. I'll have to like check.
Thus would I ask you to lend him a steadying hand. You who have endured the wrath of innumerable foes are the one hero in whom I can place my trust. Will you do this thing for me?
If he was Rogadin, he'd look like Rambros.
I am truly grateful. More grateful than I can well express. Much of my dread for the coming days has been quieted.
Well, it's great nothing bad will happen from this time onward. My bull sense is tingling.
Your Grace!
Her Grace, the Sultana, is dead. Poison in her wine? You did this!
Spare us your denials! I see no other suspects, and the room has but the one entrance.
I hereby accuse you of regicide! Men, arrest this viper!
Huh?
Sir, barring a few exceptions, we have detained all those with allegiance to the Scions. The Rising Stones is also under our control.
And what do you hope to achieve with this mutiny?
Why, that which we have striven for all along, Commander. The salvation of Eorzea.
Oh my god, he has a voice. Wasn't what I pictured. Party's great, though.
What is the meaning of this?
Knights from the homeland. This cannot bode well.
Lord Commander, we have received an urgent message from the Holy See. I am grieved to report that your serpentine foes have resumed their assault. Needless to say, your presence is urgently required. These knights have come to bear you swiftly home to Ishgard.
A surprise attack?
We've had no such word from our men, and the timing is most fortuitous to catch us away from the city.
Most fortuitous indeed.
Lord Commander, we must away.
Hmm.
You have been a most gracious host. I hope that I might one day return the favor. Come, Lucia.
Thancred.
Whatever is going on in there? Ah, the ever-dutiful brass blades. I must apologize, but my dance card is rather full. Another time, perhaps?
Smoke bomb.
Thancred, of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. You stand accused of committing acts of espionage in service to the Garlean Empire.
Espionage? What in the seven hells are you talking about? Ah, if you're referring to that business with the Ultima weapon, then you must understand, I wasn't myself.
Under interrogation, an Imperial prisoner revealed your involvement in numerous dealings with the enemy. We've also been investigating reports that you are a practitioner of forbidden arts. You'd best come along with us.
You invite me to your party and now you want me to leave? I do so detest receiving mixed signals.
He does seem like he would not care much for blurred lines.
Come then. I believe I've lost my appetite for this farce of a celebration.
worried expression. Shake head. Psst, 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 psst.
You go too far, Lord Adeleji. By what right do you march armed soldiers into a royal banquet and eject state visitors without her grace's consent? You treat the brass blades as your personal army and show contempt for the throne with your every act. Leave us, now.
Is that an order, General? Mayhap you have mistaken me for one of your flames. You will find I am not so slavishly obedient. And you lecture me on personal armies. As for your outrageous claim that I have shown contempt for the throne, let all here observe that it was not I who feasted while an assassin removed its occupant. I expect this is your idea of defending the nation, is it? This and diluting our forces through these distractions in Cartano and Kurthis. I do begin to see how the ranks of the Immortal Flames came to be riddled with Garlean sympathizers. You are plainly unfit for command.
Wait, goddamn you. Your words make no sense. What assassin?
You mean to say you don't know? We caught the vaunted champion of the Scions in her grace's private chambers, not moments after the deed was done.
No! No, this cannot be!
Save your breath. You will need it to plead your case. You and your entire order are to be tried for this atrocity. Bring in the prisoner!
Tell me I had still got an axe on my back. No? Ah.
This man stands accused of poisoning Her Royal Majesty Nanamo Ul Namo, and as suspected accessories to the crime, all members of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn will be detained for questioning.
This is madness!
What a pity. Who'd have thought your tale would end like this?
Should you demand further proof, a vial with traces of the substance used to poison her grace was found upon the assassin's person.
How very convenient.
You would speak of convenience? Who persuaded her grace to host this celebration? A diversion which presented you and your confederates ample opportunity to commit the crime, and a crowd within which to fade from view. A more convenient occasion I could scarcely imagine.
How dare you! After all we have done for Uldar!
Hold your tongue, witch! I'll not be ensorcelled! I know all about the dark gift that you and your disciples wield. Oh, yes. I've observed how you worked upon the minds of the Alliance leaders, bending them to your will. And what of your cordial relationship with Sir Emmerich? For years, Ishgard abjured all contact with the outside world, and now the Lord Commander of the Temple Knights treats you with the familiarity of a childhood friend.
I mean, everyone saw me kill that giant dragon on his doorstep, right?
I'll tell you what I think. I think this desperate defense of Ishgard was but a ruse to deceive us into dividing our forces. Your next move will be to charm your Kurthan allies into invading our lands.
Now that is truly ridiculous.
How do you even think of this stuff?
She cannot be dead.
Come on, Reborn, keep up.
Stand aside, Ilbert. I want to see the Sultana.
Spare yourself the pain, brother. I saw her with my own eyes. For a mercy, the poison took her swiftly. Her handmaiden can attest to that.
This cannot be. Nanamo. Nanamo. No!
That was more convincing than Darth Vader's no.
Plainly, the Royalists can no longer be relied upon to keep our nation safe. And so it falls to the monitorists of the Syndicate to govern Uldar. But should you wish to help us, General, we would be more than happy to entrust the task of planning Her Grace's funeral to you.
It's a big smile you got.
It seems only right that you should bury your precious Sultana, and we will be glad to be rid of that burden.
They really worked overtime on his expressions during this. Oh, and his.
I'll bet you will. You more than any man.
Whatever do you mean?
I mean you had her killed, you black-hearted bastard!
What rot! Though I did have sufficient motive, 'tis true. That young lady caused me no end of grief. She always was a most unwilling puppet. I dare say Her Grace was grateful that someone thought to cut her strings.
You would mock her, then mock her from hell!
What?
Holy shit. I didn't recall him really dying. That was so good.
Have you lost your mind, General? It is forbidden to draw steel in the royal chambers, much less slaughter our fellow syndicate members.
Him next.
You're one of them. You've been in league with the Scions all along.
You're next, you scheming bastard!
Oh, Reborn!
7 hells!
Admiral, we must leave.
Good call. But grr. We'll just see ourselves out.
How unlike you, old friend. I did not expect to take your arm so easily.
Take the Scions into custody. They have conspired to commit regicide. And arrest this traitor as well.
And place the Warrior of Light under triple arrest.
I hope you choke on their coin.
'Tis better than the dirt I've supped on these long years. We can't all abandon Alamigo and become great war heroes as you have. You are not the man you once were, Reborn. Since that girl strapped the yoke around your neck, you've become docile. She took the mad bull and cut off his balls, and a bull that cannot rot is fit for naught but slaughter.
Burn. You gonna take that, Reborn?
Shall I tell you who really killed your precious Sultana? It was me.
You die! I never doubted you, not for a moment. But there is more to this than I yet understand. Flee this place. Clear your names. Find out who is behind this plot. It is the only way. Now go!
We don't know who's behind this plot? Are you sure? I've got hunches.
Ah, there you are.
Thancred, where have you been?
Avoiding the fumbling advances of some very persistent admirers. When I realized the celebrations had turned sour, it seemed prudent to slip away and take stock of the situation. 'Twould appear that much of the city is already under tight guard. It occurs to me that expanding the Brass Blade's authority may not have been such a wonderful idea after all.
Final Fantasy XIV must buy the game? No, I don't think so. I think you can play as a free trial all the way up through Stormblood, which is like over 100 hours of content. So, like, you're good to not pay a dime and get lots of great story through this.
The success of this plan was contingent upon those thugs having the run of the place. Just how long has this scheme been in motion?
Like, all the way through this point and then plus 60 hours.
The careful preparations, the maneuvering of forces. I am inclined to agree with the General's insistence that a deeper plot exists here.
So, would I be right in thinking we now have an excuse to pummel as many brass blades as we like?
Unless you plan on pummeling them all, I'm not sure that will greatly aid our cause.
The Sultana's assassination was but one part of the scheme. We too were its targets. And though we did not share poor Nanamo's fate, we are yet hobbled by the charges laid at our door. Where now might we seek refuge?
Where indeed, we may safely assume that our foe is thought to have the Rising Stones watched.
Forgive me for stating the obvious, but our choice of destination will matter little if we cannot secure an escape route out of Ul'dah. Happily, I believe I can provide one. Papa Shan once told me about the passages hidden in the walls of the palace. If I recall correctly, the fireplace in Nanamo's chambers conceals the entrance to a tunnel.
How could he hop on? Papa Sean told you how to break into Nanamo's private bedchambers?
It should lead outside the city and allow us to avoid any messy confrontations.
Oh, a nice chill part of the story you've dropped into? Yeah. It's been... I forgot how good it was. I love the super exaggerated facial expressions.
The rest of you, go on ahead. I'll handle this lot.
By yourself? I suppose I shall just have to join you.
Crystal Braves too, huh? Now this should be interesting.
Ida! Papalimo!
We will hold our pursuers here. Hurry, now! Find this tunnel of Thancred's.
You like the part where the small business owner got downside? I forgot he actually died. Like, so it was a shock to me as well, and I loved it.
Minfilia, we cannot linger.
I'm so happy I forgot that part, because it was the best part. Also, how did I forget that part? It was the best part. Couldn't have happened to a better guy, right? The only smart business person here is the handmaiden. She probably made out with $1 million playing every single side.
Ah! Now look what you've done.
Ida, are you all right? There are just too many of them.
I'm fine. I could do this all day. How about you?
It'd help if I didn't waste my mana on the gate.
Nearing the end of my tether.
This is so stupid. We're the scions of the Seventh Dawn. The ones who stand between this realm and the evil that's trying to destroy it.
And if you think we'll leave the stewardship of Eorzea to the likes of your masters, then you're sorely mistaken.
Sorry I dragged you into this, Papalimo.
'Tis hardly the first time, and I'll be damned if it will be the last.
Oh shit. She's going Super Saiyan.
Let them have it, Ida!
I was hoping you'd say that.
I never knew such a watercourse existed beneath Uldar.
The architecture is of the Sildine style, if I'm not mistaken. The ancients plainly foresaw the need for a ready means of escape.
This way!
Well, that didn't take long. It seems these tunnels were not as secret as I had hoped.
You two, go on ahead. Thancred and I will deal with this.
What do you mean to do?
Only that which is required to ensure that the dawn's light survive to brighten the morrow.
Fear not, antecedent. You haven't seen the last of these fair features.
My friends.
Leave us!
All right. Whee!
What is the plan, milady? Shall I take the dozen on the left and you the dozen on the right? The odds are not exactly stacked in our favor.
Numbers will count for little when I bring the tunnel down upon their heads. Though I cannot say I relish the thought of being entombed with you for all eternity.
You wound me. I will have you know that many a maid would kill for the chance to spend forever at my side. Now, may I have the last dance?
Oh, dang.
Well, this is going splendidly. Now would be a good time, milady!
'Tis done!
Oh, Goku charged the spirit bomb.
Forgive me, Mitra.
Farewell, Nymphilia.
Hydaelyn, she speaks to me. No. I must remain behind, but you cannot stay with me.
I'm running out of friends.
Please, you must go on. You are the warrior of light. You are hope for the Scions and for all the realm. As long as your flame continues to burn, the light of the dawn may ever be relit. You must escape and save Eorzea from those who would plunge it into darkness. 'Tis the only way.
Okay. Boom. Oh, my guy's slowing down. At first, I guess he was just keeping up with Nymphilia. But hey, I'm out.
I am glad to see you safe, my friend. What of the others? Damn that man! Teleji played me for a fool! I thought the Crystal Brave's mine till the very moment I felt the blade at my back.
There will be ample time for soul-searching later. For now, we must put some arms between us and Ul'dah.
You must be a Raubon Light. Love the design, but also, man, it's 6 a.m. Menphilia.
Well,
Let the guy have
look
some
who it
coffee.
is. Need a ride? I doubt it'll be half as exciting as the last trip we took. Not if I have anything to say about it anyway.
Hey, Brennan. Wind up Robon. I'll love him, the best character. Will he be a part of the main story? Or do I have to do, like, Dark Knight
Let's not
quests?
dawdle, eh? All aboard!
Nanamo's kid wants revenge. Ah, I hope so. Yes, he is awesome. I can't believe how much of the main story I forgot. A lot of people say Heavensward is a lot better than A Realm Reborn, but like this part, these 2 hours, like made A Realm Reborn for me. It was so good. You don't want to spoil anything, but he's not related to side quests only. Thank you.
I was stocking up on supplies over in Vesper Bay, you see, when your sister come up and begged a favour. Said her brother was having some trouble down in Ul'dah, and likely needed a helping hand getting away. Thinking them ruins would make a fine hiding place, I decided to try there first. And lo and behold, there you were. Aye, and judging by them soldiers as were pouring out of the city, I arrived not a moment too soon. Ha! Must have been fate that we happened to find you there, though, eh?
I had thought to look out for Alize, but 'twould appear she was the one watching over me. I've made such a mess of things.
And who might you be, young sir?
Pippin Taropin, Vice Marshal of the Immortal Flames.
Pippin?
I had been on the Alamegan front these past few moons, but an urgent communication called me back to Ul'dah. Scarce had my boots touched the cobbles, though, when the streets erupted with cries of assassination. I immediately went in search of answers, and came across Master Alfino here. Needless to say, I did not think his imprisonment justified. The blame plainly lies with the Monitarists. Their greed and corruption are well known to me, but for them to take advantage of the situation with such alacrity...
Was that Pippin, you said? Ain't that the name of General Alden's lad?
Yes, I am his son. Adopted, of course. 'Twas only as we were leaving Ul'dah that I learned of father's fate. Once I have seen you a safe distance away, I mean to return to the city and extricate him from this madness.
Then you needn't travel no further than Blackbrush. Our fugitives have a friend waiting for them there.
Alphino's current VA is streaming his own MSQ playthrough? Nice. Like currently? Like right now? I mean, like not right now, but probably not at 4 a.m. I always chuckled, had adopted, of course. Pippin, your father could have had many lovely lady. Reborn was kind of a dreamboat. Hi, kitty.
I dreamed of bringing about Eorzea's salvation, but in the end, 'twas I who needed saving.
Man, write a poem. You think he's still mid-playthrough? That makes sense since it's 10,000 hours. Them soldiers will keep searching for a while yet. Reckon we'll take the carriage back towards Ul'dah and get the lay of the land. Maybe provide a distraction if need be. You three wait here. Help will be along shortly. Stay strong, friends. The real fight's yet to come. Excuse me. Hi, kitty. Are you a monetarist, kitty? All right, let's go. Maneki Neko. Kitty? I do have a kitty. Yeah. He's telling me it's almost time for breakfast. And he's blepping and touching me with his blep. And if you're unfamiliar with what a blep is, that's when a cat just like sticks his tongue out for no reason. My cat does that and then pokes me with his like outstretched tongue, so like I get little wet boops from him. He's an adorable little guy. He's one of a kind. Never had a kitty like this guy. The most unassuming folk can prove to be our greatest allies. That fellow was but a passing merchant, yet he lent us aid without a moment's hesitation, or any hint of concern for his own safety. Though I can well imagine how a man could feel inspired to risk all in your presence. Father spoke often of you, old. Long have I looked forward to our first meeting. Needless to say, this is not at all how I envisioned it. Understandable, you have two beagles who stare at you while I make coffee, or while you make coffee. Yeah. Master Alphino, you must not give in to despair. That would only play into our enemy's hands. So long as you and Old are free, we may set things right. Forgive me, Marshal Terrapin, but Alphino, my boy, sorry to keep you waiting. Oh, hey, it's Sid. Sid, what are you doing here? Pulling you out of the fire as usual. Your merchant friend told me everything. Truly? He's no merchant, but an angel in peddler's clothing. But tell us, how did you intend to bear our friends to safety? I hid the Enterprise a short distance away. All I need is a destination. Must find a place beyond the reach of both the Monitarists and the Crystal Braves. Gorthus, Ishgard will not suffer the intrusion of foreign forces in their territory. That settles it. With me, everybody. Not I fear. I must remain here. I dare not abandon Ul'dah to the Monitarists and their cronies. You may be certain that they will seek to defame you, both here and in the other city-states, but know that I shall do my utmost to thwart every effort. Frankly, I do not expect it to be much of a challenge. The small folk will not turn so easily on the Warrior of Light and his allies, no matter what the Monitarists claim. Marshal Terrapin, I know what to say, or I don't know what to say. Ha! Now that Father would labor to believe. But enough talk. You must go, Master Alphino. Your airship awaits. Bye, little potato. The actual protag is the carriage driver. The actual protag is the link pearls we made along the way. All true. Up, up. There's no rest for the righteous. There was an old Final Fantasy XI Link Pearls story that made me cry. Basically forming a guild and everybody like one by one left the party. Then one day one guy logs in 100 years later and still finds like the one person who never removed the Link Pearl. It was so sad. Also, don't know if you ever need a friend to tag along for any content, let you know. Always happy to get into some shenanigans. Whenever it forces me to do a raid or a trial, I'll always ask the stream if they want to join in. And so if you're familiar with the story, you'll know when like collab moments are coming up. Because we're sticking tight to the MSQ. We should make for Camp Dragonhead and speak with Lord Horshaphant. Mayhap he will know what to do. Yeah, don't cry, man. We'll get you there. If you're around, you'll join me? Perfect. It really eases the social anxiety that when people who know what I'm about join the party. Because, like, letting complete strangers down is really rough. But if we fail, at least you know I tried my best. Horshaphant mentioned, Horshaphant here. Horshaphant found. Master Alphino told me of your tale, old. Warms my heart that you should turn to me before all others. I shall endeavor to deserve your trust. Alas, the situation here has grown more complicated in your absence. Would be best if I explained in full. Yeah, we were talking about my cat at some point. This morning, like, I overslept the last night, and so I missed my stream. This morning, before my alarm woke up, my cat was on my face, like, slapping it. Like, wake up, you got stream to do. Because he's gotten used to the routine that, like, I wake up early, I stream for 2 hours, and then I feed him. He's thinking it's feeding time, but he's a little early right now. All mortal possessions forfeit to Horshaphant. He's a pretty cool dude. I think he might be the dude I'm thinking about. He might be the coolest dude in
There has been word
Korthus.
from the capital. Ishgard has weathered another assault, and 'tis said several wyverns broke through into the city proper. The temple knights succeeded in slaying the beasts, but the intrusion prompted orders to further strengthen the guard, and to place the city under a perpetual state of alert. How keenly we feel the loss of our wards at the gates of judgment. Yet we must not bemoan our misfortune. Sir Emmerich is safely returned from Ul'dah, and once more leads the defense of Ishgard. As for the matter of your asylum, I am afraid no progress will be made until the threat to our nation is diminished. But do not despair. You are not without allies. You are more than welcome to shelter here for as long as you wish. Pray, think of it as a new headquarters of sorts. The Falling Snows, or some such. All frivolity aside, any who come here in search of you will receive no aid from House Fortom. For once, the Ishgardian reputation for inhospitality shall work in our favor. Agents of Ul'dah will find their every inquiry dismissed, and their every request for entry rebuffed, until such time as their masters have acknowledged your innocence. You once fought to preserve the honor of my dear friend. 'Tis a blessing that I may now repay that debt in kind. But let us dwell no more on this. Pray, join the rest of your companions.
He really is a pro.
'Tis bitterly cold this day. I suspect there are those who might welcome the warmth your presence brings.
Speak with the guard. Which guard? There are a lot of guards here. Oh, this guy. How come you don't get a name? You've done more than half the NPCs. Greetings, sir. Shall I show you inside? Upon entering the intestacy, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. Oh, but man, I got 10 minutes before I need to get the kids to school. What do I do? Oh, I'm gonna regret this. Gold saucer? Gold saucer's a good call. Often old, is it really you? I'm so happy. So happy that you are. Rothgar's and Blackjack. I tried contacting Menphilia and the others, but no one would respond. Then Crystal Braves, our own people, turned on us in the marketplace. Flamin told me to run, so I did. I ran and I ran until my legs burned and my feet ached, but I lost my way and then... Fortunately, I had observed some of the Braves behaving suspiciously beforehand. Is this the first time without your mask? Ah, yes, my mask was lost in the struggle. Pretty, isn't she? Anyway, after Ugiri found me, we traveled to Vesper Bay and met up with Urianger. When we told him what happened, he used his magics to weave a glamour around the waking sands. From the outsides, our old headquarters now looks like an abandoned storehouse. The transformation didn't take long either. Apparently, Urianger started making preparations after the Imperial attack, just in case the Empire ever chose to pay us another visit. Good thinking, eh? Lizard race is the best race? They're all right. Honestly, I like Roganins. I like Elizin too. Sorry, where was I? Oh yes. So we waited at the Waking Sands, hoping others would come, but no one else did. I think we can all agree that Lalafels are the worst race, right? My people are searching for the other scions even as we speak. But we have met with no success as of yet. I had hoped that you might be able to suggest further places to look. Ah, but you should know, the Rising Stones did not share the Waking Sands' good fortune. Only Crystal Braves await you there. Be that as it may, we yet have cause to hope, do we not? The two of you escaped, then it's not impossible that the others could have done so as well. You may have been forsaken by men and women believed true, but rest assured that the people of Doma yet stand with you. We welcome this opportunity to repay our debts and shall continue our efforts to locate the others and see the Scions restored to their rightful place of honor. Thanks.
'Tis all my doing. I believed myself the only one who truly understood Eorzea's woes, and look what that arrogance has wrought. I gave commands, influenced governments with my certainty. I treated the Crystal Braves and even the Scions themselves as pawns in my great scheme to save the realm. But in my headlong rush into imagined glory, I paid no heed to the ground upon which I trod. The salvation of Eorzea. What was it that I hoped to achieve? Did I believe that I could rid the realm of every danger and difficulty? That I could defeat the Empire and the Ascians, and find homes for every refugee? Oh, yes. I was so very clever. Become a guardian of Eorzea, I implored, and sat back to watch my perfect army cleanse the land of chaos, which was all but a means to feed my own vanity. Only when all is lost do I finally realize the truth.
Oh, Alphino.
Here's some hot cocoa, kid.
So, Master Alphino, are you content to remain a broken blade? Is there no flame hot enough to reforge you? What of the fine companions who yet stand at your side? I dare say the fires of their determination will soon have you slicing the air again with your customary wit.
I hardly deserve such friendship. And besides, where are we to go?
Would you like some dinosaur nuggets?
Alphino, if I may?
Maybe some McDonald's?
Should this place not serve our purpose, then we shall go to Ishgard. Minfilia told me many times, as long as we stand fast against despair, the beacon of hope will never be lost to sight.
I never pictured Tataru's voice like this.
Be it in the snow or in the clouds, we few will see that the dawn's light shines again.
You are right, Tataru. Thank you. And thank you for your kind words, Lord Orchefon.
Like, she sounds small even for a Lalafell.
Eorzea yet has her guardians. The Scions have achieved much, and 'twould be remiss of me to discard it all in a fit of self-pity. Let us then resume our journey, together, one step at a time.
Oh man, we did it! Square needs to let you decide the color of your scales. That would be nice. Yeah, I don't like a lot of the customization options for the for the people. Is this as fast as it goes? Okay. No, don't skip. I'm trying to hide like the controls there. Yeah, I think that's my biggest problem with like the aura, if I pronounce that right. Like, I've gone through their customization options, especially for the male characters. I think they look terrible. Oh, the music is so quiet. Can I turn it up? So if you can't hear the music right now, what's playing in the background is Answers, which is like one of the best video game songs I've ever heard in my life. Like, I listen to it constantly outside of stream. So good. Let's see, L's in the neck race, here humans, Lalafell potatoes, and the Miko Catus. I do like all the races, but like, sometimes I feel like they're all too human. Like, it took them a long time to add the Hrothgar. But like, everybody was just like a variety of human. Like, there was furry human, tiny human, wide human, tall human. Like, they had varying degrees of pointy ears, of course. Alright. As much as I want to give everybody in the credits ample time for credit, I think we might need to skip ahead. There are more cutscenes. I do have to get the kids to school at some point. And I would like to do... Man, I don't know what I'd like to do. Alright, here's what we're doing. We're gonna skip through this. And I want to do like the first quest of Heavensward. And maybe the first job quest of the Astrologian.
All has been arranged as you desired, my lord.
Wonder if I have that kind of time. Like, I'm gonna be driving the kids to school in pajamas. Oh, Raban. Looking good. And the Ascians are like, did you see that shit? It was crazy. Nabrialis is no more. The Ardor was not his to invoke. His demise was his own making. Nevertheless, it concerns me. They've extinguished that which should be rightly eternal. Mayhap he was not wholly mistaken. Greater haste may be warranted. We are of one mind. The northern lands, then. The earth is fertile, the seeds well sown. By my will they shall reap salvation unlike the world has known. By his will. And with your spirit. What? I have answered thy summons, emissary. Speak and make thine intent known. I would speak of fate, Archon. Yours, mine, the very fate of this star. Is it distracting that you keep hearing photo sounds from me? That one was going to be a good thumbnail for the next portion of the game, I think.
Thou thinkest sanctuary lieth beyond.
Well, for me, maybe.
Delusion. Despair.
Death.
Thou shalt find naught else here.
Del, the funky Homo sapien. He's very popular in Ishgard. To preserve the